It is time for the Red Bull Sphere Wars. My name is Stanley Greyheart Barker. I'm joined by the magnificent Alex Nightmare Hapgood.
And magnificent I am indeed, and I'm happy to be here. It's been a long time since I've managed to cast with you. You know, it's been a while since those Newell finals. And speaking of Newell, we've got a couple of familiar faces here. We have two teams which we have, in fact, cast before. We have I believe they were the 4th place finishing team Cabbage Family in this Newell split, alongside Fear Leicester.
Yeah, I mean, for those who don't know what the Newell is, that's our National University Esports League, where both of these teams have competed regularly. A really strong performance last time, I believe, from Cabbage Family. I think they finished 4th in the end. We didn't see Phil Leicester in the main varsity bracket because they very narrowly missed out, but they're here with a reinforced, stronger team looking to really make waves in this Red Bull Sphere Wars, where, remember, the winner of today's grand final will be picking up that £500 prize pool.
Ooh, that's a pretty penny to put there, and it's something to go alongside the pride which will come along with the victorious team. I've been looking through the brackets because, of course, we didn't manage to catch all of the earlier matches, too many to cover live on our stream, and immediately there are so many things which I am excited for, particularly because both these teams seem to be picking up similar champions. A lot of split push top laners, a lot of farming junglers, and a lot of playmaking across the board.
There's definitely going to be a little bit of trying to snipe things away, and that's why being on the blue side, getting that early priority pick could be very, very important. That's something that Fear Leicester find themselves with coming in to our first champ select of the day. In this first of 2 semi-finals, we will be covering both before our best of 3 grand final. First bans now to come through out of Fear Leicester. It's going to be Z-Tripes and the rest of his team banning away.
It is, and it will be Fear Leicester on the blue side. So to quickly run down all of those names, it's going to be Z-Tripes, Fallen Rain, Trillip, Bot Alley, and Ernx.
I'm never quite sure how to say Z-Tripes. I mean, it looks like it should be Stripes or Stripes, so we'll work that one out as it goes through. I might even drop the man himself a message so that we don't butcher his name continuously.
Yeah, apologies for any fumbled pronunciation.
It wouldn't be the first time, would it? So on the other side, we got Alphamos, Pop, Sean, Gregors, and mostly Grumpy. Occasionally he's not. He certainly won't be Grumpy if he picks up the win today. We're seeing the Soraka and the Victor bans coming through already.
Okay, so Victor was banned by Cabbage Family in their last match. Maybe it's just something which they feel was a little bit too hard to abuse in the laning phase, and scales so well in that mid-game to late game once he picks up his perfect Hex Core. The Soraka was played by Cabbage Family as well in their last matchup, and when you've got these big farming style junglers, having a Soraka to keep them alive and, you know, keep doing damage because they're a carry jungler, it becomes that more valuable. We've got a couple more bans coming in, and currently 3 support bans, admittedly, though the Nautilus is a flex pick.
Mostly Grumpy is definitely going to be erring on the grumpier side right now, having 2 of the champions banned away from him, going to feel a little less comfortable going into the pick phase. Wouldn't be entirely surprised to see a support prioritized for the Cabbage Family because of this. We are going to see the Varus, so yet more bot lane priority in the ban phase.
And one thing I find really interesting is that there's been no priority on Thresh just yet. Both of these teams have either banned or picked their champion thus far. If you look across the entire bracket stage, I think out of the 8-10 matches, Thresh has had presence in about 8 of them. Maybe that was just due to the one-trick ponies within the lobbies, but it could be due to the meta and how you want to protect Enchanter supports if you want to go towards them, and Thresh can get them hooked and get them killed. So we're looking for the first pick now from Fear Leicester, see what they've prioritized over anything else. Remember, the Graves and the Nidalee are both available. They've gone towards the Ezreal instead.
Yeah, I find that somewhat surprising given what the contested power picks are right now, but if this is what Bot Ali is comfortable on, then absolutely fair enough. Something that we haven't touched on at all, Nymera, is the power of junglers right now, specifically of power farming junglers. We're seeing it really highly prioritized in the meta, the Graves, the Elise, the Nidalees, the Kindreds of the world, all getting picked up in the top levels of play. Do we expect to see something like that here as the Yuumi gets locked in for the Cabbage Family?
I think that Graves and Nidalee are just ridiculously strong right now. They just don't have the same pressure that the other junglers have about falling off through the game, and you're going to hear that quite a lot today. We haven't had a single jungler picked up just yet, though. It's going to be Yuumi and Gangplank. I believe Alphamos went 12-0 in their first round game on that Gangplank, so something I was about to say a little bit terrified, something to be a little bit terrified of, but that doesn't really work out. Be very terrified of it. It is a strong word to use.
It's exceptionally likely that Alphamos ends up playing the Gangplank, but it could, of course, still be flexed to the mid lane for Sean. Meanwhile, the Ivan and the Jax both picked up, so that's almost definitely going to be Jax up in the top lane. Remember, Wild Rift intro has told us that Jax is an assassin now, and Ivan is almost certain to be the Jax.
It is, and you know, we've got the Tyler 1 shout out, the Ivern main nowadays, I guess, going over to Fallen Rain. It just sets up so well for the top lane dives as well. And speaking of top lane dives and all that other stuff, a strong CVT coming in between the Gangplank and the Nidalee in terms of the damage they output. But the one thing I'm a little bit worried for just with these first 3 picks from Cabbage Family is that Nidalee likes setup in lanes. Gangplank doesn't really let you do that, whereas with the Jax and the Ivern, that is a very good way to shut down a Gangplank who wants to be that scaling carry.
Yeah, could suddenly become an exceptional opportunity for the kill lane there. 2 very different functioning junglers already coming through. Now we're going to see where the bans are directed to. The set ban is an interesting one in my eyes, given that we've already got the Jax and the Ivan picked up, but I suppose it can be
middle support still. Yeah. It has that multi-flex potential.
It's versatile as on.
That's one word for it. I think perhaps another word is overpowered, but we won't spend too long on that. I think another important ban, which we did kind of miss when we were talking about other things, is the Syndra. What a powerful champion that has been. It was banned out in the first round by Cabbage Family. Both of the mid laners play it. So, you know, a lot of the cards are on the table here. I think particularly interesting is that Cassidy ban, because that does mean that they don't want to give that last counter pick over to the mid laner Sean F90 of Cabbage Family. And we've seen this guy pull off some pretty big results when we've cast them before. I seem to remember a good Lucian performance, I believe, when we cast them over in the Newell. So there is a large champion pool to go to towards in there still.
I'm just waiting on one last ban, and then we're going to have an opportunity for Cabbage Family to show us a little bit more of their comp, expecting to see an ADC picked up here so that they get the mid lane counter pick coming through. The last ban was the Silas, so 3 out of 4, possibly even 4 out of those 4 bans directed towards the mid lane, trying to pinch away both Trilite and Sean's champion pools.
Oh, okay, it's Kai'Sa. So I would have expected a Misfortune here. Misfortune is a very strong champion with the Yuumi. I guess that you see the Ezreal locked in and you're like, okay, when it comes to late game, if Kai'Sa hits a W onto that champion, you dash forward, you kill the Ezreal. That becomes significantly harder when there's an Ivern there for extra shields and the like, but that is kind of, there's a lot of dive there. You've got a Gangplank ult, you've got Nidalee Spears, and then with the Yuumi ultimate as well. Potentially bot Ali will have to be looking a little bit safer in that bot lane on Z-Tribes. Sorry, not Z-Tribes, on the Ezreal. That one,
yeah,
name on the screen, very hard.
Yeah, it's tough without ice. Meanwhile, we are going to see the Lulu picked up to go alongside that Ezreal, just giving an extra little bit of safety earlier on. One thing that I love to see when you get this Yuumi Kai'Sa combination is you do have that potential for the killer instinct paired up with the final chapter as well. Timing, locking down multiple targets and positioning just wherever the Kai'Sa wants, especially if she has the upgraded onto her movement. The Twisted Fate is going to be the blind lock-in for the mid laner. Trilite deciding to try and flex a bit of global pressure.
Indeed. So with the Lulu and the TF locked in, the flavor of Fearless's comp has become completely different. The Lulu stops once again, that dive threat being so impactful, and the polymorph being there as well means that if Kai'Sa jumps in and there's a Lulu and an Ivan there, you find it very hard to get anything done. Speaking of flavor and changing the composition, on the last pick, suddenly Cabbage Family have set up for the Nidalee. They have the cage in the mid lane. This could definitely be a way to shut down that TF between the Veigar and the Nidalee.
All right, the composition's completely drafted now. This is what both teams have picked up to try and push themselves into the final, the best of 3 series we will be seeing later. This is a flat-out best of 1. Win here, you are going big. Lose here, you are going home.
Go big or go home. That is the adage which we go to so many different times. The Veigar, like I said, sets up very well for the Nidalee, and it also allows you to make a lot of plays around the Gangplank ult as well. If you don't hit that that event horizon, you can still plop that ult down in the middle of it and then just keep them in this shooting gallery for the Kai'Sa, the Nidalee, the Gangplank, and of course the Veigar to really just single out a target. So in the kind of the larger skirmishes, that's what we'd be looking for. However, when it comes down to the larger macro, I gotta say, Fearless to have a lot of tools to work with. They've got the Gate and the Destiny from the Twisted Fate, the split push pressure of the Jax, and then you've got a Lulu and an Ezreal to stick themselves in the mid lane, just wave clear for forever. And with that Lulu disengage with the wild growth and the shield as well, there's a lot of ways to keep that mid lane safe if they just choose to stay there and wave clear. So I'm liking Fearless's comp quite a bit.
All right, just a little bit of a bamboozle there for the cast. I think we're slightly out of LCS order in this champ select, so it looks like it's actually going to be Stripes that is in the bot lane playing the Lulu. I can only expect that to be paired with the Ezreal, whereas XA is almost definitely going to be the top lane. So apologies to those players having perhaps slightly mixed them up. I think that I do remember Trilap now being a jungler, and it makes all the sense in the world to see him on the Ivern.
If it helps, I actually have it written down on a postcard in front of me in that order. It's
And
just
you
very
still got it
confusing
wrong.
when it's the Champions Club. Yeah, look, I'm hired for my analytical ability, I think, not anything else.
Not for your ability to read or see anything. No
it's
problem.
a trying time. It's a trying time. You know, lockdown's got me a little bit so crazy. Speaking of lockdown, I think that potentially, you know, I definitely know I've been playing more League in the last couple of months, and I wonder whether it has formed a bit of a hyperbolic time chamber for some of the teams that will be turning up today, and whether these teams have found it impactful in their practice, just having more time to practice, or whether it's not so good because, you know, you're not necessarily living your best life out there.
I mean, it was Clash night last night, so possibly some of these teams would have taken that opportunity to have a little bit of fun with 5-manning and also an actual ban system where you get to scout out the opposition as well. Yeah. Maybe that will have contributed today, maybe not. All I know for sure is that we've got an absolutely fantastic game here. Remember, this is a rematch of 2 of the National University Esports League giants coming in here. Fear Leicester going up against the Cabbage family. Both teams looking to try and position themselves into that grand final, trying to get their hands on the prize money later on tonight.
Exactly, and these teams will not have played together in the Newell in terms of a live kind of matchup because, of course, they were in those different divisions, so we don't necessarily have that history to look back towards. What that does mean is we have a history to be formed here. Potentially, this could be the start of something pretty big in a lot of ways. Going back to the teams and kind of going slightly away from the narrative side of things, one thing you'll notice is that there isn't much frontline in this game. There's no dedicated tank. We've got some enchanters, we've got the Alulu, and we've got the Yuumi, but there's nothing like a Sion or a Maokai or anything like that. We have a Gangplank in the top lane. We've got a Jax in the top lane. The Ivern kind of does some bits and pieces. So what I'm looking forward to here is lots and lots of damage.
And that's part of the reason why I slightly more so favour the Fear Leicester comp right now. You've got that Jax that has the Counter Strike and the Grandmaster's Might. You've got so you've got the Poppy. That's not Poppy. That's a Lulu, entirely different Yordle, who's going to be able to throw the ultimate down as well. All of these things for me lead to a slight advantage. We'll see if that works out. What we can do now is jump into just a small break. We'll be back in just a matter of moments with this fantastic game. We are live with the action from this first semi-final here on Red Bull Sphere Wars. My name's Stanley Greyheart Barker, joined by the wonderful Alex Nymera. Hapgood Nymera. We have seen these two compositions completely drafted. We've seen how things are set up, but how are we looking for the two teams to play out? What win conditions and potential laning phases are we looking at?
Okay, so what I'm looking for from the side of Cabbage Family is to utilize their pick potential of Vigar. Well, there's stuff happening on the board already. It's not going to lead to anything, I don't think. But I'm looking for cages to be used very well by Sean in the mid lane here, and then kind of base your game plan around get a pick, get an objective, stack those early game objectives into something which forces this 1-3-1 to fall apart. Because if you leave it kind of hanging there, they can sometimes take towers, get the side lane pressure, and take fights which you really don't want to take.
All right, just had a little bit of lag there. Just check with production with yourself, Alex. I'm at 1 minute and 3 seconds. Does that sound right to everyone?
I am slightly behind that. I am at 1 minute 10. So I will, well...
Okay, well, I will just pause and jump forward a little bit.
Hooray! Technical difficulties. This is what we love.
All right, I am I'm almost exactly on what production was saying in my ear, so hopefully we are good to go. Apologies for the small stuff there. The joys of having the office broadcast, but yes, as you say, we're going to be looking towards some interesting pushes later on, as we are going to see the Gangplank walk straight into the face of Jax, take a little bit of damage earlier on. Counter-Strike already leveled up, not going to connect with the stun, however.
That could have gone much worse for Alphamos there. Walking into a Counter-Strike is not normally advised by your medical professionals there. It normally leads to a loss of HP. Ended up being a bit of a HP advantage, though, with the parlay traded after the trial by fire. One thing of note to me is that the press the attacks come out on TF. That could be the AD or the hybrid TF coming out of there. You see this level 1 trade again from Jax. So strong up there in the top lane.
Yeah, Alexei just looking to fight all the time, but Alphamos not scared at all, getting plenty of grass procs for his trouble.
It is. Oh, gosh. You just see them all landing. You see that the inspiration tree has come out of Ernst on the Jax as well, though. He has the corrupting pot. Will have the time warp tonic for time warp tonic. Those are those words for the extra healing from each of those pots. And then the biscuits as well with that extra synergy between the two. So there's a lot of sustain just from the runes there. You see that quite often in lanes which you think you're going to get bullied in.
Some small CS advantages being opened up in our two key lanes here with the ADC and mid laner, respectively getting a couple of CS ahead. However, just looking at the jungle camps, Nidalee with this power farming clear, which she is so well known for, what has brought her back into the meta right now, already getting up on the island.
Exactly, and one thing we'll have to note is that the Nidalee buffs up AD carries very, very well. You get the extra attack speed when you put that heal down in your human form, and what better carry to do that on than the attack speed carry of the Kai'Sa. Goes anything she wants because of that plasma passive in terms of her build, and then you have the zoomies on top of that for extra move speed with the likes of an Ardent Sensor coming in. This is going to be a very hefty Kai'Sa if she reaches her item breakpoints at a good level in the game.
As a jungler, I always pay attention to who's picking up the Scuttle Crabs, and the early one on the top side has already been picked up by Ivan. Meanwhile, a really brave Counter-Strike going forward. It is going to be Jax looking for the safety of his jungler, but there's an opposition Nidalee. The flash already burned. This is going to be the first blood coming in. It's Porp who takes this one. Now looking for a second. The flash comes out of the Ivan, getting himself over the wall, but already losing the life of his top laner.
This is kind of the red herring you get sometimes with top lane priority. I'm going to stop it again. There's a teleport, there's a gold card, it's a kill.
Just like that, TF able to get Ernst on the board. Jax getting a kill despite giving up his life early on. Nice coordinated play coming through from Fearless.
And that was almost the looking into the future caster curse there. I was about to praise Alphamos for using the top lane priority, stacking that wave so well at the likely time that a gank was going to come in from the Ivern, and then the turnaround from Porp came in on the Nidalee. It's still important that Nidalee gets the kill, gets the first blood gold, and the XP which goes along with that, but having the GP get shut down after that, it's kind of awkward that the kill goes back over to the Jax when that could have been a lane which was tilted in the favor of Alphamos.
That being said, recently we've seen a lot of Nidalees that end up just becoming about utility and not doing a huge amount of damage themselves because of not getting early kills. Porp here able to pick up first blood, going to be getting closer and closer towards the runic, and is actually going to be able to be a bit of a damage threat coming in with these ganks. Meanwhile, one of the things from the opposition jungle that I'm really interested in that I personally wouldn't have expected to see is try that with the Hex Flash.
Hex Flash, well, you go for the inspiration yourself. I guess it allows you to do some bush plays, and there's another fight in top lane. This Gangplank is really putting the hammer down on the Jax. But going back to that, Ivan, you go for the inspiration tree anyway, and it's something which just allows you a bit more of that insane playmaking. And what is Ivan if not that? He has some of the strangest jungle paths in the game due to his passive, and he does, by building early boots, have a way to get across the map even quicker than his opponents.
Yeah, the Friend of the Forest is certainly going to be able to make use of that Hex Flash. I'll be interested to see if it comes into any of our big plays later on. We'll keep our eyes glued onto that one. Meanwhile, the Cole was picked up by Gangplank on the back, so the scaling... question mark, question mark, question mark?
So that was a moment of silence there for the Nidalee. We just had to take one. Stunned silence. I mean...
My favorite bit is just in all chat, just Pops just like going, don't look. And then the Tri-Life just responding with, I saw. So did everybody else.
And everyone on the stream saw. I mean, this is the kind of play which, like, you know it's going to reach a highlight reel of something you do. It's probably just not the one you want to see.
Ooh. We've got to turn our eyes towards top lane because Gangplank is going to have to consume those oranges at just the right moment if he's to survive the potential 3-man all-in coming through. Counter-strike already coming through. The stun's going to land, as is the gold card. There comes the cleanse. Damage being put down to Gangplank, who did have flash available, but still is going to die. And it's Tri-Life, who picks up the kill regardless of the damage coming through from the carries.
And this is very important because that didn't take the TF ult to pull off. That was just a straight roam up to the top lane. There's not going to be a plate taken in the mid lane, even though there's a slight CS advantage now to the Veigar. You see Fallen Rain making use of his roaming potential before he even uses his main ability to do that.
Porp was playing with fire there, but what it's done is really delayed the recall on the Twisted Fate, which has particularly allowed Veigar to get this push down. Hasn't taken any turret plates just yet, but is gaining a significant gold advantage through the CS.
He will do, and of course he'll be able to stack up his stacks of unbelievable evil. I'm trying to remember the exact name of that. I'll have to check it at some point. But getting that extra AP from getting the killing blow on minions with his Q, the Baleful Strike, and just being able to stack up that we know that as Veigar can do. Attempt to gank in the bot side doesn't lead to anything just yet.
Yeah, that gank was sort of about as impactful as a wet tissue being thrown at the bot lane, unfortunately. But Porp's still looking to make some big plays on the back of the first blood that was picked up, and the execute that he really wishes no one had seen. I promise it's the last time we'll talk about it until the next time we talk about it.
Yes, and we won't talk about the execution of the team comps at any point this game. It won't be a word which is in any way related to junglers or jungle players. You're talking about the wet tissue, though. If you ball it up, becomes very impactful. It sticks to the wall. It stays there. It's impactful. It's heavier than a dry tissue. There are ways that you can still make this gank work in the bot lane, particularly after the Yuumi hits the level 6 and you have that lockdown available. I think particularly you'd be looking at the Lulu with the no mobility there to try and focus on, but of course the Ezreal with the Arcane Shift would be harder to lock down in that situation.
Meanwhile, while the gank doesn't quite come off the Porp in the bot lane, who does have a CS advantage over Ivan, Ivan's going to sneak in and be able to steal away the red buff right from under the nose of the opposition.
And with the top lane priority, we might see Jax able to pick that up. This is one of the other things the Ivan does, extra buffs for your team. This Kai'Sa's used in the Halo Blaze to just chunk down bot Ali there. You can see what the Kai'Sa can do with that passive and that Keystone before any items or levels have particularly been reached by the AD carry.
Nidalee discovers that the buff's been stolen away, makes sure that no one's able to pick up the extra buff, so Jack's not going to get the goodness of the red buff, despite the extra jungle pressure put down by Tri-Life. TF did pick it up, so thank you very much to production.
And that is
very
important.
useful.
It's important because this is an ADTF. He has a Phage. He's going to go towards the Triforce. He has he's going to be maxing out the wildcard, the E, that gives you the extra passive and the extra on hit every third auto. This will mean that, he can take some of these healthier trades versus the Veigar, who's building towards the GLP himself to disengage that kind of play. But for the time being, the red buff lands, you can see some good trades in that mid lane from Fallen Rain.
Of course, we are still in a world with the Glacial Augment Keystone, and so we are going to see the items being picked up by the Veigar, who becomes a real pain in the backside later on. First dragon of the game is being started up now. Ivan is lurking around, does have the flash available as he spots things out. However, I'm not entirely sure he's going to be able to get any kind of steal here. Lands the root, not able to get in range for the smite, and that's going to be Porp saying, "Dragon for me."
Will be so. The first dragon of the game taken by Cabbage Family, and one of the things I was talking about briefly in Champion Select is that I would like to see some early Drake stacking from this team, just to eventually try and threaten the 1-3-1. There's a fight in the mid lane, though.
Is TF completely stuck out, doesn't walk into the event horizon, but that leaves him in all sorts of danger. Flashes away, and with the absolute massive primordial boost, Sean F is able to get himself his first kill of the game.
And that's what we talk about with the setup from the event horizon. It allows you so much playmaking to lock someone inside the baby cage. Fallen Rain doesn't choose to walk into it and use the cleanse, doesn't choose to flash out early. The damage is registered, and that execute ultimate comes through for the first kill of the game for the Veigar.
It was all too little too late. Meanwhile, Porp looking for the damage onto Trilite, who immediately summons Daisy, looking for a potential knockup. Is going to get it. Jax roaming down, not going to be able to get in range for the leap strike, counter strike.
No, he will not. With that gold picked up by the Veigar on his next back, he will be able to pick up that GLP and activate that glacial passive. TF ult's coming in. We got more fights, more action.
Flash over the wall, gold card is going to connect. Here's the damage coming through from the Twisted Fate, however, unable to get in auto range, so not able to do the damage that an ADTF perhaps could. Cleanse already being used by Veigar. Stun going to connect onto the Ivan. In jumps Porp, but it's only to his own doom. Twisted Fate picking up one. Shornef just about getting the Unleashed Power online. In fact, that wasn't even the Unleashed Power. That was just straight damage coming out of probably the Q of the Veigar, getting a second kill.
And it's not even a Syndra. She was banned in this game. Unleashed power not even available. But yes, unfortunately, overstaying a tad in the jungle there was the Ivan. Does get taken down by a very timely use of the Gangplank ult, which the first time we saw it was trying to defend, and that top lane dive didn't quite end up saving the life of Alpha Moss, but now it will pick up a kill participation for that Gangplank, and maybe try and tide him over to that Triforce spike, which he'd really want to get to try and survive against this Jax. Still has the CS advantage, but Jax will be building up to that Blade of the Ruin King, which we all know, if you've visited solo queue, is a very big item spike for melee laners now.
Massively so. Meanwhile, a couple of turret plates being picked up by bot Ali and Stripes. They're able to just duck themselves out of danger as Porp starts to head down. He's going to jump over the wall looking for the gank, but yet again, not really putting the damage down. Prancing Projectile will get the slow, but yet again, in the bot lane, Porp's gank leaves the bot lane feeling about as unfulfilled as anyone who's ever read a Twilight book.
Oh, God. Stephanie Meyer, why? And that's all we say about that. Another thing to say about the bot lane is the summoners they've chosen is heal and exhaust. Very defensive. It does show to what playstyle Fearless will want to go towards, and that was around the top and the mid lane using the Destiny Gate. He's going to be caught out once again in the mid lane.
We've seen this play before. Gold card is going to connect, but the damage has come through. Porp much more successful this time around, getting his second kill of the game. An assist goes into Sean F's pocket and more pressure in the mid lane. Meanwhile, they're going to turn this pressure into roaming towards potentially a Scuttle Crab, but that one already picked up by Jax and crew.
Second verse, same as the first. Twisted Fate left in a hearse. What I was talking about last time, you can walk into the event horizon and try and just walk into it, use the cleanse and walk out. Doesn't think to do that this time, perhaps thinking he was dead already. There is a lot of damage available on that Nidalee. A lot of damage available on these top laners too, as we see another one of these back and forths. Conqueror proc, but Nidalee's here.
Counter strike immediately met with the orange to cleanse. Here comes Nidalee looking for the kill. Grandmaster's Might has been used. I'm not sure that is enough to save, as we are going to see the flash away from the spear, just about saving the light of Ergs.
That was almost a flash predict from Porp there, and we can see what happens when you get ahead on the Nidalee and you get the run of the map. Even against the TF, you kind of think, well, oh, spear lands and kills!
Oh, from downtown! Absolutely great stuff coming out of Porp. That makes up for the execution earlier on.
Holy crap, that's an Olympic javelin toss right there. That is some next level. Of course, it was blind. You know that sometimes after a heavy trade, people recalled there seeking out the safety of that brush. It is not safety enough. It doesn't block spears. It doesn't drop any of these projectiles, and it will be the second death of the game for the Jax.
Porp with the flat-out prediction there as well. Worth pointing out that Dark Seal was picked up on Nidalee, so even more damage is going to be gained going into this game every time those kills and assists come through, of which we've seen a couple in just a couple of minutes from the Cabbage family jungler.
And what this means is that Magi's will eventually come, well, has the option to come through from this Nidalee if you stack up enough on that passive. If you get to those 10 stacks on the Dark Seal, when you upgrade it to the Magi's, you immediately get the speed bonus that Magi's gives you, and that can be very important for a jungler who does want to go across the map. That Herald wasn't in time to get any plates there in the mid lane. Speaking of the Nidalee, he was just shown on screen there, managed to take that Herald just below that half HP as well, with that Eye of the Herald opening up. It means that the mid lane turret doesn't fall, doesn't get any plates. It's a low value Herald from the side of Fearless.
Honestly, it was almost a very poorly positioned Herald as well, with the minions still needing to be cleared out. We saw the Herald go down to just 300 health before making its final charge. Again, we're going to see the stun and the rise, and the damage coming through from Porp is absolutely obscene. Sean F getting one kill. Here comes Edward trying to follow it up, trying to get a kill in return. Porp seems slightly stuck, and with the ultimate coming through from Lulu, that's going to be the knockup, that's going to shut down. It does go over to Lulu. Stripes getting his first of the game, but with the killer instinct in dashes the Kaiser. Has got the help of the Prancing Projectile as well, but it's not enough to pick up a kill. And now with four members alive and a Daisy opportunity here in the river. It is going to be the first dragon of the game for Fearless.
So that was a bit of an overstep there from Fallen Rain. Gets bursted out once again for the mid-jungle 2v2 of Cabbage Family, but that death buys his team the fight, and it also buys his team the second dragon and stops that early dragon take. We're going to head into this mid-game with a 3,000 gold lead still to the side of Cabbage Family, but if they can still win fights like that, the hope is absolutely not over from that. They will be able to slide into this 1-3-1 style of play with some manner of safety as well, knowing that those early dragons have not been stacked up.
With Jax there, just having to help out his team around the dragon fight. We are going to see the first turret picked up. That's Alpha Moss, able to just get himself all of that extra gold in his pocket. And you know full well that a Gangplank with loads of gold to his name is a very, very happy pirate indeed. Trinity Force already completed, Cole finished off.
Yarhar Fiddledee. Do you want a pirate? Because a pirate is not Freelo in this game. He's been doing pretty well. The Gangplank ults have been coming through thick and fast, almost managing to disengage that fight around that bot side of the river as well. He didn't choose to teleport. I think that's probably the correct decision. He managed to take that top lane turret there as well, and just looking at the gold difference there, he has himself a 2,000 gold difference over the Jax, and that will be very important because we've been talking about the 1-3-1. I haven't shut up about it. You need to stop me, Stan, because what this will mean is that the Jax probably won't be able to find comfortable 1-3-1s versus the Gangplank. You're going to have to look for the TF to come in, and once you know that the TF has to commit to that side lane to get a kill on the Gangplank, it changes the way you play around pressure because you know the Jax isn't a solo threat.
A couple of crucial items have just come through for Fearless. We've seen the Trinity Force now there on the Twisted Fate. Blade of the Rune King completed on that back for the Jax. Yes, he's not even close to the 1.5 items that we're already seeing on the Gangplank, but at least he has some relevance.
He has. I think we might have seen a slight okay, whatever. It's just a slight internet blip there from Fallen Rain. Nothing important. We did see more trading down in the bot lane as we were just flicking over the screen there. We do see the blade picked up in the top lane. I was talking about that. That might help the Jax in some regard. He's going to pick up that healthy amount of farm in the top lane. I'm just going to pan over there myself. What's interesting is, now that's good there. Jax is choosing to freeze the top lane. He says, look, I need to make myself more powerful in the 1v1. I need to get more resources, and I really want this Gangplank to step out of position if he ever goes for anything. If the Gangplank wants to break that freeze, he puts himself at risk from a Twisted Fate gank, and that is what Fearless will be playing around in the next couple of minutes.
One thing to be said for Cabbage Family is they have pretty strong CS in pretty much every lane right now. Meanwhile, the Flash being burnt out, the Twisted Fate jumps away from all of the extra damage coming in from the Hunter, throws the gold card onto the Nidalee, unable to pick up the kill. We did see the counter-strike being issued, the Blade of the Rune King for the little speed burst, and that's going to be taking down Pop on the back of a dive that went very, very wrong.
I like the thought from Cabbage Family because you see that freeze in the top lane. You see, all right, we have to go to the source of the global and stop this from getting any worse. So they try and kill the TF. They do force him out of lane, and it will mean that the mid lane turret goes down, which is pretty important. It means that you can't kind of set up this bulwark in the mid lane where TF can just wave clear there and then just roam very quickly to the top lane because the top lane outer turret has gone down. But they just force too hard in the initial play, and the Nidalee goes down. The Dark Seal stacks are gone. It's more gold over to the side of the Jax, the person we said, hey, if he gets ahead, he can really start ripping apart these long side lanes. So it's a bit of a back and forth at the end of it. I would say it's still a win for Cabbage Family because the tower goes down, but it's not nearly as clean as that.
It's true, but Fearless are definitely falling further and further behind. They're now 3,000 gold down on the back of the turrets that have fallen, on the CS advantages that are being gained by Cabbage Family. They're looking stronger right now, however, it still remains to be seen just how much we can see the Fearless come online. Second Herald is available for just under a minute. We'll see if either of these two teams decide to prioritize it with the 4 men strong from Cabbage Family on that part of the map. I think that could be exactly what they're thinking. Now Vigar's going to put Twisted Fate all sorts of trouble. He's going to land the gold cup, put good damage down. This is a very, very, very close fight. The damage comes through from Sean F, and just like that, the obliteration spell comes in. A cleanse was burned, but a kill was picked up by Sean F90.
That was a very well calculated 100-0 there from Sean F90. Comes down, shuts down the global once again. Doesn't have a teleport himself, which means this Herald fight could get messy.
It's got messy, all right. Lulu, of all people, stealing away the dragon. The little Yordle doing work in this game, running the 1-0-0 scoreline, getting a herald for the team. An absolute hero. So
note down on your pad there, 1 for the kill score, 0 then 0 for the others, and it also put another 1 for the herald kill as well. So with the herald in the inventory of the Ezreal, it means that these outer turrets, which haven't fallen for Cabbage Family yet. We've been talking about the 1-3-1. What does that normally mean? It means you're looking to split push towers down. The Herald is a very good way to do that and force the issue. We're going to see where they want to do that. Potentially, they put it into the mid lane there because it was left solo after the first Herald was used on it, but not to much avail in that one time.
That was a slightly messy play coming out of Cabbage Family. In fact, probably their messiest of the game.
I've always preferred Ronaldo. No? No? Actually, that's not true. I love Messi, by the way. But, yes. Carry on. I won't derail you again. Go on.
I don't believe you, not for a moment. We're seeing the power farm from Nidalee coming into good effect. Got a CS advantage, got the level. Haven't the level advantage as of just a moment ago. Meanwhile, this dragon has been started up. Both teams looking to contest the final chapter. Going to come through, going to connect with the roots. We see Sean F picking up the kill onto the Ezreal. Already we're seeing the Lulu ult burn, the dragon having reset as well. This is a really, really dangerous place to play. This is so many bushes on the map because of the Ocean Dragon, because of the Ivern, and it's going to be Jax with the next ball. Only going down, Killer Instinct straight into the middle of 3 units. This is going to be Greg who's looking to clean up. Sean F picks up 1 kill, forces the flash out of Ivern with the spear lands. That's going to be another one for the Vigar on the back of the event horizon, and just like that, an almost clean sweep coming in. Nidalee chasing down the Ivern, looking for one more, not going to dive on the turret this time, instead settling for the kill onto Daisy.
Oh gosh, that is not Messi or Ronaldo. That's just face planting over the football there. At what cost? Fearless. At what cost were you going to get that dragon there? You're going to lose 4 kills. You're probably going to lose yourself a Baron off this too. The scaling option of the Vigar, the Gangplank, and the Kaiser have all gotten kill participation out of that. This, with the Baron now falling, will mean that your 1-3-1 is defunct. You have to sit in a larger group to wave clear, and you have to do that versus a 6-kill Vigar, and you saw what he could do in that fight.
Recalls come through, and some big items are going to get complete on the back of that one fight. The Baron being picked up. Ezreal and Ivern will start this dragon up, but already we see there's a potential contest coming through. Zumi's being issued to Nidalee so she can just get herself closer to this target. We may well see yet another fight over this.
We might do. This would be Dragon Fight 2 Electric Boogaloo, but it's only the second dragon for both teams. I would really not want to see Fearless go for this because they need to buy time.
Fearless do go for it, do get the dragon, but it's at the life of the hero. That is Lulu. Trying to get to safety, but unable, able to do so at the last moment. No! Porp gets the kill, doesn't die in return. Tragedy for the Yordle. That's going to be Arcane Ship from Ezreal over the wall, trying to get the damage down. Low health fast to try and pick up. Jasper throwing an ultimate down, and Vigar dropping the bomb. It's going to be Sean F, who is now 7-0-5 in this game. 14 kills to 5 in favor of Cabbage Family. They've still got the Baron on all 5 members, and now they will push towards the base.
And I think it's time I channeled my my inner Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. What do you think? It doesn't matter what you think. It's the red team coming out with a huge team fight there. They get once again a chase down with the Glacial Vigar coming through. They don't get the dragon, but it doesn't matter. It wasn't Ocean Soul. It wasn't even Soul Point. It's going to be the base even cracked open for the side of Fearless now.
Inhibitor turret is going to drop Inhibitor well under fire. However, we have got the respawns coming in. This is a potential chance to fight.
TF?
Redemption is going to drop. That's going to be TF with the Destiny coming straight in and obliterating the Kaiser. Vigo will fall for the first time this game as well. And just like that, 2 quick kills are picked up by Fearless as they give themselves a little bit of a lifeline into this game.
Oh, heck. That's going to be the shutdown picked up by Ezreal as well. And the Herald has also been summoned because it was presumably the Ivern was dead or not in a position to cast that. No, sorry, it's the Ezreal who had the Herald.
Yeah, it was just about to time out. You can't summon it while dead.
And you can't summon it while dead. So just had to use the remainder of that timer there. So it's going to be very telegraphed. Herald, who will at least block some super minions in the mid lane, but it won't be any charge left there. I think what I'd really like to see from this Ezreal would be a Death Stance third. I think he desperately needs it. We've been seeing it a bit more if you've been watching the Mid-Season Cup. We've definitely seen that. Just to allow the Ezreal, who has a very strong 2-item spike, to survive and deal damage in a way that other AD carries can't. So I'd love to see that come through. It's going to be the Triforce coming second, not the Iceborne Gauntlet. Potentially another option which might have helped in that regard as well in terms of survival. But he's still a lot of gold away from a 3-item spike, which might be able to turn this game in the side of Fearless, even with this huge lead for Cabbage Family.
And part of the reason he's only just probably about to be able to complete that Trinity Force is because he's had to pay the new tax here in League of Legends. For years we've known about the Malzahar tax, needing to get the QSS. Well, now with a Yuumi in the game, it's so essential to be able to pick up things like the Executioner's Calling. That's 800 gold down the pan for the Ezreal straight away.
Oh, for sure. And you know, the Kaiser will probably have taken Legends Bloodlines as well. That lifesteal room, which gives you 10% lifesteal on each auto attack, of course. And then the Gangplank has the oranges, and the Nidalee has heals too. There is a significant amount of healing across the board. And when you see how close these kills are coming through to being registered, you can see those Grievous wounds being very impactful in these fights.
Nidalee is going to get rooted down, has Yuumi for company, however, and this is not a fight that Fearless wants to take. They've got to be so very careful here, because with that already downed inhibitor, they know that losing one more fight could very easily lose them the game. Remember, this is a best-of-1 series. That means if they are to drop this game, they are out of contention for the grand final later on, which would be a best-of-3 series.
Oh gosh, the Twin Shadows with the Glacial Augment there just allows the Spears to keep landing, and the Spears land, force Ezreal away, and force down the bot lane inhibitor turret. The base has been broken in more than 1 point, and the fight is not going to be engaged.
Gangplank is teleporting down, looking to try and get a fight on this one, trying to catch out the remaining members of Fearless as they try to run away. That's going to be the kind of barrage coming through immediately. We're going to see Jack jumping in, has Grandmaster Might, has the Ludo ult, but is still going to get absolutely eviscerated by the Vigar. Kaiser takes down the Ezreal. 2 of the main damage dealers are now gone for Fearless, and they might be about to lose their base as well. At 26 minutes, the second inhibitor falls, and the attention is turned towards the Nexus. Turret Cabbage family looking so very, very strong as they look to make their stake for a place in the final. Ivor gets absolutely popped, just about stays alive on the back of a shield from Lulu. That's not enough to keep the Nexus turrets intact. One falls down, and the push continues. Yet again, we see those Twin Shadows come through. Flashing forward is going to be the Gangplank. He doesn't get the kill, but the Nexus turret is destroyed regardless. The Nexus will be the final target. Some padding of the stats coming in as Kaiser throws down some more missiles, and that is the game. Cabbage family are victorious.
And they're victorious in 26 minutes and 38 seconds. That is a quick game. It was messy. It wasn't Ronaldo. It was all over the place. We saw fights go the way of both teams. I think that, in particular, I really want to shout out Sean F90 on the Vigar. His scoreline says it, 8-1-5, only dying the 1 time. I love the way Cabbage Family played around the Glacial Augment, using the Twin Shadows to slow people down, using the Cannon Barrage to the same degree as well to just turn fights on a dime.
It was absolutely great to watch. It's been a very, very good start to our broadcast here on the Red Bull Sphere Wars. We have still got another high-intensity semi-final coming your way, and after that, a best-of-3 series to determine who will be the grand final winner and take home all of that prize money. I'll just check my production. Are we going to a small break? At this moment, we are indeed going to take that small break, but please don't go anywhere, because like I said, more action coming your way very soon. welcome back to Sphere Wars. A New Hope are going up against IQ on Red, and we are going to see all of that action of this second semi-final in just a few moments. I'm Stanley Greyheart Parker, joined by Alex Nightmare Hapgood.
You are indeed. I always prefer the Empire Strikes Back, but New Hope are going to be here on the blue side for us now. Been looking through the last couple of games that we've got here.
Are they blue side or red side?
It looks like New Hope are going to be on blue side, and Team IQ will be on the red side, as far as I am aware from the names which I have been given in here and the match histories which I've got. And I've been looking through those match histories, and once again, we've got some contested picks here. So draft phase will be very important. Whenever teams contest certain picks and play well around them, you see big changes in power when one team gets a hold of them, and of course the other team doesn't.
Okay, we are straight into pick and ban here. We've already seen one semi-final so far. That was Cabbage Family taking down Fearless, and now they are looking to see who their opposition is going to be in the best of three final later in the night. Already, we've got to keep our eyes on exactly where the priority is going to come through. Looks like it's going to be the junglers early on, with Sejuani taken away.
Odd for Sejuani to be the one, because there are plenty of good matchups into that champion, particularly with the Nidalee and the Graves, which can just, invade her jungle and get very, very farmed off of the Sejuani, who can't really contest them early. But perhaps they don't have the confidence to pick those matchups into that champion and hold the Sejuani down until a team fighting phase comes to pass.
I'm not too sure if Mugdi is playing on an alternate account or not, but certainly from looking at the elos that we could see in the lobby, it did seem like maybe it was the lowest on the team, so perhaps this is just a case of trying to pinch the champion pool of someone to make them feel a little less comfortable playing up against some, some really high-rated players. Perhaps, however, Mugdi is more than prepared for that, as we see the Olaf counterban coming in, and that's most likely directed towards iCrill. That is, of course, providing that these teams are in LCS order, which they might not be very.
You know what? It's not actually directed towards the jungle. In both of their games so far, New Hope have played Olaf top. So 2 games of Olaf top, and it's been played by Dankin. So you would normally be very correct with that, but Olaf top occasionally comes out. They played against a Darius matchup, and in those melee versus melee matchups, Olaf eventually, if he ever gets a lead, can just run you down with that Ragnarok, and there's not really much. You have to say, yes, please, sir, I'll have another solo kill, thank you.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but the next 2 bans certainly seem to be ADC targeted, with Kai'Sa and
well, you're a bit... No, yeah.
So I get that one.
Yeah, you don't get that one. We saw the Kai'Sa last game as well. Funnily enough, I've been seeing some Kai'Sa jungle crop up, so I wasn't about to contest that one. But no, I'll give you that one. You can have your trophies, but pick and ban is mine, dear Stan. We've got the Silas ban once again as well. This has been cropping up in multiple rurals. Everything's a flex pick nowadays, apparently. Silas very strong. That Kingslayer healing for so much when you get your Conqueror fully stacked up. No one particularly likes playing against it in mid lane or top lane, and even in jungle, it's a somewhat okay pick.
Everything's a flex pick, and so is Galio, believe it or not. However,
yes,
some of the biggest potential flex picks have been left open. The Set is still there, the Syndra is there. Those 2 are both ignored, however, as we see the Jarvan as the first lock-in.
So both of these teams have played Galio, so that's actually a ban away from both teams. Maybe they didn't want to give away that pick because it's just so strong in its own right. Speaking of strong picks, Syndra's OP, man. Syndra is also another flex pick. We're going to keep harping on about it. And it's another set pick as well. Everything is flexed apart from the Jarvan. The set has been locked in, strong in lane, strong in team fight, strong in everything. The thing which I'd say about both of these teams is that they have played a lot of dive, and a lot of that has been facilitated by the Kai'Sa, which has been banned. So I'd be interested to see what these teams would do when they don't have that follow-up dive AD carry, which has that scaling attached to it.
You say that Champ Select is yours, Alex, but you can have it back once you, in one sentence, correctly predict both of the first 2 picks coming out of one of the teams. So we have the Varus locked in, of course. There's still multiple builds to this. On hit is becoming more and more popular, what with how Lethality fades away somewhat towards the end. And having something like a Karma there to empower it as well could help.
It could definitely do. I know, but the thing is, I think that poke Varus is still very viable with the Karma, because you're level 1 with all of your AD instead of your attack speed on the Varus, alongside the Karma with the Mantra Q as well, is very strong in lane. And when you've got a Syndra across from you, you know there will always be one target you can poke out come the mid and late game. If they, were to pair this up with a Corki Zoe in the mid lane, you have the double poke combo, and suddenly poke becomes one shot, and that's why poke Varus is still strong in that sense. But of course, you are right. Against the likes of Set and Gragas, if Varus escapes the initial engage, he gets to let loose with the Rage Blade, with his Blighted Quiver passive, and just do some tank killing.
thank you very much, production, who has pointed out that both of these teams are not in LCS order. So we'll get to we'll go through the actual confirmation of who's playing in which role as we get onto the Rift. I can tell you right now, the person with ADC in their name, shockingly, is an ADC.
I've never seen that before. But the thing, you know what's really good about that? So it was Fearlester who had Bot Ali, who was a mid laner. Isn't that just great?
Well, Bot Ali was the ADC. That was the Ezreal.
Oh yeah, crap, my bad. Oh yeah, okay, my bad. Yeah, I see. The reason is that for that they always line up in the same order. Oh my god. Okay, fine. Champs likes yours. I give it up. I give up my drafting.
Me because frankly I know what I'm talking about. Shen and Yuumi are both going to be banned away in the second phase. We've obviously seen one likely support already in the Karma, and as a result, the support is being pinched towards Amogdi, who is not the jungler, but is indeed the support for Team IQ.
One day I'll get it right. So we see the Diana and the Set banned away by Team IQ. Set is very important because once again it adds that extra layer of difficulty to kill the AD carry. And when we're talking about single threat comps, honestly, Varus is amongst the very best of them. Of course, they have a mid laner potentially to lock in as well, so that would be a chance to pick up some more damage for themselves. And there are plenty of split push tops available, which we've seen multiple teams pick up thus far. We saw the Jax last game, didn't end up winning. We've seen Camille and Fiora being picked up in some of the other games as well. So we could definitely see some flexes and some different changes in the way they draft for both these teams to have multiple options across the map.
No shock here as the second support is banned away by a New Hope in this phase with the Nautilus taken away from Amogdi. Now let's see just what is going to be shown. Oh, interesting. Saving potentially the support for later, but this is making me think maybe this set could be being played in support, or even the Gragas potentially, or even anything on that screen could be a support champion. God, I love this meta.
Potentially, we could see Syndra bot, Syndra mid, on top, on support, on jungle, set top, set jungle, set mid, set. It goes on. Yeah, I don't need to sit here for another.
Here's a fun fact, Alex. Here's a fun fact. You know how I was saying, ADC is definitely going to be the ADC. Yeah, it turns out that Cis Jungle, not the jungler.
And so the legend continues. We find ourselves a search for a perfect set of usernames which actually describe what position you're playing. The Mordekaiser is locked in by Cis Jungle for the top lane. Yes, probably could also be a mid lane. That's also a flex pick. Get used to it.
Now. Well, there is potential flex there because Vladimir can go into both as well.
Exactly, yeah. I think that you really don't want to... This is the problem, right? Because actually Syndra is a good matchup into both the Mordekaiser and the Vladimir here. So, particularly when you take the Electric Key, you can take some really good trades against Vladimir, which don't predicate you sticking in combat long enough for him to get a Q off on you, because you tend to stun him during that duration. So, but then again, Mordekaiser is pretty bad against the Syndra too, so I think that particularly that pick there is very impactful. That won't be a support. The Aurelia is locked in.
Aurelia is definitely locked in, so that means that we are going to be seeing either Gragas set or Ornn, most likely. Oh, nuts to it. We'll tell you what the teams are when we get into the game. We actually see them lining up in their roles. Quick question, just something that came to mind. We're talking about potentially tilting and confusing names.
Yes, I'm already tilted. Yes, sorry, go on.
Worst one I've ever had to deal with was a Renekton called Wukong. The summoner name was Wukong.
I once cast a guy called Aatrox. Well, some letters than Aatrox, and he never got to play Aatrox. He was always banned. So it was Aatrox and then just any other top laner.
Yep, always good fun to deal with. Well, here we go. Let's talk a little bit about these two teams. They've managed to get themselves through to the semi-finals. They're looking to book that place in the final against Cabbage Family, who we saw taking down Fearless. Playing for Team IQ, the Duncan Ikrill, Wild, Cis Jungle, and Blue Buff Taker.
And on the other side, in some order, it will be ADC Dioro, Imogdi, Elite Monk, Time for Revenge, and Cliché.
All right, I'm putting 2 and 2 together to attempt to make 4. Whether or not that happens or not, I'm not too sure.
No, it was 7. It was 7.
Based on what I've been told, it is going to be Syndra being played in the APC ADC role. It is going to be set as the support. Gragas is going to be our jungler. It's going to be, as I look up to my map, it's going to be the Aurelia mid and the top lane Ornn.
I think I agree with that. I think Aurelia has a decent matchup into the Vladimir as well. You know, the Syndra is not the be-all and end-all of matchups into Vladimir. And Aurelia, I mean, you've seen my smurfing solo queue when I play with you. It's fun into so many different champions. If Aurelia gets a lead, particularly with the Blade of the Ruin King build, you can actually 1v1 a Mordekaiser as well if the trade goes right and you don't get hit by the E, which gives that magic resist shred and all the other stuff. So Aurelia, if she gets ahead in this game, I mean, we've seen across the international tournaments as well recently, particularly in the PCS, VCS, if Aurelia gets ahead, she gets very, very ahead because it unlocks so many solo kill options and leads into the team fights as well. And they have plenty of team fight to back that up.
Okay, we are only moments away from being able to get onto the Rift for this second semi-final. Having looked now at the two team compositions as they are, do you have a particular favorite coming into this game?
I look at the amount of displacement on the side of Team IQ. You've got Gragas, you've got Set, you've got Ornn, you've got Aurelia, and I find it really hard to believe that this Varus is going to have a fun game. I look at that and I think you've got a Karma, but it's not like a Tom Kench. I think that there are many dive options from New Hope. I think that if ever things get messy, things go the way of Team IQ, though. So I'm probably going to give the tip of the hat to Team IQ on first inspection.
I just feel like their team comp is slightly easier to execute. It feels like there's a lot of potential things that can go wrong. However, the engage potential for New Hope is pretty strong as well. You've got the Jarvan
particularly
that's going to come in.
Particularly easy to execute to Krugs.
Always remember.
And we all always remember. And but what is New Hope if not the story of a team, a person, the underdog taking down something? And if I give my expectation to Team IQ, surely that just bolsters their story. Kill the Death Star. Do it. That's all I'm saying.
On that note, we are going to take a small break because, frankly, my brain can't deal with this anymore. However, it will be back online in time for this game. We're just going to nip through.
Would you say it's fully operational?
Get out. Come back soon.
Here's how I feel when you take me to some places that I've never been.
Sphere Wars, Sphere Wars, Sphere Wars from home. Here we go. We are into our second semi-final. It's going to be New Hope going up against Team IQ, and already we're seeing the team spreading themselves out defensively, not wanting to make any mistakes in a very crucial game.
I've been practicing saying, I think you'll find this team composition is fully operational. That was that. Was that good? Can you speak now, please, Stan?
One word for it. It's about as good as the Keystone which Set is running, in my opinion.
It's the best of all worlds. You get every different keystone available to you, and it's something you can definitely play around. If you get yourself something like a Predator to run up and run into that mid lane, you can definitely start making some big macro plays around that. Also, speaking of Predator, Gragas is back in the jungle up against the Jarvan. This means that if Duncan doesn't time his ganks very well and the lane manages to buy enough time, we could definitely see Elite Monk making some big counter gank plays.
Demacian standard drops on their head of the Forge God, who just shrugs it off and goes back to helping out Greg. It's going to be clearing out this red buff. Jarvan returning to the blue buff, so both of these junglers starting on the top side of the map. We'll be looking towards level 3 for those first ganks.
And oh God, you know, when Jarvan was first picked, I was so tempted to say that Jarvan's also a support pick as well, because the standard is actually really good building AP in that role. But I wanted to spare you that monstrosity. It won't be happening today. It is in the jungle for Dan Can. We see the level 1 burst of the Karma and alongside the Comet, the double Comet lane. Dioro is not having a fun time at this level 1.
Yeah, but it's not ideal when you're going up into the that is a Karma who's just going to poke you down and just have fun with the Mantra already picked up. One of those champions in the game that gets an ultimate from level 1, and frankly, that's just not fair.
It's pretty nasty, but then you could say the same about Nidalee or Jace or at least all the shapeshifter champions, which are thankfully gone from TFT.
They're all shapeshifters. Like, I get that on a shapeshifter. Like, you need to be able to change form, you know. Whereas Karma, not so much.
At least they don't change guns. We don't talk about that champion here. 200 years, too much for me.
Yes, no Aphelios to deal with in this one. In fact, no ADC at all for ADC Dioro. Instead, running the Syndra that is such a flexible, such a strong champion right now.
And we will have to touch on the fact it is the Poke Varus. It's Comet coming out there. We'll be expecting the lethality. Potentially some weird builds coming out, but that's what we expect. So expect the Karma into Varus to be really getting priority in this lane until we get to the later levels and the one-shot potential comes out of the bot lane of Team IQ, and they prove that they are 200, not 2 IQ.
This is a fantastic read coming in from Dankan here, noting that it is Elite Monk running the Predator, which means he's going to pop back early to get those boots. This means he's just cleared out his red buff and now comes back to lane, finding that his blue buff has already been stolen away, leading to that potential gank. The stun is going to land as we do see Aurelia trying to get to safety. Here comes Gragas with the Predator, is going to get a knock-up. Flag and Drag gets knocked up too. First blood, courtesy of the turret. Elite Monk says, can Dan can? No, Dan can't.
Oh, heck, that was such a good outplay there from Cliche. I was worried, actually, this could be the extra kill coming in here. Flash away.
Out of there. Look at the damage coming through. Had there been a Comet attached to that, it could have been the demise of ADC Dioro instead. Just sent scurrying back to the turret with only a teeny tiny bit of health.
And the only demise was that of the Demacian, and it was a very timely Aurelia W to block the physical damage of the Flag and Drag combo coming out there from Dankan. Turn around with the tower shot and the Conqueror proc on the Q there from the Aurelia. Get the heal, get the damage, get the double buffs there off of that kill.
Honestly, it was a pixel or two difference that was the difference there. Dankan, had he not stepped into turret range on the Flag and Drag, pretty sure we wouldn't have seen that first blood come through in quite that style. But that is the way things have played out. That is the game as is now going to be dealt with. A Vampiric Scepter already picked up by Aurelia.
Pixels or parsecs, it's the same when you're talking about the castle runner, the mid lane there. It's unfortunate first death for Dankan loses both of his buffs, won't have that for the rest of the clear or any other kind of ganking potential. One which would be this top lane as Time for Revenge is pushed in there. One of the things I was noting in the mid lane, actually we're going to cut out from that because Gragas is making his next insert.
Flash already from Val, trying to get away from the set, who's looking for the base breaker. Here comes Jarvan for the potential counter gang. The Flag and the Drag pretty much definitely going to get locked up as the Haymaker comes through. The shield is going to connect. There's not enough to save Mogdi. Kirill picks up one kill, but this is an absolute party in the bot lane. Aurelia has joined the fray, already looking so strong as the stun is going to connect onto Varus. The scatter the weak hits, but then the arrows are returned. Just the one kill being picked up. That was a nice return gank coming in from Dankan. Meanwhile, look at the Ornn. He's taken a huge amount of damage from Mordekaiser, able to dash himself out of safety. No level 6 for either of these champions yet, and they will have to walk away from each other.
It's a health bar trade and nothing more in the top lane, but it looked scary for Time for Revenge. This is a well-studied matchup now in the upper levels of the League of Legends scene. There are ways which both of these champions can outplay the other, but Mordekaiser, until his ultimate comes in, does tend to bully the Ornn, even with the brittle procs coming in. It's going to be another shove in from the Mordekaiser as I'm talking about that, as Time for Revenge didn't think to back off and maybe get himself some items. Oh no, Syndra.
Flashing away, the Flag and Drag does connect, but look at the damage coming through from the Jarvan. Scatter the Weak going to land onto 2 targets. Karma looking to potentially land just one more Mantra in a flame. That would be enough to get the kill. It is going to connect, and Vival takes down ADC Dioro.
So, well, one side of the map is going well for Team IQ, and that would be the mid lane in particular. The bot lane is going in the way of a new hope. There's now two deaths between the duo lane of Team IQ and that bot side, and that doesn't bode well, particularly because Syndra was not dealing well even when somewhat even in lane in the early stages. She now has to deal with not having any, not having flash and not having any gold to work with.
Mord potentially caught between a rock and a hard place here, eventually having to walk away from attempting the gank into the mid lane as Gragas was there for a bit of support. Elite Monk so far running the 0-0-1 scoreline, doing a solid job of things. Both of these junglers looking to be as impactful as possible in the early game.
And to be honest, with the minefields and asteroid fields he's been flying through in this game, might want to change his name to Elite Dangerous, really managing to circumvent his way through a lot of the dangerous territory and finding his way into the fights. Not only has he got kill participation, he's found himself with the CS advantage as well, that camp advantage. You were saying about Duncan having that good read in terms of the first clear from the Gragas, but the CS has still gone the way of the Team IQ jungler.
It is very, very true. Meanwhile, there are ultimates available now for both of these champions up in the top side of the map. Mordekaiser perhaps looking to try and take down all, unable to do so far. Vision being cleared out. Meanwhile, by the Team IQ, they are just looking to try and set up for this dragon. Aurelia seems to have no interest in staying in lane, consistently just shoving things up and then looking for the next round.
Well, you say that, but the whole thing is that it's been shoved first. The CS is still 20 in the favor of Cliche, and I'll have to mention another good 10 times before that name really comes true, because well, we've seen this many times from Aurelia, but doing it alongside the roaming is the important thing, like you were saying.
It certainly is. It's been a tough early game for the New Hope team. They are down 700 gold, having given up the first blood, and also a considerable chunk of CS, especially when you look at Cliche's numbers. Meanwhile, second red buff of the game being picked up by the Jarvan, unlikely to turn towards the opposition blue buff this time round.
Yeah, and the worry for me now is that if you take a 2v1 with the Vladimir, who is behind, and the Jarvan, who has also died as well, against this 2-0 Aurelia, who has got some extra magic resist, kind of doing the halfway house between the Blade, the Ruin King, and the Wit's End. That's what we'll expect both of those component parts in the Bilgewater and the Negatron Cloak to build towards. This means that there is a very real 1v2 opportunity with the ultimate available from Cliche in this mid lane.
Meanwhile, we have to look at when the Vladimir is potentially going to be coming online. This is a champion that plays towards the late game anyway, unless getting a massive early lead somehow. That is very much not happening this time round, and sure, it's going to be at least 4 or 5 levels before that Vladimir is even vaguely relevant.
In some ways, has managed to pick himself up some CDR, but we got to fight in this top lane.
Realm, Core of the Forge God, both being issued so far as Orm has slightly more help when they look to try and take the fight. Shield coming in, damage being put down by the Mordekaiser, flash forced out of time for revenge. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, Facebreaker is going to connect onto Vival, and it's Elite Monk who picks up this kill.
Hex Flash out of the brush for the Facebreaker is a pretty strong tool for the set, gets the kill there, and it is a turnaround for the side of Team IQ in the bot lane. Now the Karma sat at 2 deaths. Enchanter supports are very interesting. Woodid, I believe it was, had an it was Ole, one of the NA supports, had an AMA the other day saying, well, what do you think about Enchanter supports? And he said, well, as long as you keep it to about 1 or 2 deaths, very, very strong come the late game. He's now died 2 times. If we're going by his ranking, it's going to be very hard for him to go in the late game if he dies again.
Vlad still has the pool available, now going to use it, set with the showstopper available, lands the Haymaker, there's the showstopper, there's Cliche with the Vanguard's Edge, and that is a 3rd kill for the Aurelia in the mid lane.
That was so expertly timed from Mogdi there. Just like the frame the Vladimir pops his head out of the pool, he is brought right back in that head for a Facebreaker, and then the Vanguard's Edge comes down. It is at the cost of 2 ultimates and 1 flash, but this Vladimir, like you said, who is struggling for relevance until a couple of levels later, is now being put even further behind.
And let's look at the other trade that's happening. Meanwhile, the Dragon, which was an Ocean Dragon, picked up by Elite Monk. As this is happening, Jarvan turns his attention towards the Rift Herald. This one will be secured by Dankan.
It will be, so that is at least one early game objective going the way of New Hope. It's been a scrappy affair thus far, leading in a 1,000 gold lead to Team IQ. The lion's share of which will be on that Aurelia, who herself has a 1,500 gold advantage over the Vladimir and is building very happily up towards her first items.
So Alex, I was wondering about this when I saw the teleport come in there from the Mordekaiser to help out with the Rift Herald. They've actually put the Herald straight on to Cis Jungle up in the top lane. There's only 3 turret plates remaining. It is Mord who's had a lot of pushing potential up there, trying to put even more of this gold lead onto the board.
So maybe the thought is the Mordekaiser's doing well in lane. We trust in him to take the Aurelia out of a team fight, survive, or kill Cliche there, and maybe we can just snowball this Mordekaiser advantage into a team fight win when the entire composition of Team IQ comes together.
Meanwhile, the grab will yet again connect. Ornn is pretty tanky, building towards the Abyssal Mask. Is going to have safety in terms of probably not going to get killed anytime soon, but the turret, that might not be so lucky.
Potentially, no, but when you're building up towards the Leandri's completion on the Mordekaiser, your tank killing capability is very high. This, like I said, this matchup is well studied, as is the Jarvan Gragas matchup as well, as they find their way down at the bot lane. So if we look at how the Death Realm is used, potentially we could see some kills coming through.
Already looking for another potential kill. There is a pull still available for the Vladimir, who is playing with fire right now and losing. That is a real tough situation for Vlad to be in, down 23 CS, being down 3 kills, or meanwhile finding a bit of damage through from the Brittle Breath. Is just about going to be able to zone Mord away from this one. He's just going to step back, take himself away, and he's happy enough.
Playing with fire, playing with blades. This isn't just a fire juggler, it's a flaming sword juggler. Apparently in the mid lane is Cliché, taking so many auto attacks there on the Vladimir. More Brittle procs. This could definitely be a kill here for the ult procs.
Time for revenge is going to go with the call of the Forge God. However, the extra damage comes out of the Death Realm, and that's Mordekaiser, who picks up one, getting all the extra stacks. Meanwhile, Cliché does take down the Vladimir yet again. A 4th kill for the Aurelia. That's Herald popped up in the top lane. Meanwhile, look at this. This is Aurelia circling, looking for Blood. Has got the help of Elite Monk, who doesn't have the flash available. Flag and Drag goes in, flash out to try and get the safety. That's going to be a golden Gragas. Is it enough to stay alive? Damage coming out of the Aurelia, who's so low on mana. Gets
no mana.
Karma, dash away. The body bop not going to connect as the mantra Q is. That's going to be 1 kill coming in for the Karma. Is there anything left in the tank for the Gragas as he tries to stay alive? No, there is not. Duncan takes down the opposition jungler, and a messy trade in the mid lane goes in favor of New Hope.
And I wonder how much HP was taken off by the tower there. Elite Monk was so fortunate not to take aggro when stuck under the tower in the Cataclysm, because Cliché just flashed out on the Aurelia. They get the kill onto Vladimir again. That's still important, but giving those kills over towards the Jarvan and the Karma, we see the Athenes built up on the Karma, speaking of that as well, is a good stalling measure from New Hope, and it will potentially give them some more hope going into these mid-game fights, because the Karma will be so important in trying to save this Varus. Speaking of the Varus, ult goes in.
The recall, so I guess that's a little bit of a denial tactic there to just save a little bit of time, but it's actually going to keep Syndra around for another wave. Want to have a little look at the gold leads, top lane and mid. Both of them have a 2,000 gold edge in favor of one or the other. It's Mordekaiser who picked up that first turret that has a 2k advantage over the Ornn. It is the Aurelia, obviously, against the Vladimir, who has the 2,000 gold lead of their own. The Blade of the Rune King now completed.
It is. So I think that New Hope, they are now kind of willing to fight, knowing that the Mordekaiser can take care of himself. Either take the Ornn out when he channels that call of the Forge God. By the way, in case you don't know the interaction, if Ornn ults and then is Death Realm, the Ram doesn't disappear, but he can't reactivate it. It doesn't go into the Death Realm with him. Similarly, in the other way, if he is in the Death Realm and ults, and then he comes out of it, the timing works that way, he won't be able to headbutt it as well. So you will only get one part of that, so Ornn can very much deny Ornn a lot of his team fighting capability.
Meanwhile, second dragon just about to spawn. There's a consistent push being put down by Sis Jungle in the top lane. Teleport is not available, however, for him, whereas it is for the Ornn. So it feels like all the priority towards this dragon is going to be in favor of IQ.
I'd have to agree. The first dragon's already gone the way of IQ, and as I talked about last game, they might be able to stack up what is a very important early Drake stack. If you get 2 early dragons, anything more than that is a serious threat. This is going to be an Infernal Dragon next, leaving either the Mountain or the Cloud Soul to be contested. Cloud Soul will probably not be the game-ending objective. I think it's widely accepted now. It's not as important as some of the other Dragon Souls around, but it is still good stats to have, and it will not be something which New Hope will want to give over lightly.
Okay, just a little bit of a pause in what has been a fairly frantic game so far. 10 kills in our first 15 minutes. There is another Herald to be spawning fairly shortly. We'll see whether there is any kind of trade put down. It's not going to spawn at the same time that this dragon is up, however, so we won't see Jarvan able to get the same trade as last time round. Instead, has to take just a few of his own camps as he watches the Infernal be picked up free and easy by Elite Monk. Meanwhile, the second turret is going to fall for Mordekaiser, who's now going to have some alone time with the Ornn. Not going to look for potential all-in, however, even though he had Jarvan for backup.
Yeah, he's bought the candles, he's bought the nice dinner as well, but Ornn wants to get the heck out of dodge. The tower falls, and he says, I'm good. I'm good. Don't want this.
At what point, Nemo, do you have to start thinking about lane assignments, especially if you're IQ looking at this more and what it's doing in the top lane?
So now you've got 2 turrets falling in a solo lane versus the Ornn from the side of Team IQ. You really think, honestly, the Aurelia needs to start dealing with that, I think. I think you probably want to put the Syndra mid lane. I think that's probably the place to put it. It doesn't have the TP, so it has to stick in the mid lane, potentially to roam towards the burgeoning fights quicker from the middle lane rather than the side lane across the map. And what that means is that the teleport advantage of the Aurelia and the Ornn might come to bear.
We'll keep our eyes as to where these champions go. Aurelia, having just completed a recall, is going to be able to get a lot of the pieces going towards what is likely to be a wit's end. Meanwhile, that is also the recall coming out of the Ornn. Looks like they're going to return to their regular lanes. Aurelia, perhaps not. Looks to be heading south.
Okay, so that's one way to do it, you know. So the 2 the 2 turrets in the top lane are already down from the Ornn, plus the Ornn is probably not going to be pushing against this Mordekaiser the entire game. Ornn tends to be someone who wave clears the lane. A turret doesn't tend to be pushing that far, and there are a couple of matches where that can change. Whereas the Aurelia is the pushing champion. You want to put Aurelia probably down against the Vladimir still, keep him down. That's one way to do it. And the Syndra, like I said, is very good at wave clearing the mid lane. Has kept up in CS only a 10 deficit at 60 minutes. It's not the worst thing ever. Hasn't built up to the first lost chapter item just yet.
second Herald is going to be picked up, and this time it does go into the pocket of Dankan on the Jarvan, who'll have a little to roam around. It's not going to be thrown straight towards an inhibitor turret in the top lane. I think that is a wise decision coming out of New Hope. Meanwhile, Aurelia getting a bit of alone time of her own with this bot lane turret, taking down a third of the health. Nice and easy. Vladimir really just no threat whatsoever, as we see the stun connecting straight away.
Coming out.
Does take a turret shot, and a Hemoplague is going to connect as well. That's enough to zone the Aurelia away for now, as we do see the blue buff taker is just looking a little bit stronger, a little bit happier now, having hit level 11.
I actually wonder if that ult was there just to chunk out the Aurelia so she couldn't TP into a fight in this mid lane. The turret's not going to go down. Facebreaker lands.
Facebreaker, Haymaker, both connecting with Chain's Corruption. Follow up. No shield remains. That's a dash in. That's a Cataclysm. There's damage going down as Dankan takes down Mugti, flashes away. The explosive catches just with enough shot as the final turret shot hit onto Dankan. He is going to die. Septics of that kill. Call of Forge God is issued. Here comes the Death Realm as well. That's going to be Mordekaiser trying to pick off the kill. Is looking towards Cliche and finds it. That's the matchup we've been waiting for. It goes in favor of the Mordekaiser, and now all sorts of pushing potential is available. As we see this turret, not long for the world. New Hope find the fight, they find the objective.
They do indeed, and what the big thing there was the Death Realm was cast onto the Aurelia, who had no ult, and used that to start the fight, and had also used E, so none of those Q resets available to stack up with that healing on the Q, healing on the Blade of the Ruin King, and of course your passive as well, dealing a lot of damage. It meant that Sis Jungle had a very calm 1v1 versus the Aurelia. Just keep auto-attacking, keep throwing out your Qs. You just win that at that point.
And the Aurelia, who's now running that 4-2-0 scoreline, having the shutdown gold all going into Mordekaiser's pocket, means that when we look again at those goal differences, the goal difference is even more massive in favor of the Mordekaiser, who not only is 3,000 gold ahead of the Ornn, but is now also 1,000 gold ahead of the Aurelia, which is the strongest member of Team IQ.
And Aurelia is the second most fed person in this game, 7,000 gold in her pocket, or spent rather this game. And then the Mordekaiser, like you said, far above even that. So at this point, you're talking about lane assignments and where they should go. I think that is a very important question for Team IQ. What are you doing? Are you trying to make this Ornn go up against the Mordekaiser still? He's actually going to walk up to him in the top lane. This could be dangerous.
It's very, very dangerous. Grab is not going to connect. That's enough and more to just start thinking about CSing again. We've got our third Dragon of the game is going to come up. So far, there's been no contest for them. They've both been picked up by Team IQ, who have got themselves an Ocean and an Infernal. Jarvan not quite able to connect onto the set, who is exceptionally not tanky, but is getting closer and closer towards the Stoneblade.
He will be indeed. It's going to be a Cloud Rift. We talked about that. I said it could be a Cloud or a Mountain. I talked about the Cloud Rift in regards to the soul for the team of Team IQ, as they have picked up 2 dragons. But now if they're losing fights like that, you have to ask, well, can they even win the next fight of the next dragon?
Can they indeed? That question will be answered very, very soon, because it's less than a minute till that dragon spawns, and you've got to assume that the two teams are going to contest around this one. You want to deny Soul Point if you're New Hope. You want to deny any... Well, you want to give yourself potential win condition if you are Team IQ, but look at the pressure being put down by Mordekaiser on top lane. Set just being zoned away as this dragon spawns in 10 seconds. Mordekaiser with all the pushing potential in the world, with teleport available. A fight is brewing.
Fight is brewing, and the priority is to the side of New Hope. The top lane is fully pushed in. The mid lane is not really going to be going in the way of Team IQ anytime soon as well. And even Aurelia is paying some respect to the grouped members of New Hope on the bot side of the map, so won't be able to leverage her own large gold advantage over the Vladimir. And what that means is New Hope get first smack at this dragon.
That first smack at it, and that's all it will take is one smack to take down the Cloud Dragon, get all of that ultimate cooldown into the pockets of New Hope. They are looking stronger by the moment, having reversed what was a 3,000 gold, a 2,000 gold deficit to become a 3,000 gold lead for themselves.
And first smack is not even a saying, it's first swing. That's the one. I completely forgot about that. That's what happens. And they're going to take a smack at Aurelia.
They find that first smack onto Aurelia, and immediately Cliché's gonna drop down. Kirill gets that kill, second of the game. Blue have taken down Elite Monk as well. The stopwatch used beautifully by Karma to save alive, and it's going to be a 3-0 clean sweep here in the bot lane as the turret will fall as well. That was beautifully played by New Hope. They're looking closer and closer to cementing their place in the grand final later today.
And thank gosh this is a New Hope and not Spaceballs. Everything's going to plan for New Hope. It's absolutely working out for them. They managed to shut down the Fed carry of the Aurelia through a series of different fights. They've not managed to get pulled into a bad 1-3-1, mainly because this Mordekaiser is doing so well on his own. The Syndra has been irrelevant in her own way as well. No teleport to get to the fights, and didn't get anything done in the early game as well, meaning that the Karma and the Varus, with the ultimates and the pressure available to them, are just outperforming the 2v2 as well.
Well, now we have to settle things down. Baron has come onto the map. Massive gold lead in favor of New Hope. They are suddenly 5,500 in the lead, looking stronger second by second. Baron may well be the next target. You've just got to wonder at this point how well Time for Revenge and the rest of his team are going to be able to counteract that.
It might be time for Revenge of the Sith at this point. Try and bring your own guns to bear. It's not working out for this Ornn in the top lane. He doesn't have a good lane assignment like we've been saying. He hasn't got his own upgraded items yet. Honestly, Team IQ, they want to start stalling. They need to get maybe another item onto the Syndra to try and get a one-shot onto maybe the Jarvan. He's gone towards the Cinderhulk, yes, and the Black Cleaver. Doesn't have many resists right now, has the Tabi. Death Realm's cast in the top lane. We'll talk about that later.
Call to Portugal is going to come through. Knockup will be channeled. However, the damage is absolutely significant. Might not happen in the Death Realm, but it certainly happens sooner rather than later. Ornn trying to dash away, trying to just buy a little bit of time. A Jarvan joining the party as well, and it is, of course, going to be this going to lose now.
Oh, Cataclysm!
Onto two. The Flag and Drag out. He's going to leave two people in the damage radius of the Mordekaiser. The double kill will be secured as Gragas is going to die. Aurelia dies off to the Varus as well, denying a potential Penta. This Mordekaiser trying to do everything that he can to secure this game, and now that Ace is there, it's a New Hope who are storming towards the base of Team IQ. The inhibitor will be under threat. Beautiful plays from a New Hope who have really been dominant in the last 5 or 10 minutes.
Listen, oh my word, he has a 5,000 gold lead over the Ornn. This Mordekaiser has taken everything in his stride and will be striding down towards the Nexus turrets of Team IQ. They do have Death Timers up. I don't think they'll stay for the Nexus turrets, but the inhib down in that top lane, when the Baron is up, will make it very hard to get any kind of local priority on that Baron side of the map for Team IQ.
Recalls come in, items will be completed. Crucially, Time for Revenge still hasn't even hit level 13, hasn't even got the upgrades for himself, has literally just hit it. The Abyssal Mask will get upgraded. However, you can't upgrade a Bami Cinder. It can't go Forge Fire until you've got Sunfire, and that's just not even happening. And that says just how far behind the Ornn is as he hits level 13.
Exactly. He is working off of the bare minimum for a top laner now. This reminds me of the late... It reminds me of the lane swap meta for top laners, where you try and get someone else fed on the map, and then you starve out your top laner. Of course, this is not an optional starving out of the top lane of Time for Revenge. He's just been absolutely put under the truck by Team New Hope, and it's not really looking like it's going to get better anytime soon. He's managing to pick up himself maybe some farm on the bot side, but you see there, he sees the waves meeting there, and he says, I'm not sure I can even walk up to this lane, and backs off to just go towards his team in the mid lane.
Interesting lane positioning here with the Vladimir down the bottom half of the map does not have teleport available, so there could be a potential 5 versus 4 that maybe could be an entrance for Team IQ to take, but they look like they're just running scared at the moment, and instead Vlad's just going to find himself a bit of a lone time with the bot lane in a turret.
I wonder, well, yeah, so I think Ornn was there maybe as just a deterrent there, just saying, okay, we do have the numbers here. I can call out the call of the Forge God. Were there to be a flag drag Cataclysm coming in there, or a Chains of Corruption. But either way, that means that Vladimir gets the wave on the bot side. There's a fight in the mid lane once again.
Facebreaker Showstopper both onto the Mordekaiser, who immediately goes for the ultimate Haymaker. Is going to be enough to keep Saddle alive. Good damage going down with the Mordekaiser, who pops and Death Realm finds a lot of damage straight onto his head. Knockup coming out of the Ornn. Cataclysm not going to connect onto anyone this time round, and finally Aurelia getting a chance to fight, but gets taken down by Kirill. Varus getting 1 kill as Jarvan takes down the Gragas, and just like that, the gold lead is shown to be far too large. Darvin gets himself a double kill. Dan Cam taking that one all for himself, looking for a potential triple. Instead, it's going to be Vladimir who walks all the way from the bot lane to pick up a double kill of his own. And just like that, the ace, the second inhibitor turret will fall. There are already minions on the Nexus, and just like that, A New Hope find themselves in the grand final of the Red Bull Spear Wars. They will go up against Cabbage Family, and they will look to claim that prize pool all for themselves. Dominant performances from both our semi-final winner, and it has set up a grandstand best of 3 finish.
And oh my word, they do it in a timestamp as well, in under 26 minutes. And that last fight was a 4v5. That Vladimir obviously cleaned up the double kill at the end, but to win in that fashion is a scary prospect. Heading into these finals, I'm not sure I have a clear favorite now. I know Tabbage Family. I know them from the Newell. I've cast them a number of times before, but coming up with this team of A New Hope, that top lane is scary.
Well, I'm not entirely sure whether they took the opportunity or not, but both of the teams, due to this stream, will have had the chance to check out their opposition, maybe scout things out, maybe think about banning away certain champions. We'll see how that champ select plays out in game 1 of our best of 3 series very soon. It was an early lead there for Team IQ, but in the end, A New Hope struck back. Please tune in and keep around, because we're going to be back for the grand final very soon.
Running round like dollars in the wind, bending over backwards just to let you in. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the I'm sick of fighting the things that you said. I don't wanna burn all our bridges ahead. I'm tired of going to bed when you left me on red just to turn up the noise in my head. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. You were calling me a liar, 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 liar. I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the I was putting
got me burning up. You take me harder.
You got me burning up.
You take me harder.
You got me burning up.
You got me burning up.
You got me burning up. You got me burning up. You got me burning up.
You got me burning up. You take me harder.
You got me burning up. 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 Paralyze my heart. Don't wanna feel your touch like ice, tracing all my scars. Why is it hurt on the inside? It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you break me, but something about it makes us so, baby. Every piece keeps us together in the cold. I break you break me, holding our love in chains of gold. Frozen in my dream, I can't escape the thoughts of you. If I try to leave, when I'm with you I can't move. It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you
time for the moment you have all been waiting for. No, not the grand final, the Red Bull Sphere Wars. It's time for our analyst desk. Here they are to provide their excellent insight. Thor, who do you think is going to take this final between Cabbage Family and New Hope?
See, I think this might be slightly biased.
We are talking to the analysts.
My mistake.
Okay, Loki, what do you think? Interesting. So our predictions so far, Thor, as you could, I'm not sure if it was near enough to the microphone. We need to work on that, friends. He said it was going to be a 2-1 to Cabbage Family, whereas Loki went straight in with the 2-0 to Cabbage Family. They both think Cabbage Family. What do you think, Alex?
I think they were bribed with food, and I think that inherently destroys the nature of the analyst desk. I think that
that's not true because they both hate cabbage.
Point taken. I think that I am leaning towards perhaps a 2-1 to Cabbage Family. I think that Cabbage Family looked very coordinated, but I think that the top lane matchup with Sis Jungle could definitely go the way of New Hope, and I think they can definitely strike hard in one of these games, particularly if a good matchup comes through. We saw that the Olaf top bans came against him, but we've also seen that Alpha Moss has had a fantastic gangplank, so I think that this top lane in particular could end up winning New Hope one of these games.
Oh, I think there's possibility for even more than that. I honestly think this is an exceptionally balanced game. We saw the speed of which both of the teams won their last games, the way they made it to the final. And let's have a little look at that route to the final as well. Cabbage Family got here in the first round, picking up the win against Feel the Pain Esports. Then they beat the Elite. They beat Fearless in the semi-final, which we saw. New Hope in their first rounds took down the underdogs, who truly were the underdogs. Trolling E-Stars, they lost in the quarterfinal. Semi-final win against Team IQ that we just saw. That's led us to this Cabbage Family versus New Hope dream matchup for our grand final best of 3.
And what more could we hope for, right? I mean, of course, I think that the Fearless Cabbage Family match was very fun, and of course the other semi-final was definitely action-packed as well. To see both of these teams take convincing wins, it sets us up well to just determine the strength of each of these teams and the sides of the bracket as well. I'm really hoping for an even game so we can see the team fighting for us that we saw from both of these teams.
All right, we are into Champ Select, the Nidalee, which we saw Port playing earlier on, throwing one absolutely bulletproof diamond spear early on, as well as getting assassinated to one of his buffs. But that's another story. That one is going to be going away. Pantheon taken away from the opposition, as well as Yumi won't be seeing the light of day in game 1 of this series.
Okay, so that's 2 of the champions which they played in their semi-final matchup, which we covered. Notably, I think that so the Nautilus, the Kaiser, I think they're both quite important to both of these teams. I think both of them have the ability to play that dive ADC combo with some very front foot champions like the Galio in the mid lane as well. We've seen that from a couple of these teams throughout the tournament. Didn't cover it on stream, of course. It's been banned in one of the games we covered. I'm looking for dive. One of the things which is very good against dive is the gangplank that was banned.
The Olaf taken away a respect ban towards, I believe you said it was played in the top lane by Sis Jungle. Something that we just saw in the last game, popping off was the Mordecai for Sis Jungle. That was not banned away. It was also not first picked. Again, we're going to see the Jarvan coming in for Duncan.
Yep, that's one way to shore up your jungle matchup. Everything has been very good, I think. I mean, obviously, the first gank did not go well for the Jarvan in the last game. That very close 2v2 in the mid lane went the way... went against New Hope, and then they had to really fight back against a very fair Aurelia, so we'll be hoping for a bit more, maybe a reserve play from the Jarvan, not giving double buffs to Elena.
Meanwhile, the Varus is locked in, denied away from Krill, who played it in the last game. Poppy, the second lock-in, coming in for Cabbage Family, has flex potential.
It does, and the Varus has flex in build, if not in position. Can be played in the mid lane, but we don't see that so much as well. Poppy works very well into a number of different fighter top lanes because she just gets so goddamn tanky. She gets up to about 2-3 items and is very hard to move in the side lane. Arguably even tankier than Ornn, and has the ability to disengage from those fights so very well with the Keeper's Verdict. That's the one. I was trying to remember the name of the ultimate.
Sure is. Meanwhile, Leona and Callista going to get locked in here as one of our analysts makes a break for it, leaving us with just superior analyst Loki on the desk. Literally, she's on my desk.
And this is why you lose all your solo queue games. That's why. It's unfortunately.
To do with you. What? Huh?
Yeah, of course not. The Callista and Leona are worth talking about there as well from New Hope. Very different style of team composition that we saw from the last game. The Leona is heavy dive. The Callista either gives the ability to double dive with the Fate's Call, or also just bring that Leona out of harm's way to reset the fight in its own way as well. The Varus and Soraka coming in from the other side is quite passive and quite poke-oriented, does well in the late game, particularly because the Varus, like we said in the last game as well, is able to be that one threat if you go for the on-hit or the poke as well, and just buff up that AD carry to unforeseen heights.
Syndraban coming in here, taking away one of the most impactful champions in the game. And speaking of impactful, did you see Sean F90 playing the Vigar earlier today? Very
nightmare
of a respect ban. Personally, I'd say that the Mordekaiser was deserving a respect ban as well, but that's not the way that Cabbage Family see it, instead taking away the Galio.
I think Cabbage Family are putting down the gauntlet and saying, look, you've got a good top laner, so do we. We don't care about the matchup. We're going to put our bans elsewhere, and the top lane will not matter. This might come and bite them in the butt. Maybe it won't. Like I was saying, potentially Cis Jungle can take one of these crazy matchups top lane, pick up the Olaf top, something like that, and just run through it. Well, not the Olaf top, that's been banned, of course, but maybe picking up the Mordekaiser, like you were saying, worked very well in their semi-final.
Really a band away. There was a certain amount of trouble for Blue Buff Taker trying to play into that one earlier on. We saw him play the Vlad and be impactful in pretty much the last fight of the game, but until then, he'd been something of a non-entity. Now one champion is going to be shown as we see Gregors locking in for Cabbage Family, hovering over that on for an almighty period of time before bringing the Forge God onto the Rift. Now this leaves us the question, is this going to be a Poppy jungle?
I would imagine so. Poppy Jungle, I believe it had some buffs. I think it had some buffs to the Q damage against monsters. I can't quite remember. That's something I have to go look at the patch notes in our quick break between games. But Poppy Jungle has a really good ability to shut down something like Callista, who can't stop jumping around and gets grounded by that W. And there it is. What is it that you want to talk about, Stan?
Well, you said the gauntlet had been thrown down. It might even be an Iceborne gauntlet that Poppy's throwing down later. We don't know. What we do know is that if you're going to throw a gauntlet down, you better have a way of dealing with what's coming back into your face. Last game round, we saw nothing that could deal with the Mordekaiser effectively. We saw Cis Jungle take that game by
the horns, yes.
By the horns.
By the horns.
And if he takes this game by the horns, or takes the Ornn by the horns, like he did last time round, this could mean doom for Cabbage Family. They do lock in the Lucian as the last pick, and this is going to go into the mid lane. Kassadin was that final lock-in for Blue Buff Taker for A New Hope.
Okay, so early priority mid lane for the side of Cabbage Family. Lucian does very well into the Kassadin. You take the press, the attack, you can start Q, you can start E, do your auto reset, and have just a really meaty level 1 trade. Kassadin's Q, the magic shield obviously doesn't apply to Lucian. You can block the W, that's magic damage. Apart from that, it's kind of problematic. And so what you're really waiting for is a number of items and levels to come onto the Kassadin to start trying to take some of the heavier Rift Walk trades against the Lucian. But if you are really behind at CS in that point, this Lucian will be winning that matchup until very late into the game.
All right, the teams have been fully drafted. More time for of those in a moment or two. However, we'll just take a moment to say a big thank you to Red Bull Sphere. This is the Red Bull Sphere Wars Grand Final. Red Bull Sphere, for those who don't know, is a fantastic venue in the centre of London, which hopefully will be opening back up again sometime in the not too distant future, depending on how things play out with our current global situation. However, it has hosted many, many great tournaments, and now it's hosting them online as well. This is the grand final of it, with a big prize pool being played for. These two teams have drafted as well as they can to try and take game 1 in this best of 3 series to get themselves to match point. Alex, you already said you felt Cabbage Family were the favourites coming into this one. Do you stand by that looking at the draft?
I really like the Lucian into the Kassadin, but forget pod racing. Now this is team fighting on the side of New Hope. They've got a Leona, they've got a Callista, they've got a Jarvan. The Kassadin is there for late game insurance, and there are ways to deal with him immediately on entry. You've got the Poppy ult, you've got Soraka with the Silence Field and the Varus as well. I think that if New Hope survive the early game, we could look for some absolutely cataclysmic team fights to win this game for them.
And with the Jarvan there, that is certainly very much so on the cards. You are right. That being said, are you going to change your prediction of the... what did you say in the end? Was it 2-0 or 2-1 to Cabbage Family?
That's the 2-1 the Cabbage Family. I think it's still going to be... Well, I'm going to say 2-1 Cabbage Family still. I think that they'll adapt well if they think this is...
Will this be the one that you're talking about?
I think it won't be. I think that the early game is going to be really difficult for New Hope, and I think that even the Jarvan trying to jump in with the Poppy W there, it's really hard to get a clean engage, particularly if Warp is just stood on top of the Varus. And when you've got the Varus there, if you jump into the Cataclysm and the Soraka Silence Field comes down, the Jarvan cannot do anything and is a free kill because the Silence Field fills the entirety of that Cataclysm. So it's going to be really hard for clean engages to come through from the side of New Hope. And now you have confidence that Cabbage Family can peel well and win team fights.
I'm honestly very conflicted about this one going in. I think it's going to be a really interesting game to watch. Something that concerns me for New Hope is the fact that we saw them fall behind in the last game. And while they pulled back very, very strongly to finish within 26 minutes last time round, we also saw just what Cabbage Family can do with an early lead and how they can put their feet on the necks of the opposition. And if they do that again, well, this could be end of the line. Certainly game 1 of this series. That being said, it's all down to the Rift to see exactly how the action will play out as the drafts are completed. We will be coming back to that live action very shortly.
Go on myself. I'm cold steel stainless. My glass half full. Always said don't suffer no fools. Serpents, daydream. I bite, you call me lovely. Got a sweet tooth. I'm gonna get the sugar from you. When they say I'm a machine gun, I take it as a compliment. Honey, you should know I can be a weapon.
Game 1 of this best of 3 final is on to the Rift. The two teams on your blue side, we have got New Hope. They are Sis Jungle, they are Duncan, Blue Buff Taker, Icaril, and Vivild.
And on the red side, it's going to be Cabbage Family, Alpha Moss, Port, Sean F90, Gregors, and Mostly Grumpy.
It's going to be just a small trade. The Buckler not even being picked up there by the Poppy, but as a result of stepping forward, delaying any potential for Duncan to be able to clear out that ward.
And I got to say, Mostly Grumpy is he's fulfilling my internal vision, you know, my headcanon of Soraka players, where they seem very serene on the outside, but inside there's just that roiling kind of sea of emotions where they're just out there like, oh, my ADC killed himself again. Oh no, it's that gif of that deer going into a swimming pool, just jumping in there. You carry it out, jumps right back in. So Mostly Grumpy will be maybe totally grumpy by the end of this game. We'll have to see, because there are 2 AD carries to do that.
There are indeed the Lucent and the Varus both being picked up. Sean F90 had a sterling performance on Vigar earlier today. We'll be looking to do more of the same. The harass potential down onto this Kassadin could be pretty rough for Blue Buff Taker, who has had his fair share of harassment from an Aurelia earlier on.
He's taken the fleet footwork and the precision tree, which helps some of that early lane sustain, but against the press, the attack, and the ignite, the Lucian is so strong in the solo lanes. Doesn't necessarily have those mana issues, which we sometimes see from the likes of a Jace, which can try and bully out the Lucian. He can just sit there and auto-attack you down with his mobility as well from that relentless pursuit. So what I'm looking for is for Sean F90 to really control the wave well, to punish this Kassadin and take some really hard trades.
Both junglers started on the top side of the map. Poppy didn't get any kind of leash and only just completed the red buff there, whereas already 2 camps completed by the Jarvan, who's having a much easier time of starting things up.
Okay, so what this means is that the Jarvan will have first swing, not first whatever it was I was saying last game, first smack, I think it was, at the ganks. We see that the Halo Blade's coming through, and that's a flash forward from Leona in the bot side. Top lane's also fighting, though.
Look at the damage coming through, and this time Sis Jungle not getting the better of the Ornn. Alpha Moss trying to do what we couldn't see coming out of Team IQ last time round.
And this is why we say there are ways where both of these top laners can beat each other. It is a skill matchup. Particularly the Bellows Breath from the side of the Ornn is very important post level 6 mark. Excuse me, because you can escape the death run with it during the cast animation. If you're in your W, you're unstoppable. You don't get carried through to that, and you can stop that play coming through. E lands from the Mordekaiser, priority still going over to Sis Jungle. We're gonna have to see whether this really was a mistake giving this pick over.
Soraka's got to be careful here, but has got Lucian for a little bit of extra pressure as well, just gaining all those extra stacks towards the Spell Thief. I want to ask the question, you talked about the Leona burning flash, the Soraka flashed in response. Which of those two flashes is more painful to lose right now?
Oh, absolutely the Soraka's, particularly because the Halo Blades is so strong at leaping through the minion wave. You land one auto and you proc that Keystone. You get yourself the Q, the Pierce for the extra jump forward as well. There are so many ways to just chase down this Soraka. That's the champion. Yeah, you know, champion names are hard. And that means without the flash, the extra degree of safety is just not there from the support Cabbage Flamer.
Yeah, it won't be afforded to them. And at this point, we can see that safety being taken by Blue Buff Taker is coming at the cost of a lot of CS. Already down 10 to the Lucian.
He is indeed. And this is the problem, right? AD mids into Castan. Oh, man, this is the thing, right? At least managing to walk forward and trade pretty well, but the Relentless piece coming forward. And with the Corrupting Potion there, Sean F90 taking another hard trade.
Double tap after double tap after double tap. It's the Lucian who is dominating this lane at the moment. Castin having to wait till level 6 to really be a champion.
And the worst thing about that, I just had a quick look at the minion wave there. The wave is currently stacked with blue minions, meaning that this wave can just be frozen outside the red team's turret. So Sean F90, if you wanted to, would be able to just keep a freeze. And that's exactly where the Jarvans had to come mid. Looking for a gank as well, doesn't find the fly drag.
Yeah, then meanwhile, here comes Poppy for a potential counter. Not quite going to land them against the wall, however, going to block out pretty much anything that the
Oh, the auto!
Flashing away too late. That's a beautiful flash forward from Sean F. Dankan is going to get the kill onto the Lucian in return. Well, Poppy trying to duel things out. We see the fight breaking out in the bot lane. Kalista going lower and lower and lower. A Starfall rains down upon the Leona.
And the Castan goes for the hard trade, calls over his jungler to try and break the freeze, but ends up stormtrooping his way back to the Death Throne, going down for first blood to the Lucian. At least it's going to be the kill trader back over to the Jarvan, but it doesn't help the Castan, who didn't even get an assist.
I was a little bit confused on that one, so correct me if I'm wrong, but you can... Oh! Sis Jungle just doing Sis Jungle things. This is by Alpha Moss.
This is like that meme where it's like, oh man, Mordekaiser, he can't be a super tank that does damage, and Sis Jungle goes, haha, Q goes bonk.
Just
chill there on the tower.
One damage, and that was pretty crazy. Sis Jungle doing just what it did last game. We saw how that one turned out very nicely for New Hope indeed. I was asking something in response to the cast. Oh yes, the Poppy. When they put the steadfast presence up, am I right in saying you can flash out of it?
You can flash out of it. It's just if you are dashing inside it, it is stopped, and then you are grounded. So if a dash is stopped, you are grounded, and then can't flash away. And speaking of not being able to get away, we'll see what happens in top lane.
Yeah, Call of Portugal not available for Alpha Moss, who's still level 5, but actually takes the better of this trade in the Death Realm.
Okay, so no junglers with that. I'm not sure if Sis was looking for the E to land, try and pull back and get the passive active. Either way, the damage just doesn't register.
No, not going to be there, but damage certainly coming through in a big way for Sean F. He doesn't have the Flash or Ignite available anymore, but the culling will be there to throw extra damage down whenever he should want.
And that is an important thing to note, because you can't exactly cancel out the teleport there from the Ornn as well. Now the Death Realm is gone, you're going to have to get very close. Well, I mean, you can with the E, that's a complete lie. Either way, there's a teleport and an ult available from the Ornn. I know what I'm talking about, right? And that means is that we could potentially see a big play on some other area of the map from Alpha Moss.
Meanwhile, Varus trying to get some damage down. We are seeing Serrated Dirk picking up the Arcane Comet is there. So once again, it is not going to be the on-hit build rather than lethality that is going to come through the Varus. So we'll see that one falling off later on. Last time around, the Varus wasn't super crucial in picking up kills in the fight when Ikra was doing it, but that was mostly because Sis Jungle was just doing so damn much.
Exactly, yeah, and there's something to be said about, well, how do you judge someone else on a team which has had this huge carry performance? It is very difficult. Blue Buff Taker going to take another hard trade, but he will get to reset and maybe pick up himself a catalyst, picked himself a bit of armor on the last bit back to stop that early game harass of the Lucian. Still ended up in a huge CS advantage for Sean F90.
So rough for the casting. Doesn't have teleport available. He's going to be missing out on even more CS. Already down nearly 40 CS actually. Well, no, sorry, nearly 30 CS.
That one,
But,
yes.
so
Numbers are hard.
That's pretty significant either way. Meanwhile, Javan looking for potential gank while Poppy has actually started up the dragon.
Has indeed. Well, the prior from, well, the large wave. Oh, there's no flash. There is a flash. Oh, God.
Zenith Blade is going to catch. We're going to see this stun coming down onto the Soraka. However, with Poppy here having just taken the dragon, this is pretty much safe times for Greckers and mostly Grumpy, who just walk themselves out of harm's way, and they even get a Cloud Dragon on top of that as well.
They do, so first dragon stacked up, and I finally realized that the flashes had come up. I was a bit worried there for a second, like, oh, there's a flash. No, wait, there's no flash. Yes, there was indeed. Even though the Leona went forward, both of those flash timers are now back up. Nothing came of that trade. We were talking about how hard it was to judge someone's performance based off of a game where there has been a super carry in that game. I think the Varus is a strong lane. We're seeing that. The Kalista is a lane-dominant champion. Who else is there as the Lucian who's going in?
Ignite put down onto the casting. Culling has been burnt. Poppy's looking for something. The Flag and Drag is going to connect as the Jarvan comes in. We're going to see the Keeper's Verdict being issued, but the Cataclysm beautifully timed. Poppy now having to flash over the wall, just about getting to safety.
That was great from Dankan. Knows that you're unstoppable in the cast animation. The Cataclysm ignores the Keeper's Verdict, doesn't get shuffled away, and what that does mean is that the ultimate is wasted and the flash is burned from the Poppy.
Meanwhile, just the numbers that keep appearing above Alphmos's body in big blue writing say just how much damage this jungle is able to do.
You could just replace them with a lot. Next bonk, a lot, even more. Take some more damage. There's a CS advantage in the top side for not for Alphmos, CS jungle, that's the one. It's against Alphmos, and the kill there as well. And also importantly, the priority is just so in the favor of this Mordekaiser right now. It's going to be very hard for Alphmos to utilize that ability to affect the map with the Call of the Forge God.
Honestly, different game, same story for New Hope. Mid lane struggling, falling behind in CS, falling behind in kills. Top lane being absolutely dominant, picking up kills of its own. As a result, they lose out on dragons on the bottom half of the map, but they're going to pick up a Herald on the top side.
I thought the second one was about Hoth, not about Yavin. This is going much better than I thought for New Hope. The fights are definitely going in their advantage right now in laning phase, even though the game, the gold lead is in the favor of Cabbage Family, largely due to that Lucian.
Meanwhile, Poppy just trying to be careful here, not wanting to have any kind of Flag and Drag ruining her day. Meanwhile, this jungle is going to find the Jarvan coming up to the top side of the map already. 2 turret plates picked up. The Herald gets some, and that could be a very, very early first turret coming in. And it's once again going to be in favor of New Hope.
One thing which I'm questioning a little bit is the Caston and Maxton Q in this matchup. He's got 4 ranks into the queue right now. Herald has been summoned top side, there's something to note. And there's going to be a lot of plates over to the side of the Mordekaiser. Yeah, looking increasingly more like a Dark Lord of the Sith up there in the top lane. Not something to face lightly. Only Sith deal in absolutes, and he is dealing an absolute carnage with that gold lead.
I mean, you're going to enjoy your Star Wars performance.
As
we see Lucian taking a bit of a trade hit. Decides to dash forward, but here comes the Jarvan. Cataclysm is going to lock him down. Tries to flash out, throws down the culling. It's not enough. Dankan takes the kill onto Shawneth. It took him. In fact, he didn't even die a second time in his first game that we watched there in the semi-final. Already with 2 deaths to his name. It's Dankan looking very, very strong. Picking up that Bambi Cinder as well. So going to be an even tankier Jarvan later on.
Anyway, we were talking about Star Wars puns. Continue.
Yeah. So not going down the pun route on this one as much as I'd love to. There's a Zenith Blade going to connect. Raka taking a huge amount of damage. Solo left flashed away from. Meanwhile, Kalista is going to throw in the Leona once again, trying to get the damage down. Flash away from Dragons as well. All 4 summoner spells burnt by the bot lane of Cabbage Family.
Anyway, you'll eventually get to finish your point. You know the plight of a color caster now.
The great thing is I get to interrupt myself. My question is, I mean, a lot of theorists talk about, potential things that could have come in as we look towards, the sequels and even the prequels.
Sure.
How would you have felt if they had taken the ultimate play and gone for Jar Jar as the Sith Lord? You can consider that as we look at these fights. Yet again, dashing forward is going to be Shawneth. He does find the kill on the back of the Ignite being put down. Meanwhile, on the bottom half of the map, Mordekaiser comes down, finds Varus, finds the kill. Death Realm straight down onto the Soraka. Double kill comes in for Sis Jungle. He might not like Jar Jar Binks, but he certainly likes picking up free kills.
Yeah, he just teleports in and says, hello there, you are a bold one, and he just kills the support. That is mostly Grumpy, becoming increasingly more Grumpy. His AD carry died, he died, and now the gold lead has swung in the favor of New Hope. Of course, the topic of Darth Jar Jar is too powerful. You can't speak about it. There will be an interruption from the game, and therefore, I can't answer you. That's it. That's my cop-out here. I say that the game will not allow it.
I ask you one Star Wars question, I get an instant cop-out. That's just wonderful.
Yep.
Meanwhile, what is wonderful is the big CS numbers and kill numbers that we're seeing on this Mordekaiser. The last time round, there was an Aurelia threatening him. We were waiting for the duel in the Death Realm. This time round, the only thing even close is the Lucian with the 2 kills, but it's also got 2 deaths to its name. And in my eyes, there is no way that it's able to duel up against this jungle right now.
Not the Duel of the Fates in the Death Realm. You missed that one. That was a sitter, dude. That was. So anyway, speaking of the Mordekaiser, 3-0 once again. Sis Jungle is so far ahead in this game. Who is not far ahead in this game is the Castin. Picked up a very late tier. Oh god, that's another kill.
Knockup catches onto Sean, able to stay alive with a little bit of help coming in from the Soraka, dashing forward inside the Cataclysm, trying to get the kills, but not going to find it. Sis Jungle taking down the Lucian. Now we have one of the main damage dealers gone. It is the runaway time for the Varus, not able to run fast enough. Instead, going to get absolutely bopped. Meanwhile, Castin all sorts of trouble in the top side of the map. Flash forward. However, he misplays it. He might actually die underneath the turret, gets the kill first, and then falls to the turret. Bluebuff Taker picks up his first kill on the back of a interesting play in the top lane from Alpha Moss. Meanwhile, Dragon is going to be secured. That's a mountain going over to New Hope.
Chaos across the board. Somehow Mordekaiser comes out with another 2 kills to his name. I thought that actually when Jarvan went down, and as I was talking about in the pre-game, the interaction between Soraka and Jarvan, being able to silence up there, I thought at that point perhaps Cabbage Family had found themselves a winning fight, but then the Leona ult came in with a double stun. So often that stun does not hit true. This time it did. It bought so much extra time and damage for New Hope that they managed to clean up the rest of the kills unhindered.
It's not looking good in game 1 for Cabbage Family. New Hope, on the other hand,
oh no, Sean, no!
Really happy. Dash away just in time as Sean F90 escapes to live another day.
I'm getting flashbacks to Rogue One and just like the lightsaber turning on. You put a ward down in the brush and just the bzzz, and you're like, oh, I'm out of here. I'm done. I'm not doing this.
Okay, again, I will say another thing about Star Wars. That is one of the best scenes across any of the Star Wars films.
Absolutely.
Mean, they make Darth Vader feel like more of a threat in that than all of the prequels ever did.
Well, he wasn't there in.
I know he wasn't technically Darth Vader, but Anakin.
There's a reason for that, but
yes, but I'm including Anakin as Darth Vader because, shockingly, that's a true thing. Spoilers.
Oh wow, yeah. You know, there's a really good order to watch that series where you end up watching A New Hope and then you watch the prequels and then go back to there and have the spoiler really late for that. It's really fun. Anyway, coming back to spoilers, the grand final, both of these teams won their way over to here. Game's not over yet. The Castin is still very muted, although Poppy is in the Death Realm once again.
Flashing away, charging up the Keeper's Verdict, able to send the Mordekaiser a little bit of distance away, but courtesy of a nice little bit of scenery, it's not going to send the Mordekaiser far enough, and it's Icarel who's...
Oh, the Cataclysm!
Cataclysm locks down, 3 great damage coming through. That's going to be yet another Zenith Blade catching out as Lucian does manage to pick up a double kill underneath the turret. Perhaps this is just a step too far from A New Hope.
That was a huge wish to again buy more time in the team fight. These fights are not as one-sided as you think a 2,000 to 3,000 gold lead should be. It's only 15 minutes. That is a significant lead. The Lucian is doing damage in these fights, and this time it's Dankan that oversteps. The last fight I was the Leon ult, which ended buying enough time for New Hope to win that fight. This time it's the wish from Cabbage Family, and it does somewhat go their way with the shutdowns coming through.
It's turning into quite an interesting game, this one, because this has not been... Last time around, we saw New Hope take a lead and then execute very, very cleanly, finish off before 26 minutes. This time round, feels like they're pushing hard. They're looking to try and make those advantages play out their way again. They're overstepping just a touch, and with a Soraka, that's something you've got to be very careful around. That being said, Herald picked up for the second time, this one going straight into Sis Jungle's pocket.
Well, he sold it out himself, doesn't need the jungler. Speaking of the jungler, he has executed KDA 6 there, 2, 1, and 4 on the Jarvan.
At least he didn't execute like 4.
Yes, there have been many executions of some notes today. Go back and watch the earlier VODs. We have a lot of fun talking about it. The Jarvan has picked up the Bramble Vest. That's very important. Grievous Wounds now applied to anyone that auto-attacks that Jarvan, which will, of course, be something which Lucian will be looking to do. Perhaps next time, this Soraka will not be able to buy quite as much time as the previous fight.
Sometimes you go back and you look at slightly unorthodox picks and you question whether maybe it was the best idea or not. I'm doing that at the minute, looking at this Poppy for Pop. I'm just not feeling the value of it just yet.
The key thing for me is that we've seen several times the Jarvan and the Poppy in the same place, and Jarvan not be stopped out of the flag and drag combo. We saw it multiple skirmishes in the mid lane. We saw it after the Cataclysm came in to force the flash as well. Just before that, the flag and drag landed. If that's not coming through, then the Poppy's main interaction as the Jarvan is not working. And when you are behind in the game, you don't get to choose your fights, and they won't get to choose this dive on the top lane either.
Here comes the reinforcements for Mordecai.
Oh!
Not entirely sure that he needs a nice dash away from Ornn. Beautifully timing this one to be able to stay alive. The turret not quite as lucky. Meanwhile, we see Sean trying to pick up the turret in the bot lane. It's going to be against a fairly low mana casting. Who's certainly not going to be able to put out the massive burst that you might expect of a caster, but is doing just about enough to save the turret.
With the Blade of the Ruin King completed for the Lucian, very strong in the... Oh, flash forward from Maud.
Ward looking for stuff there, just not quite finding it this time around. Mostly Grumpy and Greg is keeping themselves safe. Looking at level 13 coming up for Alphamos, is coming up a lot earlier than it did for the Ornn in the last game. This is an Ornn that's kept fairly decent on CS. He's going to be having the Sunfire Cape fairly shortly too.
And we haven't quite reached the upgrade point for the Ornn yet. This Ornn is still further ahead than the Ornn in the last game. We saw not quite at the 5,000 gold left deficit in the isolated 1v1, which will mean that he will be impacting team fights. A good chance to team fight will be this Infernal Dragon. It's an Infernal Rift, which is spawned, and it will be spawning in another 10 seconds. And we'll see whether this Kalesta with the Rend objective secure will want to stack up on that early into this.
Meanwhile, Mordecai's are pushing up in the top lane. He's going to shove this wave into the turret, then complete the recall. Teleport will be available. Home guards will be activated in a little while's time. Poppy is looking for this one, trying to get the support of the team. Ornn, meanwhile, stopping the potential recall, or perhaps it was cancelled by this jungle. Either way, both top laners happy to step in the top lane. And for me, this gives a slight edge to Sean F and the rest of his team as they find themselves priority towards this dragon. I don't even think it's going to be contested. As
they're teleporting top with the Herald.
Exactly what's happened. Herald is going to be put down. Inhibitor turret is not long for the wall. Caston joins in as well. This is going to be pressure being put down for the inhibitor turret. But don't forget, that wasn't Baron that was picked up. That was Dragon, so no enhanced recalls, and just like that, the Herald will crush down onto the inhibitor, and that is going to be a huge advantage that has just been gained by New Hope. They lost a Dragon, but they gained a massive amount of pressure in the top lane. Here comes Sean, dashing down towards the Mordecai, towards the forward goal, with the potential knock is going to come in. The shield is massive, but it's not enough to keep them all alive. Sis Jungle will get shut down, his first death of the game. Flash away from Blue Buff Taker. We see the dash from Sean F, has got flash available as well, gets the double tap, gets the kill. 2-0 there, as 6-3-0 is the score line for Sean F 19.
And Blue Buff Taker overstacks his ultimate, doesn't have the mana to keep going away, run away with his ultimate, and it means that two shutdowns, well no, sorry, just the one shutdown, but the huge shutdown of the Mordekaiser goes onto the Lucian. The Lucian is the person with the pressure in the side lane, has himself probably going to be the Infinity Edge on the next back as well, so will be very, very bursty. This is a way back into the game now from Cabbage Family. The inhibitor is down in the top lane, but what that does mean is that you can still always get farm in the top lane now from the Cabbage Family. You won't have the map priority, but at least you got the golden experience from the super minions.
And at least it's in the lane that is the closest to the Baron as well. So it's not like it's the bot lane inhibitor where all of a sudden it's drawing you across the map, and at the very least you're going to have to burn a teleport. You are at least within running distance of the big purple one, which is now up on the Rift.
Yeah, so there's a bit of a long-term argument on which inhibitor is it best to lose, and it probably is going to be the top lane because you can stick there with, you know, your AD carry and stuff like that and still be in range to fight the Baron. It does impact your ability to get vision into that top side quadrant. That's relevant. It is still a bad thing to have an inhibitor down, but it's right. What you were right in what you were saying. If you take down the bot lane inhibitor, it means that the wave will always be crashing in there, and you have to have a teleport user ready and willing to go across the map in a very quick period of time.
One of the champions we've not talked a huge amount about in this game is the casting. Blue Buff Taker last time round took a while to ramp up on the Vladimir, got one big fight at the end as we see the flash from Poppy over the wall. Now going to have Hex Flash available instead. This time around, Blue Buff Taker playing the casting again, looking for the ramp up. The tier, it's still stacking on the Archangel's staff. Building towards the Zhonya's, not going towards the Rod of Ages at all. Still wondering exactly when this casting is coming online.
That's a good question. I think that once you build the Zhonyas and you have a Seraphs, you'll have the ability to at least buy a lot of time in the front line, right? You can use that stopwatch, and then who else is buying time is the Mordekaiser in that Death Realm, bringing that dedicated 1v1. It's neither of those champions, though, which is important here, though. The Kalista is stacking up on the Baron, giving that objective secure.
21 minutes on the clock. Baron has been started up and already taken down to half health. The Wrens are stacking up in a big way. Smite obviously available for Duncan. Here come the rest of Cabbage Family as they look to potentially contest this one. We're going to see the Keeper's Verdict thrown down, knocking Jarvan away from the pit. This is big for Cabbage Family. Now the fight breaks out. It is going to be the Call of Forge God leading multiple knockups. Big pullback coming in from Ikereal, looking for the knockup, but not going to find it. Death Round issued on Theon, perhaps not the target maybe that the Mordekaiser would have wanted as the Cataclysm rains down. That is going to be Sean shut down by the Callista. Now it's going to be Ornn trying to flash away. The Ren comes through. The Zenith connects. This jungle gets a kill. And with super minions crushing onto the Nexus turrets of Cabbage Family, the Baron is being started up again.
And very briefly, I thought that Cabbage Family had got the better end of that fight once the Callista was chunked out. It didn't matter though. No follow-up damage came through. No one dies on the side of New Hope, although the arrows are coming in, and it will mean hopefully a Baron secure for them, but the Varus is trying to change that.
Here comes the Hex Flash. The steal doesn't come in as the Rend is going to be enough to secure one. A kill comes in. Mordekaiser does take down the Poppy, but Caston returns that one. 4 Baron buffs will remain, and the Nexus turrets are falling.
A worthy it's a worthy contest from Pop there on the Poppy. Does get a kill, almost gets the second one, but it is pieces compared to the whole meal secured by New Hope. There, as you were saying, the Nexus turret on the top side fell down in the base of Cabbage Family as well. That's what happens when you have a side lane inhibitor down. It will uncontested take down one of those Nexus turrets. So now they have to survive a Baron push into the base with only one Nexus turret remaining.
Whew, this is a pretty intense game. I see it going the way of New Hope at the minute, but it's still a lot to play for. Let's see how they play out this Baron. But first of all, they look like they're interested in picking up their first Infernal Dragon of the game. Meanwhile, in other news, Loki, this is a P45, and basically, if this game is lost by Cabbage Family and your 2-0 prediction is wrong, you can wag your tail all you want. You're getting sacked.
Maybe someone can vouch for him. Try and
dog.
He's not feeling too good about this deal. You are altering this deal. Pray you do not alter it any further.
It's even worse because it's a she and you thought it was a he, but assuming
that
gender.
One. Sorry,
moving on. Dragon has been started up. We've seen the deep push coming in around the inhibitor turrets, and it's it's a bleak time to be the Cabbage Family right now, but they still have a chance. They have at least now got that Molten Edge completed for Lucian.
They do. Well, we're hoping for an Empire Strikes Back here instead of New Hope, and with the Molten Edge, like you were saying on the Lucian, the stats are there for their biggest carry currently online, and he got shut down early into that last team fight. Didn't end up working out. The Lucian was didn't really manage to put down that much damage, but if that... Yeah, and if that fight goes longer and the Lucian is live, with the Callista so chunked out, you can imagine that would go their way.
Forge God, Caston's up in the top lane, does have teleport available, that's going to be channeled, but not before Callista dies. Lucian this time able to pick up the kill onto the Rending one. Meanwhile, Jarvan taking so much damage, it's going to be a 2-0 in favour of the Cabbage Family. They are striking back in a big way. Their inhibitors respawned up in the top side of the map as well.
And in such a great fashion, Blue Buff Taker insists jungle. They come out of hyperspace with their teleports to try and fight that bot lane, but the fight was already over. You can't fight if the Callista is down because your consistent damage really isn't there. Even though the Mordekaiser is doing well, he is being kited at some points, but we didn't even have to see it in that fight as Dankan got caught out because of the Call of the Forge God. It's a great turnaround and more gold over to the side of this Lucian.
That being said, though, it's still a 6,000 gold lead, and there is another turret that has been picked up by New Hope. Meanwhile, it's going to be Caston just turning to the mid lane, making sure his own turret doesn't fall in any way, shape, or form.
And I just, I've been focusing on Mordekaiser being like the Darth Vader input, but Caston is basically just that. I'd completely just forgotten that. And he's got himself the Seraphs now. He's getting stronger and stronger, something very much to be aware of. Once he gets that, well, he might actually just stick on that Seeker's Arm Guard there alongside the stopwatch. It looks like actually he's building up towards that Eighth Wisp, which does, of course, build into the Lich Bane. So perhaps we're going to see a bit more burst instead of the utility because he does have the stopwatch utilization still in inventory.
Okay, going to keep our eyes on towards that build. The game goes later and later. Speaking of going later, we have just surpassed the timer at which both of these teams picked up their first game win. So this is the first time that we are broaching towards the late game, towards seeing which of these teams can play the macro the best.
Indeed. We also see the Yomu's Wraithblade picked up on Gregor's as well. That is more stats to kind of... put aside that gold difference a little bit in the favor of Cabbage Family. There are now 2 of those upgraded items, as well as the 2 items on the Ornn.
Here's the problem, Nymera. We've just seen it from that piercing arrow that went straight through Dankan, basically not even scratching the Jarvan with the Thorn Mail at this point. This is not an on-hit Varus. This is the lethality Varus that is very much so falling off.
I bet he did steal the rap. He did steal the wolf there. So who's the real winner? Honestly. Well, it'll be the person who kills the Nexus. I get that, but still, it feels good.
Yeah, whoever gets that ultimate 50 golden pocket, we'll give that one over to them. Kassadin continuing the push up in the top lane, looking to try and break into this inhib again. Rotations are very, very nice so far coming out of New Hope, but they are being counterplayed excellently so by Cabbage Family, who are keeping themselves well and alive in this game. The second Baron is going to be spawning in around about a minute and a half's time, and that's going to be the next point of contention.
It will be. And I know you were saying that, of course, the Varus just doesn't do much damage to Dankan. That is relevant. But if you do manage to get that huge W arrow onto someone like the Kassadin or the Kalista to finish them off in a CC combo, then he is still proving useful. A lot of AD carries don't have the target accessibility to reach the range of that piercing arrow. So that is what I am looking for from this Varus coming into these next team fights, particularly because he's getting closer to that last Whisper as well. You'll notice a lot of Ninja Tabi have been picked up from the side of New Hope. Everyone but the Mordekaiser, in fact. So there is armor to try and stop some of that damage, but with the last Whisper, it might not be so easy.
That's perfectly fair, but come back to me when Gregors has a kill to his name. Meanwhile, Shawnef trying to get a kill, not going to be able to get the take down the Culling, and right at last second, this jungle going to survive despite the ignite that was burning him down. The crucial 1v1 goes in favor of New Hope.
And so at the very start of that, the 25% crit chance made it look like the Lucian was absolutely going to blast that Mordekaiser, but the rest of the crits didn't come through. Mordekaiser flashes forward for the last amount of HP on the Lucian. It's a close 1v1 with the QSS, helping the Lucian escape the Death Realm, but it doesn't work in his favor in the end.
This is bad timing as well, because this is just when you're trying to secure the vision around the Baron. This is just as the Baron is going to be spawning. In fact, it will spawn at almost the exact second that the Shawnef respawns onto the map. One thing that is a positive is that this jungle did not have teleport available, so was unable to continue the push in the bot lane, instead having to turn the attention towards the Baron, which is going to be instantly started up correctly so, I believe, by New Hope. Yet again, Poppy looking for the potential steal, got close last time, but it's so hard against the Ren. Kassadin on the back, looking to flank this Poppy, looking to try and make her a non-factor. Zenith Blade is going to connect. We're going to see Poppy being zoned further and further away. Baron down to 7,000 health. Piercing arrow comes through, but doesn't connect onto anybody. Poppy's
on TP.
Very, very soon. Keeper's Verdict goes through, doesn't catch on the Jarvan this time. This is going to be Smite Fight. It's not going to go in favor of Cabbage Family though, because the Ren comes in, and yet again Kalista takes the Baron for themselves. No one is falling just yet in this fight, as the 5 members of Cabbage Family will have to turn with their tails well and truly between their legs.
That was much closer than you'd like to have it for the side of New Hope. It got down to about 400 HP after one of the smites came through, and I believe the Rend was the thing which ended up dealing the final blow to the Baron. Either way, it is a clean Baron take from New Hope. They have 5 people with it. Teleport in from the Mordekaiser.
He goes in, and with the speedy home guards does get a grab, but it's only onto the Orb, and that's not the fight the Mord wants, especially with Kalista and Jarvan picking up what is the 3rd dragon of the game for New Hope. They go on to Soul Point. They find themselves a near 10,000 gold lead.
And they find themselves 2 flashes away from the most vulnerable members of Cabbage Family as well, in the Varus and the Soraka. Watch out for that in the next fight. Neither of them have QSSs. They cannot escape the Mordekaiser. They are sitting ducks if Sis Jungle manages to find his way onto them, and getting those 2 flashes for the teleport, which was also there to allow this Mordekaiser to reset and come back onto the map with his unspec gold, is still pretty good for the side of the Mordekaiser.
I find this quite frustrating. You've got a level 17 Alpha Moss, but has only been able to give 2 upgrades to his teammates because there's just not items that are upgradable on the side of Poppy or Soraka.
Well, this is the problem with the jungle and the support role. Getting second item after your support or jungle item, it comes very late into the game. That's why we saw the Infinity Edge built after the Blade of the Ruin King from the Lucian. It gives you some very good stat upgrades. The Molten Edge has now built towards the Essence Reaver, which we typically see second out of that Lucian. 3 items now with a 50% crit chance and a huge amount of AD. Sean F90 is in a very good position to deal damage in these team fights.
One thing it feels like we haven't touched on massively is the fact that up against this full AD team with the armor stacking coming in from New Hope, they're looking stronger and stronger as the Call of Forge God comes through. This could be a last stand for the Cabbage Family as we see a massive bot onto the Soraka. She runs away from the Death Realm, is going to be able to survive for now. Meanwhile, Mordekaiser is absolutely massive, and Kassadin's taken an inhibitor in the top lane. Here comes the Culling going through the back of multiple targets. The pullback is going to land Flag and Drag, dashed away from by the Lucian, who lands a double tap in return. This is just so bad for the Cabbage Family. They are being forced down in so many ways. And this Kassadin that's running the 2-4-3 scoreline wants to pad those stats, wants to find some kills of his own. Now he is well and truly online with the Lich Bane completed as well. Ornn goes in, but he is going to survive for not very long. Sort of Icaril has his way through it. Cataclysm locks down pretty much everybody, and another kill comes in as Kassadin finds himself too, just like I said he wanted. He finds a triple kill. Only the Poppy remains. The final Nexus turret will fall. It will be GG coming out in chat as 1-0 is the scoreline to New Hope against Cabbage Family.
We asked the story at the start of the game, was it worth burning the Mordekaiser? Conclusively, yes, it is. You banned that thing away from them in Game 2 if you are the side of Cabbage Family. That was a huge, huge game out of Sis Jungle.
Guys, see that? That's the face of an analyst who has just been sacked. Loki, thank you for your service. Thank you for your service. You're no longer required. Thor, you have a chance to redeem yourself. Alex, you have a chance to redeem yourself.
Hey, I said one of the games would be top diff. I'm doing right so far. For now, it could change at some point in the future. I think that Cabbage Family will have to move away from this and adapt to the next draft. At least they showed some good team fighting, and some, particularly from Sean F90, a good laning phase too.
Okay, going in to our next game, which will come shortly after this break, I have a quick game of Hangman, which I need to be completed by the Cabbage Family players. It is blank AN blank ORDEKAISER. Work on that one in the break. We'll be back.
you, I do need you. I love you, I do need you.
I know you have been on tenterhooks trying to work out our countdown conundrum from before the break. I can reveal we're just missing the letter B. It is Ban Borderkaiser. Sorry, what? It was the letter M. Oh, sorry, it was Man Mordekaiser. Wait, what? Oh, one of each. I'm sorry. Man Borderkaiser. That is
Stop.
That's
Stop.
That's
Stop.
all the Cabbage family need to do in game number 2 of the series to bounce back, surely.
It's definitely something up there. It felt like, honestly, it felt like Sis Jungle turned the game into a horror survival game. You know, the Mordekaiser is somewhere out there, and you really don't want to run into him. We even saw, you know, in that last couple of minutes of the game, teleport in, take 2 flashes, take some names to himself, and say, okay, right, next time, you're going to flash. Let's have some fun with that. Locks up the Soraka, and that ends up kind of being the team fight, which eventually rolls into taking the base from the side of New Hope.
New Hope taking the 1-0 lead in this best of 3 series that will decide the champions of the Red Bull Sphere Wars. Things looking very good for them. However, Cabbage family, they had a dominant showing in the semi-final. Certainly wasn't all bad. It's the best showing we've seen anyone put up against New Hope so far. I think that they can bounce back, and based on your 2-1 prediction in their favor, I think you do as well.
I think that they really need to get a priority top lane matchup, or one which isn't so heavily priority to the side of New Hope, because that Mordekaiser was pushing the entire game. No one could stop him. They didn't really send a lot of people to shut him down. The Ornn didn't. It had some good team fights, but it just wasn't worth the discrepancy in the side laning presence between the two teams. Even when they had a Fed Lucian, they couldn't match that.
Yeah, I know I keep going on about it, but this takes me
Star
back.
Wars? What?
No, that's you, not me. But this takes me back to Worlds Finals, watching G2 going up against FPX, and I'm turning to the guy on my right who's an academy player for one of the teams, and I'm literally saying expletive ban Tianzi Sin, like going into game 2, going into game 3, and they never did it, and it just kept coming back to bite them. And I honestly feel the same will happen here if the respect is not shown to Sis Jungle. The Olaf is respecting itself, yes, but we've just watched 2 fantastic performances on board, and it's got to go.
Yeah, I agree. I do understand the mindset against that philosophy, though, because you are already banning some priority champions. The Olaf is one of them, right? He won the first 2 games on that champion, on the top Olaf, and that's a matchup which people don't necessarily understand as well, because it's not as prevalent a champion. So there is that thought in the back of your head, just saying, look, we know that he's good at the Mordekaiser, but what if we let through something even worse from what we've already been banning?
I mean, it's entirely possible. Maybe something comes out. I like what they tried to do last time around, showing the Poppy early on, making the opposition maybe think that this is going to be a Poppy top. Maybe that'll scare off the Mordekaiser in some way. Obviously, it ends up being Poppy jungle, and it ends up being the Ornn match that we saw in the semi-final again. We definitely know that doesn't work. I don't see that again. What I do like here, however, with Nidalee already banned away, is the Graves being picked up. One of the best power farming early impact junglers.
I very much like that, particularly because of the propensity of mostly Grumpy to play the Enchanter supports. And when you play an Enchanter support with a damaged jungler, it is another target for you to just put all your dice on, not put all your cards, all your dice, all your whatever you do when you're gambling.
Whatever Twisted Fate's using at the
whatever
time.
thing you do, yeah, to put it on the jungler as well as your ADC or other carry solo laners. The Graves is so good at outputting damage from the jungle like no other champion. So if you pick up something like the Soraka again, it's something worth keeping alive.
Speaking of junglers, however, Duncan's going to find a lot of comfort
Once
here, getting a 3rd game in a row on the Jarvan, which itself has been very, very problematic for its opposition. The Cataclysms have been on point. The Kai'Sa is going to be the lock-in alongside of it.
And this time we have a bit more dive to the side of New Hope, who of course chosen the red side, but what is also good against the dive, we saw it in their semi-final match, which we covered, the Vigar. And with the Vigar on the Poppy, I'm looking for some of those charges to put an enemy into that stun.
Yeah, if you can get the charge into the event horizon, that's pretty great. Got to raise the question of where the Poppy is going to end up. Of course, could technically be in the support role. Seems quite likely to be going up into the top lane with the Graves already picked up.
Unless it's a support Vigar, Graves mid, or a Graves top. There are various flexes of limited variability.
In the world of flexes at the moment.
Yeah.
Nautilus himself a flex, as Doinby has showed us many times, is almost certain to be the support to go alongside the Kai'Sa. Now the second phase of bans to come through. Will the Mord be one of them? The Kassadin already respectfully banned away. Perhaps might even see the Vlad banned away, which we saw out of Blue Buff Taker as well.
Potentially. I would really like to see the Mordekaiser banned right now.
So much. I can't talk about it enough. Actually, I can. I'm going to stop now.
You can talk more. We've already made the point.
If it gets locked in.
Good stuff, yeah. And of course, the Nautilus locked in alongside the Kai'Sa. It is a very strong lane. Every time you apply CC to an opponent, you apply a stack of Kai'Sa's Plasma. And what that means is that with the roots and the hook available from level 1, even from the Nautilus, the Kai'Sa can get her passive off so easy in that lane. It is high burst, it is high kill pressure. I would like to see what Cabbage Family thinks they have in stock which can survive that lane. It's banned! They did it! They listened! They have learned! They have learned from us.
Cabbage Family have given us something to live for.
They've given us a new hope!
Something new on New Hope's top lane. Assist Jungle will have to show what he is made of. Orianna locked in for Blue Buff Taker. We'll see exactly what is going to be picking up very soon. However, will get the counter pick potential. Most likely to be into the Poppy, but the next two picks should show us everything we need to know. As a Corki's been holding for a very long time, making me think that this is going to be the ADC role Vigar.
It could also be the Vigar support, but it probably will be down in that lane because the Corki is only really good in the mid lane. Admittedly, I did see a Corki top in a tournament recently, but that was a very strange circumstance. But there will be a chance to flex once more with this final pick. Just try and psych out the side of New Hope, shift around where they think they're going to have their pressure lanes. It's also likely to be a Poppy support or a Poppy top lane. There are so many options, and the Wukong can also go between mid, top, and jungle, so we'll have to see what happens with the final switches of champions going in the end of this.
Right, prediction time. I'm going to say Wukong top, Graves jungle, Corki mid, Vigar ADC APC, Poppy support. What do you think?
I think that is correct. I think Graves is strongest in the jungle. I think that Vigar Poppy have that innate synergy between their E's, you know, the charge and the CC field, and then the Corki is very strong in the mid lane versus the Corki. The set's been locked in. This opens up. Yeah, the boss is here, most likely going to be up in that top lane. We have ourselves a lot of team fight once again. Yeah. And that's all we're going to say about that. There is so much team fight.
I call shenanigans because this is absolutely going to be something to watch. We've got 35 seconds left to see all of the various swaps coming through. Currently, mostly Grumpy hovering on the Poppy, getting another Yordle after the Lulu that we saw earlier on. And I like this draft that is coming out, especially from New Hope. It feels similar to previous drafts, while still even building on that as well, considering they've had the Mordekaiser stripped away from them.
I think that Set versus Wukong is another somewhat skill matchup. I feel like the Wukong, well, I mean, Wukong is such high presence within the LPL and a pick and ban rate, but Set has been world renowned as this flex pick, which is strong in lane and strong in team fights, amongst everything else, really. This time you've got it alongside an Orianna for the extra team fight. The Jarvan was already there from the last game. We have the Jarvan Orianna combo. You can also do that with the Set. The Nautilus is also not an awful ball carrier if you're aiming for the single target. I like the options New Hope have. Potentially we can see a bit more out of Blue Buff Taker this game instead of waiting for him to ramp up the Kassadin. And he's done very well at the end of both games we've seen from him. This gives him more agency earlier into the game.
Blue Buff Taker has kind of been acting a bit like a pinata for the early game of the two games that we've watched so far, taking a bit of a beating and only breaking open a couple of times in the last game. However, has come online in both of those games near the end. Now, as you say, with a champion that is going to ramp up a little bit quicker and even provide more team fight potential, I really want to see what Blue Buff Taker can do, especially as it's possible some of the onus has now been taken off Sis Jungle as not on that comfort pick.
And that can be a problem sometimes when you're changing the actual role of your player in a team. When you're saying, okay, you're probably not going to be the solo carry. Set has that ability to some extent. We have seen the ridiculous damage a Haymaker can do in team fights, particularly when you're very far ahead. You take yourself the Conqueror, you go towards a Triforce and or other items like that, and you just end up blowing open some of these team fights. You have the Jarvan to help you with that. You have the Orianna to help you with that. Kai'Sa is a scaling option, and Nautilus is set up. So yes, I think you're right. The onus is not necessarily on Sis Jungle to just top difference the game, and then I think this might change the role these players are playing, and that changes the communication. It changes a lot of different stuff. Gonna have to see something new from A New Hope.
And also iKrill as well. Got to see whether or not they can start to make some plays. One person who has got their hands back on their same champion is going to be Darkin, who has had 2 great games of the Jarvan so far. Looking for more of the same. Looking for Cabbage Family to bounce back. Our analysts all predicted the Cabbage Family win. 2 of them in a 2-1 victory. And if that's to happen, they must pick up this victory here to continue having any chance of picking up a victory in the best of 3 here from the Red Bull Sphere Wars.
They will do indeed, and I feel like, in particular, an important pick is that Veigar again. It's not going to be in the hands of Sean F90. He was very good on that pick. A huge KDA, huge solo kills as well, but it sets up so well onto people that are out of position. And when you go the Glacial build with your Twin Shadows and your GLP, you can punish people very, very hard. New Hope, I thought that they were very good at playing around the map in terms of knowing which lanes were doing well and prioritizing them. They haven't always been in position. I think in particular, Dankan is occasionally over-engaged. If you do that into a Veigar and you don't find the perfect engage and you get blown up, that's just a free pick.
Yeah, if you weren't around for the semi-finals earlier on, take the opportunity later on to go back and watch that VOD to see just what it was that Sean was able to do on the Veigar. Not going to be playing it this time round, however, that's been popped onto Gregor's, and if he's able to pop off in the same way that we saw earlier on, this could be very easily going to a deciding game. We'll find that out very, very shortly, because we'll bring you all the action from the Rift in the second game of the final right after this break. It's time for game 2 of what has so far been an excellent series in this best of 3 final. Red Bull Sphere Wars being brought to you here on twitch.tv/Anul. Once again, I'm Stanley Greyheart Barker, and what potentially could be for the final time today, being joined by Alex Nymera Hapgood as we're seeing this 5-man invade coming in.
We do. It's the stack with the Nautilus level 1, a very strong level 1 champion. We've talked about that a bit in regards to the Kai'Sa synergy, but it's very good in the invades. It will mean an early ward put down from the side of New Hope, who are on the red side, to scout out this jungle path. When you have yourself a Graves matchup, you really want to know where he's headed on the map because he's so strong in the early game.
Advantages being found. I do expect to see Graves going to that red buff, which, as we said, is warded out. Meanwhile, however, the Cabbage family did manage to find themselves a ward towards the red buff of the opposition as well. So they will be spotting out Set and Jarvan right now.
I love to see these early wards and how junglers play around it, particularly if they do something a little bit more involved instead of their standard jungle path. We see actually Sean F90 starting with a ward here, and he's going to clear it out on the red buff. So technically, this could be an unscouted start now from the side of Cabbage family, and whether New Hope will play around that knowledge.
Honestly, this is really, really interesting because we're seeing Poppy and Vigar walk into lane, not helping with Alicia at all. So this will very much give the feel that Graves didn't start at that camp. That being said, the very fact that they bothered to sweep that ward out maybe gives the feel that it does.
Yeah, that's the whole thing, right? You can play the mind games and we can see who's won out on that when it comes down to the first ganks and the first contest between the junglers. Speaking of that, Jarvan is going to walk over the blue side and walk into potentially for a mid lane gank here, but he's not going to find anything because the Corki is played very far back.
And also he walked straight over a ward on the way out from that red buff, so there was pretty much no chance of him being able to do anything. He's going to start up his blue buff while pings go out from the Corki, suggesting that perhaps he's staying on the other side of the map. So that awareness as to where the Jarvan went after walking over that ward definitely is not right now with Cabbage Family.
No, it is not. And I have to say, when I cast, if you listen to me cast at all, I'll often talk about how the mid lane is positioned. I think Sean F90 in those very first couple of minutes was very good at doing the positioning his wave towards his own tower and make sure he wasn't at prey from this Jarvan, which means the Graves can go and have a poke into the enemy jungle and see if there's anything up.
Honestly, this decision-making from Jarvan has just come in absolutely massive for New Hope. Can't stress this enough because Graves spending a lot of time walking a long route round to try and contest the blue buff, thinking that maybe Jarvan hadn't made it there yet. However, he wasn't where that ping had gone out earlier that I directed us towards. As a result, Jarvan finishes off the blue buff just as Graves arrives. This leads to an advantage for Duncan.
However, the mid lane and the bot lane for Cabbage Family are currently at their towers. There's no ganking options. All this is pressure. Jarvan works his way over to the Wolf camp, maybe going up towards the top lane after that camp as well, where there could be a potential gank coming in from the Graves because this jungle has once again found early game priority into Alpha Moss.
Straight away, Set walking down the river is going to find this this vision, but not going to be able to trigger it before the Graves gets to himself. However, he's going to know exactly what is going on. Jarvan, meanwhile, securing the first scuttle crab.
Oh, that was a really nice W there from Mostly Grumpy. You can, technically the Nautilus Q, when it connects, he counts as having dashed, so it does stop that. It doesn't stop you from being pulled towards him slightly, but it's an interesting interaction, which can potentially help stop that Nautilus passive auto attack come through to follow up with that extra CC.
Level 3 is hit by both of the bot lane duos, so we'll start looking towards those event horizons being put down and towards the charge coming out of the Poppy.
Yeah. Also an important interaction, one thing which I'll point out right now, Kai'Sa ultimate counts as a dash. It's not a blink. If you go through that as the Kai'Sa, you will be stunned and grounded in place. It is important to note that.
Seeing it over and over again, these connections from the Dredge line being met by Mostly Grumpy with that steadfast presence. Meanwhile, however, we're looking towards the damage that's going to be got on the evil power of the Vigar. Already seeing a few of these spells connecting quite nicely and making life a little bit tough for the bot lane opposition. Meanwhile, in comes this first potential gank with Graves coming straight into Cis Jungle and going, you know what, just going to shred through a little bit of your health bar, but with the turret shot hitting Alpha Moss, he actually gets the worst of the trade.
I think what happened there was Alpha Moss was afraid that once again the lane position was not in his favor. We talked about Sean doing well in the early couple of minutes of the game against the Jarvan for that. Wukong uses the Graves on his side of the map to help push out the wave, get himself a free recall, and come back to lane without getting ganked.
Speaking of free recalls, Ikarill opting into the tier first of all, so has backed off, picked up that item. It's going to mean the scale up is there, but the damage is definitely going to be missing for the Kai'Sa early on.
It will be, but this is the trough you find yourself in when you play the Mana Moon Muramana carries in like the Corki goes towards that nowadays. Build himself up the cull as well. So we'll see that same trough in the mid lane of the Cabbage Family. But what it will mean is that the late game Kai'Sa Q with all of those single target rockets will absolutely hit like a truck.
Absolutely will. Orianna is interesting to see on blue buff tech because it's very different to the style of champion we've seen so far today, and this is pretty much the highest early CS that we've seen from that summoner. Definitely having a nicer time than previously on those scaling champions like the Castin and the Vladimir, and not having his own lane being dictated by Sean.
Well, this is the thing about stuff like the Cassiopeia and the Orianna. They have a better laning phase sometimes than something like the Castin. Although Castin in solo queue, if you pick it up into the right matchup, does have an easy time. The problem was it was a Lucian and AD carry with a very strong early laning phase, who's actually picked into some of the strongest laners and comes out on top as well. But this Orianna, like you were saying, doing pretty well in the isolated 1v1 right now.
Placebreaker getting a bit of damage onto the Wukong. This is pretty much the longest we've had to wait for a first blood through any of our games today across the semi-finals and the final. Jarvan looking towards starting this dragon up.
Will do. And speaking of, waiting, I think both teams are waiting for certain item spikes, certain combos to come available with the ultimates. Of course, there's the Cataclysm Shockwave from the side of New Hope, but it's not like Cabbage Family don't have that as well with the Cyclone from the Wukong, that double cast now as well. Speaking of Team Cabbage Family and their Wombo, there's, of course, the collateral damage from the Graves as well, who just steals away that Scuttle Crab on the top side. I do want to dive a little bit further into the Graves, just because of his burst follow-up from that ability will be so strong in this game.
I like that from Pop quite a lot there, knowing that Zed had been cheeky once, taken away a Scuttle Crab earlier on while Jarvan picked one up on the bottom half of the map. This time, realising that there were shenanigans going on around the Dragon, which was a cloud, picked up by New Hope. He goes, you know what, I'm not letting Set steal this one away. And despite a little bit of help from Orianna, it was the Graves who secures this one with the smite.
Yes, an important thing to note, it is not Sis Jungle with the CS advantage in the top lane right now. It's actually gone over to the Wukong. This is seemingly a better matchup for the side of Cabbage Family. I was talking pre-game, pre-series about how Sis Jungle could very much be the solo carry that New Hope could very much crutch around to try and get themselves a win here, and we'll have to see if they can play from a disadvantage in that top lane.
Meanwhile, good damage being put down by Blue Buff Taker, just harassing out Shawneth at every opportunity, trying to deny as much of the CS as possible. But Corki, not struggling too much into this one, has picked up the pickaxe early rather than the tear.
Yeah, I guess it helps him a little bit in some of the trading. And again, I keep talking about it, priority. When you've got a Jarvan, when you've got a Graves, who have the ability to impact through CC or damage, it is important to know that you can get mid lane priority if you so need it.
I'm looking towards a potential shockwave, but instead we are going to see Blue Buff Taker having to dash away as Graves comes in for a first attempt at the gank towards mid lane.
Timely phase rush means that the smoke screen doesn't really do much there. Once again, we see Graves, we see Pop come in for a bit of a pressure gank, at least clear out the way for one of his solo laners to make sure they get a free recall. I like that presence mind. Not many junglers think to do that.
And it was really good timing on the gank as well, because Shawneth 90 was in danger of potentially finding himself a shockwave closer to being giving away first blood.
Yeah, and he had next no HP, like you were saying, had himself no mana as well, and no TP for that free reset, so we wanted to do it when there was a cannon wave coming into the lane, and yeah, so well-timed from the side of Cabbage Family in all regards.
Yeah, I'm liking this from the Wukong picking up as much CS as possible, only taking a little bit of damage from the Haymaker rather than true damage from standing in the center of that strike, keeping just about up on CS, but given that there was a pretty big discrepancy earlier, pretty well. Package comes in for Corki, throwing down the big one, trying to get the damage onto the Orianna, who does not have a barrier. Remember, opted for the teleport instead. Valkyrie away at the end. It's not going to be the kill picked up. Graves lurking on the side, does have collateral damage available. Will look to try and cancel the recall and pick up the kill. Is just going to stop Orianna from backing. Collateral damage comes in, but I believe it was flashed away from Orianna.
I believe so. Just watching the minimaps happen as the auto observer didn't quite catch that. This is one of the things I was talking about with the Graves. It's in this isolated scenario, it is about the finishing the kills, but it's so important just in terms of the long-range burst follow-up that you can have from this jungler. He's so strong with other burst champions like the Corki on 2-3 items. We'll see if he can do anything to the top lane though.
Luka throws down the Bilgewater Cutlass already. The shield has been negated. Flash from Set, flash over the wall, and the Cyclone from Wukong is enough for Alphamos to pick up the first blood of this game.
And who would have thought it would have been first blood to the other top laner, the one that kind of was on the worst end of this the trade of top laners. In the last game, it goes up to Alphamos on the Wukong, priority top lane pick across so many regions in the world, and it might buy his team a Herald.
Can have smite. Pop does not, and as a result, the scuttle is picked up by the Jarvan. Dash out of the Cataclysm from Pop, able to get to safety despite the ultimate being used from Jarvan.
Indeed, and the phase rush, of course, on the Graves very much helps there. We saw that it helped on the Orianna in the mid lane, just helps you buy that extra bit of space, which you might need to get yourself away from one of the worst impending scenarios in this game. It also means, particularly for the Graves, you don't have to get yourself a Black Cleaver if you want follow-up. You can go towards some straight lethality, but if you team it up with a Black Cleaver, you get that double movement speed bonus.
While all 10 neutral objectives belong to our team, who are currently 1-0 in this series. That is New Hope. They find themselves the Herald. They'll be able to pop that down, get themselves yet more of the turret plates, already having got one in both the bot lane and the mid lane.
Will do. And A New Hope will, if they are hoping this is the final episode in the series, they're hoping that it will be Return of the Jedi and won't go to another game to prevent a revenge of the Sith on the blue side. It's going to be a gank in the top lane.
Return of the Jedi, return of the ganking junglers. Here comes Graves. The Hazemaker won't come in for Sis Jungler, and it's going to be Alphamos getting a second kill, getting a bit of revenge for what happened in the last game. Dredge line just about stopped by the Steadfast Presence being put down. Event Horizon has been issued, and the stun is going to connect onto the Nautilus. Here comes the Orianna, has the shockwave available, instantly uses his pull the Vigar back with a nice flash from Poppy, saves her life, flash from the Vigar as well, and no kills picked up, but key summoners burnt in the bot lane.
Very key flashes there from the bot lane of Cabbage Family. The Keeper's Verdict didn't end up disengaging the way that they wanted to. What this will mean is a wave will crash into turret down here, but with the Corki coming in and a teleport from the Vigar, this could still be a defended turret. Could still be dangerous, though.
This could well be a 4 out of 4. Event Horizon absolutely perfect. Shortnef gets the kill onto Duncan, gets a kill onto the Kai'Sa, as well as Ikrill bites the dust. The completed recall is just in time for Blue Buff Takers to survive. However, the rest of the team really not so lucky. It was just Vivaldi who was left positively livid on the end of that.
What a huge Vigar E. Double stun and traps the Kai'Sa under turret. It's going to be the Kai'Sa and the Jarvan coming down, meaning there will be zero chance of a contest for the second dragon spawning. The first was a Cloud Dragon taken by New Hope. The second is an Infernal Dragon going over to the huge damage side of Cabbage Family, and it will be a Mountain Rift at stake.
And it is an absolute mountain of gold that both teams are playing for as well. A great prize pool for the winner of this best of 3, provided by Red Bull here, coming from the Red Bull Sphere Wars event. This is a really, really tense game. I mean, it feels very much so like we could be heading towards 1-1, like our own little version of Silver Scrapes, and the Cyclone coming in from Wukong with yet more damage showstopper just to try and get set to safety, but that is not happening anytime soon. Wukong is rampaging. He's got 100 CS, he's got 3 kills, and he has got Sis Jungle's number.
And he's absolutely won off this matchup. You're absolutely right. He's gotten himself the win in this mental game here in the top lane. In fact, it was the set using the showstopper onto the Wukong clone. A clutch play out of Alphamos to get himself another kill, buy himself the first turret top lane, it looks like, as well, with no teleports to being committed to respond to that. This Wukong is very far ahead now.
So insanely far ahead with 300 gold shut down on his head. Were someone able to pick it up, but it doesn't look like we're any closer to that right now. First turret goes down. We're going to be looking towards this recall and exactly what other items the Wukong can pick up. Already completing the Blade of the Rune King, and look at the teeny tiny pieces of it that Set has right now. That is a difference and a half.
It absolutely is. Also worth noting, solo kills are a lot of XP now. He is currently about half a level to a full level over the set. That will stick throughout the game unless he misses a lot of waves in there. XP is very hard to recoup in the current meta game, and that will be very important because he's getting very close to the second level of his ultimate too.
It's not a nice time to be Sis Jungle right now. He's finding himself on the back foot pretty much for the first time in any of today's games. Having the Mordekaiser taken away from him turns out to have been a good idea.
Man, Mordekaiser, they listened. They decoded the code. They did it. Congrats.
I feel like I've helped on the teams too much. I need to think of something that, if this game does go to 1-1, can help a New Hope out a little bit.
I think it still does stem from that top lane in terms of priority matchups. I think potentially early locking a matchup and then banning out some of these other matchups could have helped them coming into the later games. But that's something we'll have to see if it's going to be Cabbage Family coming away with the win. It is a sizable gold advantage for them, but it is by no means done and dusted. It's only 1 dragon apiece, and there's many team fights to be had, dear Stan.
I just love watching Graves clearing out control wards. It's one of the saddest things in League of Legends.
Why do you think he goes for Humble Glaive? It's not actually because of the lethality. It's because it makes him clear wards finally.
Again, Steadfast Presence comes up just to deny any push coming in. Again, the Event Horizon put down around 2. Flash out of it by the Kai'Sa. Going golden is the Nautilus. He doesn't have a flash to his name to try and escape. Graves chasing down the Kai'Sa, looking for the kill. Is going to find it with the collateral damage. Meanwhile, Fourth having killed off Ikrill, we see the stopwatch being used by Poppy trying to stay alive. He's not going to be able to survive much longer, or is he?
Oh!
3 kills come in, and it is currently an 8-0 kill scoreline in favor of Cabbage Family. They don't even lose Mostly Grumpy, who's mostly happy to survive that one.
And it looks like they're done playing around with Hangman. They want to draw some Venn diagrams with the Event Horizon in one bit and the Cataclysm in the middle. And in the intersection, there's a dead jungler, and Dankan really couldn't make anything out of the last play. A clutch stopwatch out of the Poppy buys enough time for the charge to come through, the hero charge, I believe that's what it's called, into the walls of the Cataclysm, and gets away scot-free from that play.
I think for Dankan as well, I've loved seeing that Cinder build so far. It keeps that extra bit of survivability, but when the rest of your teammates don't have the damage to follow down on top of it, which they absolutely do not at the moment, then it just unfortunately leaves you kind of stuck in there with them, rather than stuck in with you.
Yeah, Rorschach screaming out that in some great defiance. And you also have to remember, it was Kirill and Wild who came down and started that fight. They were the ones in the 2v2 who said, right, I'm going for an Nautilus hook. We're going to start going forwards. They didn't know the Graves was there. The Event Horizon came out, bought time for him to come in. Both the flash and the the Kai'Sa ultimate were not enough to buy enough space for the Kai'Sa. Might be playing the mid lane though.
Wave is going to connect. Dreadline is not flashed away from him as the smite comes down. Corki has got to safety. Still not a single kill has been picked up by the team that picked up the first win of the series in our last game. Things going from bad to worse as they fall nearly 6,000 gold behind. At 16 minutes, by the way.
That's huge, because I was talking to myself. I talk to myself all the time. I was discussing with myself recently, trying to think.
You were talking to me. My bad.
Yeah. There was a couple of days ago, I was thinking, what actually counts as a large gold lead? And I'd like to think that anything over a 2,000 gold lead, around the 10-15 mark, is significant. When you have something double that, it is more than significant. You know, maths works that way.
We have seen Sith Jungle dunking people who walk up to him unawares today, has just been met by the number of times he has died doing the exact same thing. 0 and 4 now on the set, not even completing the Blade of the Ruined King on this next death. Meanwhile, Trinity Force almost there for the Wukong as I send you back to your point as this Mountain Dragon has started up.
Well, following on from that play there, I was talking about, well, you know, 2,000 gold at 15 minutes as a team, that's pretty good, you know, but it's not everything. But now you've got that gold lead on one person in your team, and it's in the lane which was the most impactful for New Hope in the last game, that top lane, which is shutting down their primary carry. I was talking about, well, maybe by changing the roles of who is the carry in this team, it might phase the team of New Hope. Currently, so far, Sith Jungle is not looking as comfortable in the previous games.
All right, here comes Graves yet again with the damage. The collateral passed away from the predict was perfect from Porp, who is now 2-0-5 on this Graves. Such wonderful scorelines for every single one of the Cabbage family. They've shown us what they can do throughout the Null split, playing in the university leagues, finishing 4th up against some really top competition. Now they're here at the Red Bull Sphere Wars, looking to try and pick up this win to take them to a deciding game in this best-of-3 final. Jarvan trying to do what he can to put a kill on the scoreboard, but he has got no damage, and Corki rides away on his little pupper, perfectly happy.
Cancels the Valkyrie, but not in tower range, so no real kill threat there, even with the Cataclysm. But yeah, you're right. I mean, Cabbage family have shown us that they can stand up against some very stiff opposition in various competitions, and today they have adapted in this game too so far. They need to close it out. They need to make sure that they don't have a mid-game throw. They play around the map very well, because I think that while Cabbage family do have strong side lanes that they can play around and have the Vigar in the mid lane, they can definitely be interrupted.
And it's going to be Wukong, who's just had a shot, just completed a Trinity Force, and he wants to kill things. Comes in and he finds Kirill. First of all, gives a kill over to Mostly Grumpy just to keep him happy. And he says, "What's up, Doc?" as he finds a kill onto Blue Buff Taker. Flashes forward with the Cyclone, trying to get onto Nautilus. It's going to be the double kill coming in for the Monkey General. Another set of kills for the Wukong, who's 6-0-1. He even has the Herald in his pocket.
This is such a huge thing. Yeah, I was talking about, so Cabbage family, they got really good side lanes, and this is not nearly in that same phase of the game, but you can see the damage which Wukong can put out. I was also going to say that New Hope, well, you can dive into a side lane with a Kai'Sa. Well, Kai'Sa just got absolutely nuked. She can't do anything against this Wukong right now.
Not a single thing, and right now I'm questioning whether there's a single thing New Hope can do. In these games, I always try to be as impartial and make things sound as exciting as they possibly can, but this game feels like it needs a manifesto written down, because it is donezo.
In some ways it is. That's actually going to engage onto the Graves here. I'm not sure there's much threat here.
Cataclysm comes down, the Shockwave is dashed away from by Paul, who doesn't even burn his flash as Wukong comes in, Event Horizon put down, but just about Jarvan able to get himself out to safety, losing his own flash, not even able to trade with the flash of Graves.
No, and that's what happens when you're 2 levels behind.
Down,
that would be that's when you're AFK, and that's when you start hovering over the report button. That's not what we like to do here. There is, however, a 10,000 gold lead to the side of Cabbage family. 2 levels down, 10,000 gold as a team, and particularly with a tank jungler. That solo kill potential is just not there from the Jarvan. Have I broken you, Stan?
Oh no, you've just made me realise that I probably would manage that in some of my solo queue games.
In fact, I've seen it.
Wait, level 18 playing the level 8, good stuff.
Yes.
Baron is now available as we're just past the 20-minute mark. We're looking at a near 10,000 gold lead for Cabbage family. At this point, as playing as New Hope, are you looking into it and going, how do we fight back into this game? Or are you starting to draft ideas going into the next game to see how you can change your fortune?
Well, let's start with getting a kill first. Maybe that's a good start. If you can manage to shut down one of these isolated split pushes, I'm thinking that the Wukong is too hard for that now, particularly when there's 4 levels up on the AD carry. You want to try and shut down someone, get some gold, and hopefully not lose too much in return. You might have to trade somewhere else on the map, but that's what you're working with. You have to get some gold in your pocket, hopefully onto one of your carries, and then play around that.
Meanwhile, a little bait there from the set as he tried to make something happen, trying to force the Wukong onto him, knowing that he had the backup of some friendos, but Wukong wasn't buying it and just returns to a split push in the bot lane.
He does, and he's going to build himself a Death's Dance sooner rather than later. He has himself double buffs right now. The Kai'Sa has no way to deal with that guy in a side lane. Neither does the set. Neither does the Orianna. You have to sit at turret right now, and the turrets are so far back, you're going to lose all the objectives if you do that.
And here's the thing, you send, let's say, 4 people down to deal with the Wukong and pick up your first kill of the game, you're going to lose Baron.
That's the thing, right? So then the question is, what is worth getting that shutdown? I think you have to wait for a mistake, hope that they don't pull the trigger on the Baron, hope that they potentially just give over a free kill without you having to invest too much. But these are not forced errors. These are unforced errors. This is the whole tennis analogy of, well, if you play well, you can start, making the pressure high enough that people start making mistakes on their own. But if they play perfectly, you just don't have an option.
Did you honestly just try and hit me with a tennis analogy?
I did, yes.
While wearing a t-shirt from my favorite band.
I'm doing everything for you. I'm
spending too much time together.
It's been so much. I've waited so long for this cast. I wanted to prove the value of your fan club, the Grey Lonely Hearts Club. And I hope that I'm doing you justice today, just like these two teams are giving us justice and a well-deserved reason to cast together once more.
Oh, dearie me. Graves finding a lot of damage coming through from the Orianna, who is one of the most damaging dealers of the opposition team, but when she's got 2 people straight up in her face, there is not a lot she can do. Managing to keep herself alive as Kai'Sa comes in with a killer instinct. Muramana has now been completed. Some damage is coming through from the Kai'Sa. We might see a first kill finally coming over to New Hope. They find one, they look for 2 as well. Graves trying to reposition, doing everything they can, having gone golden, but it's not enough. 2 quick kills coming in. What's happening, meanwhile, however, is that the 3rd dragon of the game for Cabbage Family is being picked up by Wukong.
And this is it. This is the unforced error. They overcommit somewhere, give over 2 huge shutdowns. Unfortunately, one of them's over onto the Jarvan. That's probably not the person you wanted it onto, but the other one is onto the Kai'Sa, who has 2 completed items. It's a Muramana and a Rageblade. Those are items you can team fight with. This might be the start of something miraculous from New Hope.
This is New Hope finding themselves a foothold. Unfortunately, that is the only foothold they have on this mountain that they are trying to overcome, which right now is Cabbage Family. They're setting up some vision around the Baron, trying to find yet more.
And honestly, they might try and just go for it with the Rageblade complete on the Kai'Sa. She shreds Baron.
But Wukong shreds turrets. He's going to start up on this inhibitor turret in just a couple of moments' time. Enhanced recalls will be available if we see this one being secured by New Hope. However, they've been found out. Here comes Poppy, already managing to get the knockback onto the Nautilus. Baron going lower and lower, down to 3,000 health as Poppy dives into the fray. He's going to put up the steadfast presence, stopping those dashes flash out for 1 as we see an ultimate thrown out by Vigard, taking down the Kai'Sa. Set finds the kill onto the Corki, but Wukong now teleporting in, having taken down the inhibitor. That's going to be a nice event horizon again, catching onto 3, and here comes the General. He goes in, he cyclones, he finds himself a catch. He hasn't even used the cyclone yet. There it is, multi with a nice dunk coming in from the Java. Orianna finds the shutdown. This is going very, very badly for the Cabbage Family. Low health bars on everyone from New Hope, but they're not dying. Only Graves survives.
Wukong teleports in, but it's far too late. If you want to teleport that late, you need to get a very good combo. He gets it onto 3 people, but no one ends up getting finished off. And then you have to continue the cleanup of the fight without a Corki, without a Vigard. These are the people which are dealing with the consistent damage. And what it means is that actually, even from a 10,000 gold deficit, a New Hope pulls something out of the bag.
3 minutes ago, it was a 13-0 scoreline going over to Cabbage Family. They looked like they had every possible advantage they could want. Suddenly, 6 kills to 1 across those last 3 minutes going in favor of New Hope. Yes, they've lost an inhibitor. Yes, they've lost their 3rd dragon. However, they are finding life in this game.
They are, and as you just saw on screen, Kai'Sa now has the E upgrade as well. That's very important because if Veigar is trying to 100 to 0 that carry, you need to be able to point and click the Kai'Sa, and the invisibility might just stop that.
I am now just tentatively awaiting the next big fight. The next dragon to spawn would give a mountain soul buff over to Cabbage Family if they were to pick it up, and suddenly that would negate a huge amount of potential damage that could come out of a New Hope.
It would do, and it might stop the Corki and the Veigar getting bursted out like they were in that team fight. That was the big thing. Even though the Wukong does very well in, 1v3 situations and that kind of thing, very nearly carried the last of that team fight, it wasn't enough after the combo had been used, and then the extended trade went in the way of New Hope. At least the Baron didn't go down. If that had also gone down, that would have been another set of stalling techniques which New Hope could have used. This is going to be a 1v1 in the bot lane.
all sorts of trouble. Hasn't got any company anywhere near. Nautilus running over, but he says, you know what? I think you might be dead, friend. And this is going to lead to the Baron being started up. The other 4 members of Cabbage Family looking to pick this one up for themselves. Already down to 1,000 health. It's not stolen away as Grave just about able to find the perfect smite. And as a result, Baron picked up on the 5 members of Cabbage Family.
Bloody hell, it was close with the shockwave. That was very close, and that would have been. I was ready to see the red team crop up there and say they've stolen the Baron. It wasn't to be, and this does mean the ball is once again firmly in the court of Cabbage Family, and that doesn't have to be a tennis analogy for you. That's the basketball one. I'm trying to figure out the sports which I'm allowed to say in front of you now, as it looks like Graves might have been caught out in the mid lane.
That's Cataclysm coming down. It is going to be Pop dashing to safety once again, getting out of every one of these Cataclysms. Wukong going very, very big here, having to be careful, using the Cyclone, trying to get himself out to safety. Kaiser looking for a potential chase. He's going to be able to get in with the grab. Micro getting a big, big kill, but meanwhile, the other 3 members of the Cabbage Family team, they are trying to shred through his inhibitor turret in the top lane. Remember, Super's still pushing in the bot lane. That inhibitor will respawn soon, and for now, we are going to see a little bit of fending off coming out of New Hope. However, they've lost themselves yet another inhibitor turret. They've lost another turret in the mid lane. The gold lead is still staying round about the 9,000 mark, and in less than a minute, another dragon spawns.
It will be, and that one, as we have been saying, will be the Mountain Soul. Were Cabbage Family to pick that up, and just with the extra tank stats there, it means the Wukong will be even harder to kill. It's a good set of double buffs over to the side of Kaiser, which will last until the spawn of this dragon. Potentially, that's something they can play around as well. Get a couple of auto attacks onto someone, and then see if that slow and the extra burn damage can catch you out early pick into this fight.
New Hope do not want to go quietly into the night. They're setting a vision around this dragon. They're looking for the early pick. Flag and Dragon not going to connect onto the Vigar. Instead, the Avenger Riser is doing a decent bit of damage down as we're going to see the Glacial being used. That's going to be Poppy being caught out, being shredded through by the max health damage coming out of the Kaiser. However, that Poppy is still alive. Not for much longer as the Ignite ticks down and Krill gets the 1 kill. Now it's a 5 versus 4. Cabbage Family looking to try and take away Dragon Soul. However, right now, they are the ones with the man disadvantage. The power play potential coming in for New Hope.
Okay, so there is still no shockwave that was used to disengage and put a bit of damage onto the Corki, but now the bot lane's ultimates are available. There's the depth charge available. Let's see what happens.
Can connect while the Event Horizon lands onto 2, and Sis Jungle's obliterated by the Primordial Burst. Dragon is going to be stolen away, and the Mountain Soul is secured, and that could well be the game-deciding moment. Cataclysm comes in from the Jarvan, it's only to his own doom. It's going to trap a couple of people for a moment, but with the teleports coming in, this is going to be the end of the game. Orianna's running to find her Nexus in ruins. The Nexus turrets fall. Cabbage Family strike back. We are going to a deciding game here at the Red Bull Sphere Awards.
And what a decider it will be. It's been a lot of team fights. It's been a lot of different 1v1s across the board. At the very end of that game, Porp on the grave says, I'll deal with this Jedi slime myself. Goes in, steals the Mountain Dragon, gets a whole load of damage down, and sets up his team for the victory.
He absolutely did. Thor and Namera, you have one thing in common. You could both be correct with your predictions.
Oh, I was hoping it would be like super cute or something. I thought it was a compliment.
One of you is. Thor's ultra super cute. We have got one more game on this broadcast today, and it will be the deciding game in this grand final. An absolute bash came in there as we saw Cabbage Family battling back against the team that had taken game 1 against them. I want to know how this is going to pan out. I'm sure you do too, so make sure you tune in after this short break. This is as close as we can get to Silver Scrapes. It's not a 2-2, but it's a 1-1, and that is good enough for me. We've had a fantastic day here at the Red Bull Sphere Wars so far. Stanley Greyheart Barker joined once again by the magnificent Alex Nymera Hapgood, coming into Game 3, a deciding game in this final.
It is super scuffed scrapes. It is a best of 3. It's not a best of 5. And in any good, well, not any good, but then it's one of these recurring tropes within the fantasy stories of old. There are these stories which have a win, a loss, and a draw. This kind of turn of power and amongst other things in a very dramatic fashion. We've had a win. We've had a loss for both teams, but there can be no draw. This is the grand finals. One person, one team will take it all. I'm not sure who it's going to be.
Well, you better be hoping it's going to be Cabbage Family, because you and Thor's reputations are currently hinging on this one. You called out the 2-1. You will definitely be correct on that one. The question is, did you pull out the correct team? With that Mordekaiser band coming through fairly clutch, in my opinion, in the last one, I do very much so feel like Cabbage Family are the ones stepping into this final with the momentum. However, we saw the potential fight back coming out of New Hope last time. We'll see if they can continue that into Game 3.
Yeah, we'll have to see that. I am expecting Olaf and Mordekaiser bands out of the sides of Cabbage Family, but they have started off with the misfortune once again. They will be on the blue side. I'm trying to remember. I think it was New Hope, which had side choice for this game, who are going to start off themselves the Nidalee band. We'll see if they might go towards the Graves as well, which was very impactful for the Port last game. There it is.
That makes a lot of sense alongside the Nidalee, two of the key farming junglers in the current meta. We saw just how well Port could perform on that one. So immediately taken out of his champion pool. So far, the ADCs are the things being pinched right now. They want to throw Ikril onto something he's a little less comfortable with, can be a little less impactful on, but they still reserve a spot for that Olaf, which was so potent earlier on in the day, but we haven't been able to see on broadcast.
No, I'm wondering whether a Gangplank slips through the bans here from New Hope, because that is something which Alpha Moss performed ridiculously well on in their earlier matches, which we didn't have on screen. They're thinking that Vigar is more important, and I'm inclined to agree with the way they've played around it so far.
Yeah, they've had wins on both Sean F and also on Gregors, which we saw in the last game. So it does make a lot of sense. Makes me start wondering exactly what's going to get picked here. The ADC pool already has been pinched a little bit, but we've seen some very, very impactful play coming out of a lot of different champions. Honestly, not something I expected. The Ornn already locked in.
Yeah.
You've got to assume that's going to be a flex. Otherwise, this is just giving away a potential straightaway Mordekaiser.
Oh boy, it's another game. It's another set of flex picks. It's not a Cantina, but a more wretched hive of scum and villainy you will never find, as we will be getting maybe a Trundle coming out of the side of New Hope, a different jungler from the ones we've seen thus far.
Okay, Trundle is locked in, and you know what? If this Mordekaiser doesn't get locked in, I'll be completely and utterly shocked. Showing the Ornn this early, if it's not going to be the support Ornn, let's say, in my opinion, very, very questionable, but hey, who am I to judge? Cabbage Family showed that they really know what they're doing in the last game. They're going to hope they still know what they're doing now.
It kind of feels like they're not going towards the Mordekaiser right now. Maybe they just think, look, if we lock in the Mordekaiser, we're not going to get good enough lanes elsewhere, and that's going to be a problem. Either way, Mordekaiser's still on the table, and they've locked in that Kalista once more. It is that very aggressive laning pick and sets up the stuff like the Leona we saw it played with earlier.
I'm really, really intrigued to where we are going next. I kind of want to see a jungler coming out now so that we don't just straight away see two more strong jungle champs banned away. And with that Poppy locked in, almost definitely... I say almost definitely.
No, it's not. It's been played in two different roles, Stan.
You can have champs back again.
It's the flex pick Cantina. It's everywhere. And they're taking away the Kai'Sa this time. All right, so we have Dive from the side of Cabbage Family this time. We saw the Kai'Sa lose for the side of New Hope in the last game, but it almost won them a couple of team fights. You can see even when very far behind in a game, you reach that 2-item spike very strong.
Gonna be Maud. Gonna be Maud.
Is it going to be Maud?
Gonna be Maud.
You are the best analyst. It's been locked in.
There it is.
You are the superior analyst. Best caster in the UK university esports scene and now best analyst too. You're just repping it up this year, dude.
Not just this year, last year as well. 2-time, buddy. So Mordekaiser.
Two-time.
Mordekaiser is the lock-in. I still wonder exactly what is going through the minds of Cabbage Family. If this Ornn ends up in the top lane, and for the third time today, we see assist jungle going up against an Ornn as that Mordekaiser, I will be scratching my head. You've got to assume they've got something else planned.
It's the Jedi mind trick. That's it. They just say it's like you won't ban the Mordekaiser.
You don't want to buy death sticks.
You don't want to buy Death Stance. You won't ban the
Hey.
Mordekaiser. You want to go home and lose this series. That's it. And hopefully, for the side of New Hope, it's going to work out for them. We've seen ridiculous things out of Sis Jungle on the Mordekaiser. It has been very, very impactful.
3 of the 5 bans that have come out of New Hope in this game are champions that were played in the last game by Cabbage Family. And while there's a lot to be said for consistency and for taking things away, and that's working in a good way, showing that you can adapt and respect the things that have just beaten you, I like that a lot too. As we see the Galio, which has been banned away in the 2 previous games, getting through and being instantly locked in.
Okay, so we've got the Callista potentially with the Galio support. Could also be Galio mid. It's very good for throwing in the Galio and having that instant taunt available, not having to use the flash and then channeling your W. No more channel of the W into flash from the Galio, but it's another vector to get him right into the team comp. But it has been played mid lane in this tournament as well.
There it is.
Okay.
Up against Mordekaiser. This is what Cabbage Family had prepared. The question is it the right call?
I actually think it's going to be a Vayne versus Galio potential mid. That's what I'm thinking. Vayne is a classic counter into the Galio mid. We've seen it all. I mean, I remember Fnatic versus Misfits in the LEC. Caps played that into a Galio mid before, and it's going to be Zilean maybe in the support role on top Poppy Jungle, and we've seen the Poppy Jungle before. We're going to have to see if this Galio is flexed, though, because if it's get flexed into support and something else comes into mid lane to bully out that Vayne, this could be a big blunder from the side of Cabbage Family.
I'm honestly really, really confused by this draft. I'm going to come back to you in a moment once we've seen this final lock-in coming through. One last pick to come. We had the Nautilus last time around for Vivaldi, and this
Ballista!
Blitzcrank comes in, and as you say, it is absolutely that, the big old combo that you can get out of it.
I love Ballista.
This is a crazy, crazy draft. Like, I've seen some really interesting drafts recently with some of the fun we've had at Mid-Season Invitational and even through our streamathon the other day. But this is one of my favorite drafts.
This is so cool.
I've seen so long.
This is just going to be a whole barrel of laughs. I mean, we've got Ballista, we've got Galio diving in, we have Sis Jungle on the Mordekaiser, there's a Vayne somewhere on the map. Who knows what's going to happen? This is crazy.
I honestly don't. I'm waiting for 20 seconds until we see exactly what everybody's playing, because there's still surely swaps to come in.
Yeah, it's Galio support with the Callista. Galio mid. Galio mid with the Blitzcrank Callista bot lane. Sorry, I got my words muddled up there. And potentially that's an on jungle Poppy top. I think you're right. Yeah, that looks like it's going to be the
Poppy support. It is going to be Vayne top.
Vayne? Oh my word.
Okay, so Zilean. Okay, so to clarify, Zilean will be mid. That is Sean F90 playing that. It is going to be Port playing Ornn in the jungle. Top lane will be Alphamox going up against Sis Jungle's Mordekaiser. That's on the Vayne, and it is going to be Gregors and Mostly Grumpy Kai'Sa Poppy bot lane.
Oh, thank God it's not Zilean jungle.
Actual heck.
You will not change stream. You will invite your friends to watch this stream. You will enjoy this series. This is an absolutely fantastic way to end this day of Red Bull Sphere Wars. I honestly, I'd love to analyze this, but I'm gonna need some time to take some notes because there are so many options.
Analysis out the window. This is sheer Fiesta territory, and I absolutely love it. The Red Bull Sphere Wars Grand Final, Game 3, Decider is delivering in such a massive way, and we're not even onto the Rift yet.
It's huge. I love the fact that you can have the Fate's Call dive in from the Blitzcrank into the Galio. It's a very good way to launch that Galio as a vector into the backline. I love that there are scaling options from the side of Cabbage Family. And if New Hope index too much into a single pick, the Zilean ult is there to save either the Kai'Sa or the Vayne. And I mean, Kai'Sa is a space Vayne anyway. They do the same thing in terms of killing tanks. And then they have a front line to play around there too. There's so much team fight, so much pick. I don't know what's going to happen in lane. Anything could happen there, but I'm waiting for fireworks to go off.
I love so many things about both of these drafts. If I could have made one change to New Hopes, it would have been keeping Duncan on the Jarvan, which he's, been really, really solid. So yes, he had a loss in the last game, but his whole team was behind. There was nothing that a Cinderhulk Jarvan can do at that point. I would have kept him on that. Would have given him further engage. You would have had the Birdcage potential as well with Galio coming in. That being said, Trundle will be able to subjugate the Ornn, rip away.
That's the big thing for me.
So I do appreciate it at the same time.
Yeah, because then you've got a huge Ornn shutdown combo on the top side, and you've got the subject from the Trundle, as you were saying. That is a very important thing. As soon as you see the Ornn locked in, you're considering Trundle's an option. Trundle Pillar is somewhat of a pseudo-engage option. When you have the Blitzcrank as well, put the Pillar down, slow someone, the hook is much easier to land. The Mordekaiser with the Subjugate just shreds the first target there as well. There are lots of combos from the side of New Hope to work around.
You know you want to watch this game. Number 3, it is going to be coming live to your screens very, very shortly. Cabbage Family on the blue side. Red side will be New Hope. This will be the Red Bull Sphere Wars Grand Final, 3rd game, and it'll be coming up right after this break. The grand final, best of 3, 3rd game decider is upon us. Once again, we see Cabbage Family going up against New Hope, trying to claim that prize pool from the Red Bull Sphere Wars all for themselves. We have had a fascinating draft, and now all remains to see is whether the action on the Rift will be quite so intense.
And we don't have John Williams, but we got ourselves a hell of a finale here to trumpet in the end of this tournament. So many different things we have to talk about. Of course, there's the top lane. I think that the Vayne Mordekaiser matchup is quite swingy because Vayne has, of course, the percent health damage, and the Mordekaiser really doesn't build as many tank stacks to deal with that as some other top laners. But then the Trundle can absolutely wreck that lane with a good placed pillar. So what I'm looking for is for Alpha Moss not to get too big for his breaches and push early and die early. But whereas on the rest of the map, there is a lot of kill pressure as well. Zillion can deal with the Galio with the stuns as well. And what's going to happen with an Ornn jungle?
Okay, so I don't know if you get to see this on chat. I think it's probably hidden by our fantastic producer, or possibly hidden by Patrick, one of the two. But just in all chat a moment ago, I had a fantastic message from Paul saying, forgot to trade, shaking my head. Now, that could just be a bit of a meme. He could have entirely intended to play, Ornn jungle and it'd be Poppy support. But what if? What if?
With the runes they've taken with the spellbook on the Ornn jungle, it was intended as far as I can see, because Ornn having that spellbook allows you to like ghost into a lane or something and allows you some different functionality there. I think that once again the Poppy support worked out very well for Cabbage Family in the last game. We saw that work alongside the Veigar. It's going to be different than that same combo, of course, with the Event Horizon, but with the targeted E for the CC, it means that Kai'Sa has a dedicated, surefire way to get into combat.
I do completely agree with you, Nightmare, and I entirely believe it's intended as well. However, wouldn't it be funny if that was the case? As we do see the knockup, we're going to catch on Zillion, who's taken a huge amount of poke here in the early game, does throw a time bomb Galio's way for good measure.
Yeah. One thing to note about the Aftershock on Galio, sometimes it's not an interaction which people know about. Galio's passive, that smash auto attack, scales off of magic resist, so if you proc the Aftershock, he's going to steal away some small raptors. Ain't that a good trade? It means that his early game smash does a lot more damage than you think.
Okay, we'll keep our eyes onto that one. Galio certainly is has a fairly overloaded kit at the moment, in my opinion. Huge amounts of CCs. We see the Trundle coming down, popping the pillar down, denying the tumble from Vayne. However, not flashing away, looking instead for Silver Bolt procs on towards the Trundles. Teleports come in from the mid lane. It's going to be Zilean joining the fight, as we also see the Galio joining as well, but he's too late to have any kind of impact at all. Both the summoners saved from Alphamos.
Oh, I love the mind game there. You know there's going to be a chance that the Trundle wants to wreck that Vayne. I talked about that coming into the champs. Like, you know, Vayne is really good in a 1v1, but top lane is not a 1v1. It is absolute brawls up there with the top laners more often than not. So the teleports were ready there to stymie that engage. It's going to be a flash away from the Trundle as well, so some playmaking tools away from him. And everything kind of comes back to this normal state again.
When you have a gank in the top lane and more summoner spells disappear from the team that are ganking, you know it's not been optimal.
Optimal is one word for it. I think another thing which is kind of unfortunate there, of course, it means that, well, actually, no, there's a teleport channel from the Galio as well, so it's actually not even a teleport advantage to the Galio. Either use that to maybe respond to that play. I didn't quite see.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it was Duncan's flash and Blue Buff Taker's teleport just for Sean F90's teleport in the end. So definitely small advantage coming in and a little bit of an early pressure coming in as we see the gank from Port as he can't manage to find slow. We see the Silver Bolt prop coming in, potential flash being needed. It actually flashed him straight. The flash forward from Alphamos, but the last hit is not enough to take down this jungle who just about escaped with his life. But now the summoners are even.
Oh my word. And then you have to think, okay, so you've got yourself a reset out of the Mordekaiser, and that was a huge wave in top lane. You can freeze that on the side of the Vayne, which forces the teleport. There's a fight in the bot lane.
Ignite's going to be put down. Poppy zoning as much as possible, getting some damage onto the Kalista, but yet again, it is going to be the flash of Gregors that is burnt. An absolutely frantic bot lane. Somehow we haven't found first blood, despite that incredible play we saw earlier on. This could be it, however. Tumble already used by Vayne, has no mobility left, will be going down. It is the chomp from the Trundle that finds first blood, despite taking a second turret shot, is not going to die.
Okay, so luckily there's a teleport and it's a cannon taking the turret aggro right now, so Vayne won't lose that huge wave, will lose some of it. It's still a good kill over the side of the Trundle, and it forces the teleport out of the Vayne. First blood goes to the Trundle, and we've talked about how this champion can very much wreck it in the ganking and has options into the Ornn as well. Got to see them play around it now.
No merit, we literally talked about this exact situation about Duncan coming up and impacting the top lane, making life hard for Alphamos. We said we're not entirely sure whether it might be a coin flip matchup between the Vayne, between the Mordekaiser, but I'll tell you who's there to make it not a coin flip, and that is Duncan. But let's go back one gank. Let's talk about that flash from Sis Jungle that actually made his condemn hit him onto his own turret. But despite the flash from Alphamos, which he then didn't have for the gank that came up to him, he wasn't able to pick up the kill, and what a difference maker that is as we see a 400 gold lead for New Hope.
It is, and that is exactly the gold lead from the kill there as well. It's the old adage of stay on target. You got to go to that top lane, stay on target. Finally gets the kill there, but the job isn't done. This Vayne obviously died, but is still ahead 10 to 15 CS, and that's not going to be a CS lead that will shrink anytime soon, I have to think.
And of course, the kill was picked up by Duncan, not by Sis Jungle, so it's not like that extra 13 CS worth of gold was picked up, or even extra gold because of being first blood as well. So actually, Alphamos still with the edge in the top lane.
And you know the worst thing is now, if Vayne goes and pushes into the top lane again and the Trundle's there, you're now going to have a Galio ult on top of it as well. That is going to suck pretty bad. There's multiple ways to get very large amounts of people into that top lane, and this Vayne needs to be shielded by the side of Cabbage family, and they haven't quite, well, they did do with the teleport in the first gang, but again, the job isn't done yet. The fight is still going to happen in the top lane.
Duncan's had a really impactful series so far. We see him starting up this dragon. It's going to be a cloud dragon, I believe, if I saw correctly.
Yep, it is.
Up completely uncontested by the Trundle. Meanwhile, however, Vayne continues to make Mordekaiser's life absolute hell. Blitzcrank grab is going to land just as cloud dragon is picked up. That's going to be some nice ultimate cooldown coming in for New. Continue to put the pressure down on the bot lane. Big CS advantage for the Kalista, much like there is for the Vayne in the top lane.
There is, yes. And Kalista, this is the strongest 2v2 AD carry in the current meta. This is why it's picked. The Poppy, you can see there, the W works on her passive leap as well, stops her from jumping around after that that W has grounded her, and that's a very big interaction we'll be looking for.
Taunt not going to connect onto Zilean, and Mordekaiser being forced back again, this time without a teleport. Death Realm is now available for the Mordekaiser, but right now, there's no doubt in my mind that Alphamos will be winning that trade, as we see the stun is going to connect onto the Galio, who's taking a considerable damage for what is quite a tanky boy.
Yeah, and speaking of the Zilean and the Galio, there's another try here, but we'll see how this goes.
Here comes the Trundle, but the Ornn is here for the backup. It's the 2 versus 2 flashed away by the Galio. It's Ornn trying to get what he can. Hasn't got the Corner Forge God. Not going to need it. Sean F90 picking up 1 kill, and that's enough to level up the Ornn. He finds the knockup onto the Trundle, who's in all sorts of trouble. Another time bomb on the head of the Troll. It will go pop, and goes the Troll. Blitzcrank grab is going to connect to the Kai'Sa out of absolutely nowhere, but it's Kalista who is lower. Mostly Grumpy picked up the kill courtesy of the Ignite, and now here comes Kai'Sa looking for a kill onto the Blitzcrank. The engage was started by New Hope, but it is going to be Cabbage Family who strike back, picking up a kill for Gregors.
Mostly Grumpy gets angry, leads the charge in the turnaround there, focusing right onto the Kalista, gets a huge kill there, which has followed into a second massive win in the mid and bot lane for the side of Cabbage Family.
And just like that, the coin flips on itself, and it's a 1,500 gold lead, nearly 2,000 in favor of Cabbage Family. They were your favorites coming into this series. You predicted a 2-1 win for them, as did our superior analyst Thor as well. And right now, things definitely looking good for those predictions.
They are, however, of course, there is the Mordekaiser on Sis Jungle. We have seen the magic he can pull on that pick and the absolute destruction he can do alongside that. That is still going to be an option, but he is down almost 20 CS in that lane.
It's a pretty rough place. Speaking of rough places, Ornn, who's at level 6 right now, definitely unable to walk into his own jungle with his blue buff being up. But Galio being chased out by the Vayne, by the Ornn. Trundle may find himself on the wrong side of the map. That's going to be the Condemned straight into the walls. We see the heroic entrance coming in from the Galio. Flash away as it's going to be Porp trying to stay alive, but he gets himself knocked up. Has got the ultimate from Zillion to keep him alive for now. He's going to have a second life, but it might be ripped away from him as we see Mordekaiser trying to bop down on him. But this is not the massively damaging Mordekaiser we've seen in previous games. This is Sis Jungle being behind and not being able to bop people with his mace.
So at the end of the day, that's just a lot of summoners and a lot of ultimates used from the side of New Hope. They use the Trundle Flash, they use the Subjugate, they use the Hero's Entrance as well. That's a particularly big one. Bomb lands, this could be a kill.
That's why the Zillion ult can be so crucial. So much burned, and in return, all Sean F had to do was use that ult to keep alive Porp, who survived. And in the end, they weren't even able to steal the blue buff away. New Hope not getting anything there. And as you say, almost even giving up blue buff taker's life in the mid side.
And what a day Sean has had, actually, on all of his picks. We saw this Zillion having a massive impact in that top side jungle. I also want to point out it's a Glacial Zillion, something which I've been picking up a little bit. Well, I've seen happen a lot in solo queue. And why this is important is that look at the amount of melee champions on the side of New Hope. If you put down a GLP slow Twin Shadows, it is going to keep them at arm's length so much better than a lot of other builds you can have on that Zillion. And if you land a slow on the Kalista, remember, slows mean attack speed slows for a Kalista as well. It is a very important pick, so watch out for those GLP slows.
And while we're talking about Zillion, a champ that we don't see a huge amount in the meta right now, let's not forget as well the passive, the ability to give all that extra experience to other champions on his team definitely will come in clutch a little bit later on.
Will do, because also you can give those levels to the Ornn, who is a very level-dependent champion. You don't tend to reach those item upgrade points as easily from the jungle. That's something about the Ornn jungle, which is kind of a little bit unfortunate in this current patch, in this current meta. Jungle XP just doesn't quite facilitate those upgrades.
The read from Sean F has been on point so far, running the 2-0.
Death Realm.
Death Realm coming in. Porp is here, but so is Vival as he looks to try and make the play. Teleport coming in, and Zillion is going to be joining the fight. The question is, will he be here in time to save? Yes, he will. Finds the Zillion ult, drops it straight onto the head of Alpha Moss, who is doing good damage now. Having come back with full health, is going to rip through this jungle. The bomb will connect. Alpha Moss picks up the kill all for himself. Now looking to put Silver Bolt down onto the Trundle, who has subjugated, looking to chomp away, trying to finish off the Vayne, who's kiting as long as possible, but it's not going to work out. And in the end, it's Trundle who gets himself a double kill, having already killed off the Ornn as well. Sean F will fall as well, and that is going to be a 3-4-1 in favor of New Hope, not Cabbage Family. They find themselves a big fight and level the gold lead.
They do, and this is what we want from a close series. A close game 3 to go along with the close plays that we've seen all day long. This is more than I could have hoped for. Everything's going crazy. Every pick is turning up everywhere with teleports, with ultimates, and big plays when they arrive.
Meanwhile, Dragon looks like it's going to be started up by Kalista and Poppy, despite the fact their jungler is not present, but Duncan, meanwhile, is just starting up this Herald all for himself, looking to get yet more turret plates down. Already 2 turret plates picked up off Alpha Moss's top lane turret. Wouldn't be surprised to see that being the first one to fall today.
Potentially, yes, it then would kind of leave this Vayne in an awkward spot if she pushes up Vayne a very long lane, but of course Vayne is a notable split pusher as well, so it could actually end up working to her advantage if one of these picks like the Mordekaiser or the Galio pushes up too far and get run down by that Blade carry herself.
Crucially, there, the first dragon picked up for both of the teams, so their potential early soul is going to be denied from both of them. Meanwhile, of course, that Herald is in the pocket of the Trundle. He completes his recall, has the Cinder Hulk completed, already got the tabbies as well.
He does, and most of the damage this game will be coming out of the auto attackers of Kai'Sa and the Vayne, so those tabbies will be very impactful. Another E lands onto the Vayne.
It's just a lot of damage would be coming down if this was the Mordekaiser we'd seen with 3 or 4 kills previously. However, he's only just been able to complete the Blasting Wand and Tome, which is his first little bits of damage. And frankly, Alpha Moss is just shrugging it off at the moment.
At the moment, yes, but you do kind of expect an AD carry match up top for that to not go so well. Hook lands!
Beautiful prediction. Ult straight onto the Zillion to keep themselves alive. Call of Forge God is going to land the knock-up. Galio now hurrying away. Meanwhile, Death Realm is going to be prop tumble away to stay away from the Mace Smash. Trundle's going to be present to try and turn this favor as soon as the Death Realm times out. Pillar goes down, gets the knock-up. Nice tumble, but it's not enough. Duncan is going to pick up the kill, and with the shield coming through at the last second, Sis Jungle will survive as well. That is a 4-1 Trundle. I asked for a Jarvan for this man. Forget it. I did not get that one right. Trundle's his champ all day long, as we're going to see the top turret falling.
Oh, plates in mid and top. This could actually be a full turret kill up in the top side, alongside maybe a kill onto the Ornn. He's going to back out just in time, though, I think.
Yeah, this is going to be now a massive gold swing. 2,000 is the gold lead at 14 minutes for New Hope. They are back in the driving seat. They lost out in a heavy way in the second game of this series, but they are back to stay. Meanwhile, Poppy gets grabbed by Blitzcrank, and that's not a very tanky Poppy. She beautifully heroic charges her way away.
Yes.
She heroically gets to safety.
Brave, so grumpily, bravely run away. So says the bards of Monty Python. It could be... it's just poke onto the Galio. He's doing fine. Picks himself up the Merc Treads against that matchup in particular. We're yet to see this composition from the side of Cabbage Family come online, particularly when we get to about 2 items on the side of Zillion. He reaches 45% CDR very quickly. And then we also have items on the Vayne and Kai'Sa, making them worth protecting. We could very much see the longer trades go in the way of Cabbage Family, not New Hope.
Yep, just coming up to 15 minutes. There will be another Herald in this game. If either of the two teams decide they want to try and take it right now, it looks like Duncan, who's been the king of the neutral objectives for a fair while, apart from in game 2 where he really couldn't get near anything. He's certainly been impactful at taking pretty much everything for his team to just put extra advantages in their pocket.
And so is Wild as well in that bot lane on the Blitzcrank. He's turned up absolutely everywhere in a way which I wasn't quite expecting. I was expecting it more to be the lane dominance of the Kalista, who is up 20 CS. It has been working for them. But honestly, the Blitzcrank roams have been the story of this bot lane so far. And another hook lands!
He gets grabbed, doesn't have flash available this time. It's just dead to right. Icaril able to get the first kill for himself in this game. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Mordekaiser just clearing out as much of the wave as possible, falling 15 CS behind the Vayne, but then overall the CS numbers are going in favor of New Hope, who've got the kill lead. They've got the turret lead. They've got all sorts of leads, and they want to keep pushing it.
Maybe they'll need some electrical leads to jumpstart some of the members in this game as well, though. I'm just trying to think of that. Another hook lands! Come on!
Everything's landed in this Blitzcrank. Here comes the heroic entrance. Knock-up going to land onto the Kai'Sa, who tries to flash away. Yet again, the Chomper is there. Ubuk Taker picks up the kill onto Gregors. Meanwhile, Vayne dies in the top lane, a straight out 1v1 against the Mordekaiser. As we see a third kill picked up, that's going to be Duncan on a rampage. 5-1 and 3, the mighty Trundle. Another turret seems likely to fall now.
And, I mean, is this Trundle a Mundo? He goes where he pleases.
Oh, and so apparently does this Galio, but you might not want to go there. Only just about surviving despite the approach that came in and the Ignite that was burning down as well. Galio almost overstayed his welcome.
One more tick of Ignite, and that would have been a dead Gargoyle there, just staying a bit too long in that mid lane. But what a series the jungle and the support of New Hope are having right now, particularly in this final game. They're up against the wall 1-1. They are performing some great plays across the map.
It's been a really terrific series. Dominant win in game number 1 for New Hope. Dominant, even more dominant win for Cabbage Family in game 2. However, this game is finally hanging the balance. The early leads came through for Cabbage Family, but now we see the near 4,000 gold lead that has been built up by New Hope as they look to try and take home the title here at the Red Bull Sphere Wars.
And we know what also happened during that menagerie of plays, a solo kill in the top lane. We talked about the Mordekaiser, and, well, you know, he's not doing as much damage. He doesn't build up to Leandre. He's gone for a Rylai's instead. That was a solo kill, albeit a close one, which means that this Vayne is not in a position to split push safely against the Mordekaiser just yet.
And that does mean that right now we are going to see another dragon spawning. And again, it seems like the positional advantage is going to go over to New Hope. They're going to be starting this one up. Ocean Dragon, of course. So all of that extra shrubbery to try and put the wards down in. But even so, vision control is being gained more and more. Bullet Forge God is going to be issued. Knocked Up is going to connect. We'll see where the stun
the pillar!
away from the Callista, who just about gets to safety.
And that was a huge pillar to stop the searing charge as well. That is an interaction you can have. That pillar is, I talked about it being soft engaged. It's also soft disengaged as well. Might have a fight.
Trundle's come in and he's already used the subjugate. That's going to be the dashboard from the Gallios and teleported in to join this fight. And now we can, sorry, it was the Cis Jungle who teleported in. If that, they both teleported in. All the teleports, one kill as Poppy is going to fall in the middle of all these mighty units. And despite me saying that, it is going to be a Zillion ult keeping them alive just for now. They turn their attention towards the Zillion, but we'll turn back to Ragdoll Poppy, who is nothing more than a Ragdoll for them to beat down on. The Ren stacks come through, the Hextech Proto Belt damage as well. Poppy trying to fight back, desperately trying to get a kill in return, but unable to do so.
And very lucky that Paw had his W up there, because it was the Death Realm channeled and the Death Realm escaped from by the Ornn, so the jungler survives for the side of Cabbage Family and potentially leaving them in a position to contest another timely W to escape the hook.
Oh, is that what I was trying to work out? What was happening on that one, to be honest?
Unstoppable, by the way.
This is going to be Dragon going over to Callista and
Vane's here.
The big call of the Forge God. However, Vane already picking up the one kill onto Callista with one of the big damage dealers. This is going to be cleanup crew time. Kai'Sa gets another one, and with Vane doing damage, Vane Mark II, and Kai'Sa does some as well. Double kill goes over to Alphmos, who's now 3, 4, and 1. Mordekaiser was left to push in the top lane, did not have the teleport on the back of the big fight we saw in the mid lane. Kills do go over, but the gold lead still stands at 3,000 in favor of New Hope.
Okay, but that's still 2 kills onto a Vayne, and we know what she does with the gold lead, and we're waiting for that point, if you're a fan of Cabbage Family, to try and have this Vayne go into a side lane and win that side lane. We saw some huge fights coming out just before then, going the way of a New Hope, but the cleanup still gives a lot of room to play around for the side of Cabbage Family.
The question is, what can Cabbage Family do with that goal that they have just picked up? We're looking on the Vayne, having taken down this turret to go back, perhaps building towards, maybe will it be a Rage Blade we see on the back of the Blade of the Ruined King?
That or a Wit's End, one of the two. If you're going to be up against the Mordekaiser, I can see that happening too.
Okay, we'll keep our eyes onto that one. The recall not coming through just yet. However, as Vayne feels safe to continue the push, that's going to go into Galio's waiting arms. Meanwhile, Herald number 2 is picked up by that man Duncan with literally about 3 seconds to spare.
You literally see the Baron just pop up under the pit as the Herald's down. You think, wow, that was I couldn't get much closer for comfort there. The Herald might not. It's not going to be used mid though, as it's just going to fall to the Demolish procs.
Yeah, that's 3 turrets to 2 in favor. Excuse me, of New Hope. I need to switch my notepad around. I keep putting them on the wrong side because I've written it down as New Hope and Cabbage Family, but of course they are the other way around. So
those of you with eagle eyes will see me reaching down in front of the camera to change where I blue tacked various pieces
exactly
of paper.
That, yeah. I managed to not do that once and make the mistake that led to me saying the wrong team had won a series. So that went. We'll try not to repeat that one today. However, both the teams will be wanting me to say correctly that they've won this series as they look to push towards the victory. It's still a lot to play for at the 21-minute mark. Baron is now on the table. Vision is becoming the name of the game.
It is indeed. You don't want to go out into the dark. I talked last game about how when certain people get very strong, it becomes a bit of a horror survival. And when you're playing against a team with a Galio on it, with that Callista Blitzcrank combo roaming across the map, it is very difficult for Cabbage Family to really survive a lot of the first all-ins if you get caught. That's why you have the Zillion ulti. But even then, if it's the Zillion who's been pulled out of position by the hook, he's going to go down very quickly.
So I want to talk about one of the gambles in Champ Select Nightmare. The Mordekaiser being allowed through, showing the Ornn, eventually seeing the Mordekaiser locked in against you, even though you had the Vayne potentially prepared for it. Is this gamble paying off? At the minute, Cis Jungle is running the 1-1-3 scoreline, is being chased down by a Zillion even, and he's not doing the damage that we've seen in previous games.
Well, I think if you had a tank top lane here, you'd really be crushing on the fact that Kai'Sa is your late game and then nothing else, really. With the Vayne having the side lane option, I think that there was a lot of good priority played around by New Hope, but Vayne, once she gets very fed, just buys priority by herself because she stacks up on the Rage Blade. It's completed now, and you really don't want to fight a Vayne with a stacked Rage Blade.
And that is entirely true. One of the most crucial summoner spells, sorry, not summoner spells, but summoner abilities in all these future team fights is going to be that Chrono Shift. Seeing where Sean F is able to get the revives down, as we see Herald placed on the bottom, in the mid lane, it is going to take a considerable amount of damage. It might not even be able to get a charge. This is going to be close. It gets taken down and the charge is thwarted, but the Baron has been started up.
Yeah, I think they tried to use that as a distraction. They know that Vayne doesn't have a teleport. This would be a 4v5 temporarily.
Teleport is, as you say, not available for Vayne, so there's no chance of her joining this fight, and that's leading to a big old fight. I feel like this was all a bait. It was a ruse, and the ruse so far backfiring slightly for New Hope as they don't find themselves any kills at all. They do get the flash out of Porp, however, but Zillion's looking for more, throwing the bombs down, finding the charge straight in, but Trundle does not get stunned down. Here goes Poppy trying to find everything he can as the heroic entrance will arrive on the golden boy. That is going to be the Trundle staying alive for now, taking consistent damage from Porp, who's coming in. It's going to be Sean who gets the first kill as Alpha Moss gets another one, gets the double onto Callista as well. This fight has gone from bad to worse for New Hope as they find themselves decimated around the Baron Pit.
They do. They fall in droves. A 3-for-1. The Death Round's been channeled here by the Mordekaiser, but I'm not sure he wants this fight.
I don't think he does at all. He's actually prevented his own potential escape because the Kaiser's going to be straight on top of his head as Gregors goes 3-1 and 6 on the Kaiser. And just like that, there's an online Vayne, there's an online Kaiser. They both live, and on the opposition, everyone dies.
They both pop off. There was a hook there under tower from Wild onto the Vayne, but it didn't lead to the kill. And what that means is that the double percent health shred will take down this Baron very quickly here from the side of Cabbage Family.
In a shock twist, the Blitz grab does not manage to steal the Baron away. That is going to be 5 Baron buffs because Porp had respawned in time to be able to pick up the buff for himself. Porp is at level 12, will be able to buff up his own items once that Abyssal Mask is completed very, very shortly for him. Will be 2 levels away from being able to upgrade some of the key items for the other champions.
And my word, that Zilean was very impactful in that last fight. Remember, there is an Ocean Rift here. There's only 2 Drakes to the side of New Hope, but they're going to fight for it.
All of the Forge God comes in, finds a knockup onto the Trundle. Grab is going to catch onto Porp, who doesn't have the flash available. He's going to be absolutely melted.
Dead!
Who manages to find a kill. So now this is a 4 versus 5, but here comes Vayne on the backline trying to shred through. But now she's got many very, very tanky members on her face, and as the flash taunt hits from the
hook!
One from Blue Boteka hits, that's going to be kills picked up. That's Sean F with a bomb, finding a kill in the backline. This is a 3 versus 3 around this dragon that's spewing out venom as it's got down to half health. The question is which of these 2 teams can be able to secure. Dankin does have the smite available. There's still a Rend possibility as well with Callista still alive. This is a dangerous, dangerous game being played by both of these teams, knowing that they could give away yet more kills to crucial carry members. The Ocean Dragon doing more damage than anybody else in this fight. It is a back and forth dance so long that there are people respawning and going to be able
breathe,
to
Stan, breathe
in time. That's the Trundle being locked down by the Glacial. Meanwhile, he's got a bomb on his head as well. Callista taking damage as Kai goes in with the kill, and he finds the kill, finds the double, finds the Ocean Dragon, finds just found a game-winning moment for Cabbage Family.
What a huge play from Gregors on the Kaiser. The entire fight, they used everything else, but they had the Kaiser ult, and that was what sealed the deal. He gets the plasma stack onto Kirill as he tries to dance forward with that Rend set available from the Blade and the Runan's Hurricane. It doesn't come through, and the assassination comes through from the Kaiser, and it will mean no Ocean Soul point for New Hope, and a lot of gold going up to the side of Gregors, who is very fed on the Kaiser now.
An hour-long fight leaves me red in the face, but giving over that crucial kill to the Kaiser leaves Ikrill red in the face for an entirely different reason. Massive, massive gain there. Not only picking up a second dragon, denying soul point from New Hope there, but also more kills on the Kaiser, who is beyond online at this point.
Beyond online, and you saw in that fight that actually the Zilean got that Zilean ultimate twice during that fight. At the very end, it was back and available, meaning that even if there was a turnaround, Sean F90 on the Zilean would have been able to bring back that one surviving carry. Blitzcrank has been trying to land hook after hook, but he might get caught here.
All of the Forge God going to get the double knockup, crucially onto Callista, who now can't dash out as well. The knockup's going to connect, and it's going to be Porp who finds the kill onto Ikarill. And with one of the crucial carries gone and the support dead as well, what can A New Hope do to stop Cabbage Family from being able to tear apart their base? Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Vayne just absolutely abusing the Mordekaiser, now able to step forward at will, just throwing down the silver bolts, getting the proc time and time again, getting the max health damage as the rest of her team pushes down the mid lane.
Silver of the Moon, shouts Vayne, as the day where New Hope could win this series is slowly fading. I have to think there's a gold lead. There's a lot of pressure now from the side of Cabbage Family as they're looking to push down the mid lane.
And it wasn't necessarily true in the first game we saw it, but in this game, the steadfast presence from Mostly Grumpy has come up crucial so many times. So many dash knockups that have denied so many engages and got so many catches onto opposition members.
Hook.
However, the catch onto Poppy is going to pull her over the wall, is going to find her dead, but the chrono ship keeps her alive for now. She resurrects with nearly full health, and that's a very, very tanky Poppy with a stone plate as well. And so Poppy is going to be able to survive. Mordekaiser might not be so lucky going into the Death Realm and finding herself absolutely smacked by Gregors, who goes 8-1 and 7. Vayne joins the party as well.
Oh, what a huge pick there from the side of Cabbage Family. It didn't look like it was going to go their way, but they're very tanky. You see what the Chrono Shift can do with that much AP. Call of Forge Gods coming in. Get ready for round 5 or something, Stan.
More like round 50 at this point. Vayne putting damage down onto the bot lane inhibitor turret. Meanwhile, the remaining 4 members of Cabbage Family pushing towards the mid lane inhibitor, trying to crush down as much as they possibly can. One turret already falling on the bottom half of the map, and the push continues as the inhibitor now itself is under threat.
And how can New Hope answer this? They have a Galio ult, but they can't commit in fear of losing somewhere else on the map. And they can't engage onto the big group in the mid lane because the Chrono Shift is permanently available. Level 16 with 45% CDR in the Zilean means that if one of these carries is picked off, they can be brought back. And even during that, the other carry will be putting out damage.
I mean, and these fights are going so long as well that we're basically seeing 2 opportunities for the ultimate.
We absolutely are.
Sean F at this point, and that is frankly absurd.
It is. And now we finally have a chance to give you a bit of a break. There was 2 minutes until the next dragon spawns. There is another minute until the Baron spawns there. I'll try and pick up the reins a bit. We have some items picked up across the board. There's a Bloodthirster on the Callista now, but will that help her survive the oncoming engage? I'm not sure it will. We saw how quick that Call of the Forge God led to the Callista's death, and you have the follow-up of the Twin Shadows of the GL of double bombs from the Zilean. Whilst if this is a front-to-back team fight, I don't see a way New Hope win these fights. We have to see something messy, but not messy enough that your Callista dies first. It's going to be a very hard situation for New Hope to win out this series now.
It's hard to disagree from you, and you know that a certain amount of desperation comes in when you start seeing these Death Bush plays. It speaks of a team that's unsure of exactly what it's able to do and where it can make the plays. The Baron spawning in less than a minute's time. Vision is being fought over. You will say this for New Hope. They are not going quietly into the night.
They absolutely aren't. They have themselves playmaking tools. This Blitzcrank, we know about the God Hook. If they pick someone off without the Zilean there, it's a 4v5. And then you wait till the next hook comes up. You can force an objective, force the engage, and maybe at that point, you can start thinking about winning the objective. Is it going to be unforced error time again, where you think you're too far behind? I'm not sure. I think that the Blitzcrank can still turn things for them, but they're going to try and force the issue on Baron. This could be very dangerous.
This could be the biggest moment of this series. Vayne is continuing the push on the bottom half of the map. The exposed inhibitor is down there. Straight away, we're seeing the Ren stacks being put into the Baron. Here comes the collapse out of Cabbage Family as they look for the fight. Will this be a turn, or will this be the straight...
Oh, the Forge God!
Forge God comes in. Teleport not being channeled by Vayne, who's looking to take down the inhibitor instead. That means it's a 5 versus 4. That's a big, big ultimate out of Mostly Grumpy on the Poppy, knocking 2 members away, making it a 4 versus 3 temporarily in favor of Cabbage Family. Inhibitor turret already down. Inhibitor down, and this is going to be Nexus turret being focused post down by Vayne as Callista pops off, takes down the Blitzcrank. Meanwhile, that's going to be Pork tanking for days. Mordekaiser walking around, but evidently able to do nothing in the end as Trundle does pick up a kill, but the Nexus turret number 1 is going to fall. That's going to be Teleport being channeled by the Zilean, trying to take down the second Nexus turret as well.
He's trying to stop the bags!
Try and cancel the back. That's going to be the Galio just at the last second, able to get back to safety, as is the Callista. Trundle will not be quite so lucky. Nexus turret number 2 is going to die. The question is, Callista does have what it takes in tank to give a New Hope a final hope, a last chance of staying alive in this game. Callista looking for the Ren, looking to take down the Vayne. The Ren stacks come through. It's too late. It's game to Cabbage Family.
Oh my word, what a messy end to that game, but what a well-deserved one from the side. A Cabbage Family taking matters into their own hands. There's the teleport into the base while the Vayne didn't commit to the fight, leads to the series win for Cabbage Family.
What an absolutely fantastic series. What an entirely fantastic broadcast we've had today. I'm at a loss for words. It has been so good. The semi-finals themselves were action-filled, but my word, the final delivered in an even bigger way. Alex, the superior analyst, is in the other room. I'm just going to go and fetch cover for me.
Yeah, I'm also out of words, so I will then... I could describe it interpretive dance, or in just the words... that was a crazy series. So much team fighting. And we love to see the execution come out of 2 very high-level teams. We saw wild drafts. We saw wild plays. Laning phases go one way, then the other. And this is what we really want to see out of this level of competition. You want to see back and forth teams going, back and forth between their members, showing that they both have the right to stand on the podium.
You predicted 2-1. You got it right all along. Thor, how does it feel to be such a good boy? Yeah. He's a good. Alex, you're good.
Oh, thank you. I'll give myself a head pat.
You also got it absolutely bang on. You called 2-1 to the Carriage family right from the word go. It's been a tremendous series. If we were to give an MVP for this final, who would you give it to? No.
That's a hard choice.
You got it wrong. You do not get to be in the shop.
I'm going to give it to Sean F90. I think he played with such poise. His lane phase was immaculate. I think he's had a very deep champion pool, and he played the skirmishes and team fights in a way which set up his team very well. The entire team succeeded, and I wouldn't want to take that respect away from the rest of the members of the Cabbage family as well. But Sean, you really shone in my eyes.
Yeah, and that's fair. And judging by Twitch chat, I think they very much so agree with you as well. Down here.
Oh, thank God I'm not going to get flamed.
Oh, I'm sure. I mean, down here we have a very sad-looking failed analyst. Career over as quickly as it began. Up here, we have the goodest of boys, and Thor is here as well. And it's just been a tremendous time being able to cover Red Bull Sphere Wars. What a really great set of games we've had today. Fantastic end that was fitting for such a fantastic competition. It remains for me to say a big thank you to Red Bull Sphere, of course, that fantastic gaming event down in London, which hopefully, all being well with the world, might be able to reopen properly sometime in the not too distant future. Big thank you to all the production staff here on twitch.tv/the Null, to Patrick behind the scenes, and to people like Sunken Geomancy as well, who have helped us run things, and to anyone who I apologize if I've forgotten. And a biggest of all thank you to you, Thor, for such a great game.
Why do you treat me like this? Why do you do this?
And of course, No Mirror, always an absolute pleasure to cast with you.
The same, Stan, the same.
We hope to be able to do the same very, very soon. To everybody out there on Twitch chat, wouldn't be possible without you all, without the teams that were competing so valiantly today. However, from myself, Stanley Greyheart Barker, and from Alex No Mirror Hapgood, goodbye.
I'm sick of fighting the things that you said. I don't wanna burn all our bridges ahead. I'm tired of going to bed when you left me on red just to turn up the noise in my head. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours I was. You were calling me liar, 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 liar. I've been putting in the hours I was. And it's coming down to now and never. I was putting in the putting in the
You got me burning up. You got me burning